Hey, my mama said, fuck it, nigga, hit the streets and live. Got some crack in the corner and I did what I did. The neighbors, they don't like me, I got J's in. So, told my grandma I don't need a bed, I'm sleeping on the floor. Got my tool in my flow, they're my two main hoes. Me and all my walls stick together like the Zoes. Stop by, say who got the yay for the low. And I keep birds with me, like a straight out Holly Grove. The city and I got my calculator. I'm a motherfucking monster when they come to get that paper.
I don't fuck with these niggas cause they shady. These bitches, they just wanna have my baby. Born in the 80s, crack baby. Mama, she was in the street, so guess who raised me? You motherfucking right, couldn't get it from my mama, so I got it off the block. Been working my whole life, but I ain't never punched the clock. 9 years old, I seen a nigga get shot. Damn. Niggas quick to run their mouth when they get jammed. Pussy ass nigga, tell it on his own fam. The same nigga that you break your neck for. Be the same nigga that cross you out and wet you up. Supposed to be chasing money, but you chasing bitches. Real bosses don't talk, we just sit back and listen. Stack that paper up and then make boss moves. She like to argue, so I sent that bitch to law school. Your dog no matter what. Free. Same bitch decline, she love you, she'll set you up. Free. Out here in these streets, it ain't no such thing as love. Free. The only thing I trust is this pistol and these slugs. Free.
It's the big dog.
First of all, Ernest, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
FYF Sports, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Oh man. Y'all get so mad when I try to incorporate the basketball into these topics, man. Everything relates. Mad now. You don't got to get upset. All these things stem back to a lot of the things we talk about. We're gonna be talking about a lot of things today. Not just Jordan, not just LeBron. We got to talk about Luka, debut with the Lakers. We got to talk about Jimmy Butler, debut with the Warriors. Right? We got the All-Star coming up. All-Star replacements are in. We got to talk about the Dallas Mavericks. What is their season going to look like now? Daniel Gafford is going to be out significant time with a knee injury. AD's out significant time with a knee injury. Those are two key pieces to what they thought would be successful. They essentially gave up a game and gave away a game last night to the Sacramento Kings. I mean, they lose a couple more games, they're below 500. All right, if they don't hold the fort down where they're at right now, what's the point of bringing AD back this year at all? I mean, when he does come back, he's going to be on minutes restriction. What's the point of bringing him back and you're scrambling and scraping at or below 500 just to fight for 8-9 seed? But we're going to be talking about all of those things today here on FYF Sports, man. A lot of things. Just the main topic was something that this was a topic that I didn't even initially pick up on until after the Super Bowl was over with. Right? Because I'm sitting there, and obviously the Super Bowl this year did huge numbers. Super Bowl this year, 127 million viewers. It was the most watched game. It was the most watched game and halftime show in history. Right? So when you look at the eyes and the viewership just on that game, everything was at an all-time high. And so for artists and Kendrick Lamar, who knowing that you are going to be on probably one of the biggest stages in the world to kind of showcase to the world who you are, it's like an opportunity. And, you know, this is why the Super Bowl doesn't pay these artists to perform. These artists actually pay the NFL to perform at halftime because the NFL understands this is a humongous marketing opportunity for you to blow up as an artist. So all the artists over the last couple of years that you guys have seen come in to the Super Bowl, they are paying for that halftime show. They're not getting paid to do the halftime show. And so as I'm watching y'all, I'm watching the halftime show. Obviously, the game was a complete joke, right? Kansas City just did not show up to play whatsoever. They did not give us anything. They did not make it interesting. They did not put up any fight. They got smacked in the face early and just folded. The game in and of itself was trash. Now, Mario knows best. I like that you said that because when I watched the performance, I said, this is a hell of a performance. I loved the theatrics. I love Samuel L. Jackson. There was nothing about the performance that I didn't like. And I'm just a fan of, I'm more so a fan of hip hop. I'm not even going to pretend as if I'm the biggest Kendrick Lamar fan because in all actuality, I'm probably a bigger Drake fan of his music than I am with Kendrick Lamar. And there's other artists that I would prefer to listen to over Kendrick Lamar. But at the end of the day, when I'm watching the show, how it was pieced together, you bring SZA in. I love the symbolism and a lot of the things that you got going on. Watching it on TV as somebody that appreciates hip hop today, I love the show in and of itself. I thought he did a hell of a job putting on a show for the people that love hip hop and for the people that love his music. But that's the problem. He only put on a show for his fan base. You get the opportunity to go from being just an American rapper to potentially turn into a global rapper. But you put on a show that really your own fan base can appreciate. Right? The people that are invested in the Kendrick and Drake beef love the show. And I get that some people might have wanted to hear some of his other songs, Money Trees and things like that. But from what I understand, there's a rights issue with, I think, TDE, another music group, and they have the rights to a lot of his older music. So he couldn't perform those songs. But even with that being said, I think he missed the beat. So the one thing you got to look at is look at the crowd of people that attend the Super Bowl. The first thing you have to do is you have to understand who is the crowd that's actually watching me. When you're looking at a Super Bowl audience of people that paid on average about $2,500 a pop for a seat, you're dealing with now a completely different demographic of people. Right? And I'm just talking about the audience that was in the stadium, right? Because when people start showing their cameras around to the stadium, it wasn't very much excitement going on in the stadium as he performed. From the TV optics perspective, it almost looked like a music video, right? They did a hell of a job. It's from a production standpoint of, well, negative thoughts. It's not about being Caucasian because white people are the biggest consumers of hip hop. They're much bigger consumers of hip hop than black people. White to Caucasians, as you put it in the chat, are the ones that buy the product the most. What I'm saying is, first, when you're Kendrick Lamar, who's watching me in the stadium? I mean, because if you don't convince anybody else that you did a good performance, you at least want to you at least want to get the crowd that's watching you to commit. But he didn't get the crowd that was watching in the stadium to engage and commit to his performance. When you watch Kendrick Lamar, right? Kendrick Lamar's whole performance was based on almost talking to the camera the whole time. Every time his eyes was on the camera, the routines were focused on the camera. There was really nothing that he did that catered to the crowd around him. And so the crowd now is disengaged. Secondly, when you're Kendrick Lamar, what's the best way to engage a crowd of a unique demographic? You bring somebody in that's going to automatically wake them up and make them engage. And this is where you see some of the most unique collabs: a country music star, a pop star, another global star that we know is going to wake the crowd up. Because you don't have access to some of the music that you did prior, and SZA was cool, but I don't look at SZA as a global superstar. She's not a pit bull. She's not global to that degree. I think when you're looking to cement remember, you only get one shot to get this Super Bowl performance right. It's not like you can make a mistake and go back next year and redo it. You get one shot. And I think he missed the beat primarily because he was too invested. I think Flow Rider would have been better because he's even more global. But I think Kendrick Lamar missed the beat. And Mr. Ballerize, I think Pitbull is garbage too. But Pitbull, for whatever reason, has the entire world watching him. The world watches Pitbull. He's a global star. What I'm saying is, you're Kendrick Lamar. You bring people in that's going to engage the world. The whole world is watching. 127.7 million viewers. And so with Kendrick Lamar, y'all, where I feel he went wrong is when he got this opportunity. I got the Super Bowl. He did the Kwame Brown. He got the opportunity to perform the Super Bowl, and he turned into Kwame Brown. I have this big platform. I have everybody watching. So the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use this bigger platform to antagonize and use it to propagate and try to win my little beef. The problem is, it's a lot of people that don't care about the beef with Drake. It's a lot of people in that crowd. The reason why they were not engaged, the reason why a lot of people in that crowd, in that arena, were not cheering, going crazy, he didn't bring any cameos. He didn't bring any people on to capitalize on this moment. And mind you, a lot of these people would have came on for free because it's the Super Bowl. This is Kendrick Lamar we talking about. He could have found a way to create a new song, create new music with maybe a unique artist that he's never collab with before, specifically for the Super Bowl. You release this new music, right? You bring in global icons, but he didn't do that. If you guys weren't here earlier, I'm not saying the show was bad. To me, the show was good. But he presented the show for a minority of people. He did not create a show that was going to gravitate to the 127.7 million viewers that were watching. He did not create a show that was going to go down as one of the most memorable Super Bowl performances of all time. He was so invested in winning the beef with Drake that his whole focus was on the camera and talking to Drake. This essentially could make Drake the winner in all of this back and forth. You are so distracted by me. If I'm Drake, that's what I'm saying. You so off your square with this beef with me that you got the Super Bowl. And instead of putting your best foot forward, right? Because this is marketing, y'all. This is marketing. And I understand, Matt, not everybody can have their opinion on who won, who lost. But there's a time and a place for you to deal with your riffs and your tiffs and your tats and your beefs. Entertaining your beef during the Super Bowl is just not a very smart business savvy move for somebody that's paying the NFL to perform the Super Bowl. He says, Lamar, you're going to die on that Drake hill. This is just you guys being in this Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef. I don't necessarily care about the beef. I'm like I said before, I'm not even a humongous fan of West Coast music or even Kendrick Lamar's music. But I still feel like he put on a really good show for people that like his music or people that like today's hip hop. He did not put on a good show for the crowd that was watching him. For the 127.7 million viewers, there is a consensus going around that this is the worst halftime show of all time. Mahari says, Lamont, your take is trash. You're complete. I don't think you're getting my point, Mahari. I mean, you so I think sometimes when y'all hear something that goes against, I understand that there was a lot of politics and there was a lot of symbolism in his halftime performance. I understand that he put a lot of cryptic messages in there. Samuel Jackson represents Uncle Sam and things like that. I understand what the show meant, how cryptic it meant. Wrong time, wrong place. And because he went that route, it's a narrative going around that he put on the worst Super Bowl halftime show of all time because he failed to understand his audience and connect with the audience that was actually watching. He created a halftime show. That was hyper-focused on his beef with Drake. Because I guarantee you the people that are highly invested in the Kendrick and Drake beef were just thirsty, waiting for him to play the Not Like Us song. No one else cared. No one else in that audience cared. You don't get the Super Bowl you don't use the Super Bowl to propagate and push your current beefs. The Super Bowl is your opportunity to market yourself to the world. Go from being an American star to a global star overnight, just like that. And he completely blew it. And remember, I didn't really pick up on this until after the show was over. And when I looked through social media, everybody's saying this is a trash halftime show. And I'm looking at myself saying, oh, that's why he forgot to create a show that was going to impact everybody globally. No one cares about the Drake beef. That's just the hate. You're so caught up in this beef that you miss an opportunity to gravitate to the entire world. Act accordingly says you cannot dictate what he. I don't dictate it, and I did not dictate it. But you can't dictate what the world thinks about his performance, and act accordingly. The world is saying his performance was the worst Super Bowl performance in Super Bowl history. It was the worst halftime performance in Super Bowl history. So at the end of the day, I didn't dictate nothing that he did. But in turn, you cannot now dictate what people think about what you did. For like the Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown went viral, had a huge platform. He proceeded to completely waste that platform in senseless, pointless beefs with other farmers in the backlands of Mississippi, North Carolina, and it's something that absolutely nobody cares about. And Mario knows best. I don't think it's the worst, but at the end of the day, there's a consensus of people. 127.7 million people are speaking. We represent a small minority of people who are already in hip hop. We understand Kendrick Lamar as an artist to a certain degree. We understand the dynamics of the beef. We appreciate different forms of hip hop music from West Coast to East Coast to even Midwest. We appreciate it because to me, it almost looked like a really, really good music video. Y'all remember the music video era that's now seemingly dead? That looked like a very, very well-produced music video. But as with any music video, I can take the best produced rap music video, and if I put it on the Country Music Network channel, it ain't going to probably get that much positive feedback. If I put it on the 80s rock and roll channel, it's probably not going to get that much good feedback. But if I put it on the BETs and the hip hop channels, it's going to get good feedback. I expect a lot of you guys who are the BETs and the hip hop heads to like it. When you're performing at the Super Bowl, you are not performing for one demographic. You're performing for the entire world. This is not no shade towards Kendrick. But I feel like him and his team completely missed the opportunity. Wally says the girl was lip syncing, as are most of them. I don't really care. I mean, if you're lip syncing your own song, who cares? It's your song. Some of these singers are on tour 24/7, losing their voice. Yes, lip sync. I'm not tripping on that. That's part of the music industry. It's not no Milli and Vanilli type thing. We all know she can sing. And even with Serena, y'all, the Serena Williams element wasn't even genuine. You only bring Serena on because she used to date Drake. I mean, think about it. How many people did he have to go down a checklist of to try to get to come to the Super Bowl just to antagonize Drake? How many people did he reach out to said, no, I'm not participating in that at the Super Bowl, before he got to Serena Williams. And all she did was crip walk on the camera for 4 seconds. We're not dumb. Do y'all think Serena Williams is the only person he could have got to come on to show and crip walk? He got Serena Williams because she used to date Drake. It was a shot at Drake. And most people don't care. It's the truth. I mean, Serena is so, with all the plastic surgery, she don't even look like the same natural bona fide Serena Williams that she used to be. Nose job, lip job, faces lifted all up. Don't even look the same. I mean, pretty soon here, she's on the verge of looking like Wendy Williams pretty soon. So at the end of the day, and that's my favorite tennis player of all time. But at the end of the day, bringing Serena Williams on and pretending as if that wasn't for Drake is crazy. The one said this sound like hate. I don't know what's hate. What is hating? I like the show. For me, I like the show. But for the millions and millions of people that say it was the worst Super Bowl halftime in Super Bowl history, there was a plethora of people, much more than the hip hop communities. And there are actually even some people in the hip hop community that feel like this Super Bowl halftime show was trash. If you get the opportunity to perform at the Super Bowl, you need to go to your old music label. We need to work out a deal. I need to play Money Trees. I need to play all these old songs, the hits that made me Kendrick Lamar. I need access to these songs. We'll work out the money. Let's just work those numbers out for a one-time deal. But you don't even try to work that out. You didn't try to get any of the rights of your old songs to perform at the Super Bowl, the songs that made us all come to love you as an artist. You didn't bring in any global icons to gravitate to the world or make the show unique. The only thing you did was use the show to take another shot at Drake, which really, in the grand scheme of things, nobody cares about. Kirk Royce says the KKK performance was so disgraceful. What? Why do y'all got to go to extremes, man? What do you mean KKK performance? Why do y'all, when y'all don't like somebody's political message because their politics don't align with your politics, there's always got to be some type of extreme conclusion attached to it. Yes, I heard the Trump diss. Yes, I heard the right wing disses. Does it mean it's a KKK performance? No. That's silly. That's one of the elements of politics that I don't like. If you don't align with another base, all they do is just try to demonize you. Now we got to go with Kirk Royce saying that Kendrick Lamar is on the KKK performance. Sad, man. And what does this remind me of, though? Kirk Royce says, I have mixed children. It's shameful to have Why does it matter if he had white people or black people on? Why would you care? Oh, Kirk, so you telling me, Kirk, the performance would just be that much better if half the dancers were white? It's the same performance. All he did was went to a dance studio in Compton and gave a whole bunch of impoverished people in an impoverished community an opportunity to showcase their dance skills on a humongous stage. I do give Kendrick props for that. Kendrick is not from a community full of white people. I don't know if he has a whole bunch of white people at his disposal. I'm just glad he gave a dance company in Compton an opportunity to bring their dancers on and showcase what they can do to the world. Kudos to him for that, for not forgetting about where he came from. Because at the end of the day, Kirk Royce, I guarantee you one thing, the entire production team that was running the cameras, running the edits, running the commercials, I guarantee you it was a whole bunch of white people running that. I guarantee you ain't gonna look at that production team and be like, man, the NFL's so racist, man. Why don't they have more black people on the production team? I guarantee you, we go to their website and we pull up their production team, it's gonna be a whole bunch of people, white people working in the NFL, and them manning the cameras, doing all that stuff. You don't say nothing about that. Don't pick and choose when to play the race card. No, the dancers actually did a decent job. I give the dancers solid. It was different, which is why I liked it. Dancers were solid. The whole performance was solid. It just wasn't for everybody. That's my thing. If you get the Super Bowl, put on a performance that won't be. Y'all remember? Everybody remembers, and Kirk Royce and a lot of people might remember when Michael Jackson did the Super Bowl. That motherfucker put on a performance for the ages. And he wasn't staring down no camera, entertaining some beef with another pop star. He was looking at the crowd, and he put on a show for the ages. I mean, even if you look back to last year was hip hop. So that tells you right there, if you do hip hop correctly, you can still have a hellified show. When you do hip hop incorrectly, this is what you get, because we just had hip hop last year in the Super Bowl and everybody loved it. You had a whole bunch of artists, generational performers, global performers. Y'all, they did their thing last year. Kendrick, he let the hate for Drake ruin his opportunity to shine. That's why on the thumbnail I connected it with the Jordan fans. That's why I connected it with the Jordan fans. Jordan fans got one agenda. They so caught up in the hate with LeBron that what do we have going on now? Now the only thing we have going on in the media is everybody from Jordan's era telling us how bad the NBA is, hating the NBA. Don't even see what's right in front of them. Don't see any greatness. The opportunity to showcase this league. Charles Barkley and them working for TNT. You got the opportunity to showcase this league. Instead, you ruining it. You throwing it in the garbage can because you want to push hate. Mahari said it wasn't entirely about Drake. It was about 80% about Drake. That's why globally it was not accepted as a great show. Mar, you acting like I'm the only one saying this was a bad show. I'm not the only one. Y'all acting like my opinion. No. I told you, I thought the show was great until after the Super Bowl ended. And then I started seeing what the world had to say about it. The world is saying it was trash. And I'm not just going to sit there and push against the grain. I'm going to look at their perspective. Their perspective is there was nothing for them to relate to. When you see all those white people, when you see people panning their cameras around the stadium, and all you see is a whole bunch of white people who just standing around, some people even booing, you missed the beat. You paid to perform at the Super Bowl. You paid to be there. If you paid to be there, that means Kendrick Lamar understood this is a marketing opportunity. But with the Kwame Brown mindset, he blew the whole marketing opportunity just to chase a beef. It was stupid. And if Kendrick Lamar had smart people around him, they wouldn't have let him go down this road. Kendrick, this ain't the stage to entertain the beef. Kendrick, we got to do this. We got to capitalize on this. We got to parlay this into a worldwide tour. It almost seems like Kendrick literally planned the entire Super Bowl show without any help. He was just sitting in his car in Compton somewhere. Okay, I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm going to bring Serena on. That'll really piss Drake off. It was all just to piss Drake off. It was dumb to me. It's entertaining to a certain degree, but it's dumb in the sense that you missed the opportunity. I'm going to drop the link. We're going to bring y'all up to cook on this. Let's get y'all thoughts on it. We'll see what y'all got to say. I understand there's a lot of people going to be crying. At the end of the day, the Super Bowl is not your microphone to push your beefs. The mixtapes, the YouTube spaces, you got plenty other opportunities to push your beef. Y'all really think if ESPN come knocking on my door, FYF, we want you to come do a show on ESPN, a special segment. Y'all really think I'm going to go get on ESPN and talk about Casino for Life and Ticket TV? If I get an opportunity to get on the big stage with the big dogs, I got one opportunity. Y'all really think I'm going to get on ESPN and start dissing Casino for Life and Man Down Sports? There is a time and place for all of that. This ain't the Super Bowl, just ain't the stage. It's dumb. It was at the end of the day, it was a dumb move. It backfired. Kendrick Lamar's gonna have to come to the realization that he just fucked up. It was dumb. It was the Kwame Brown strategy. Only when you use the Kwame Brown strategy, you end up looking like Kwame Brown. It was dumb. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Salute to everybody in here. 822 in the building. Make sure y'all donate to support. Because, man, we got a lot going on. If you want a super chat, we do got our super chats active over on FYF Sports Clips. So if you want a super chat, if there's a message you want me to really stop the presses and address, you can super chat, and I'll put your comment and your donation up on the screen, and we will address it. I'll put the link to our other channel because we're live on both channels right now, FYF Sports Clips. If you do want to super chat, you can super chat over on FYF Sports Clips. If you want to just show appreciation to the show, or if you want us to feature any of your talking points. And I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link. Let me actually get the link to FYF Sports Clips so I can put that in the chat. I thank you, rebranding. Most view doesn't mean, obviously they're gonna view it because it's the Super Bowl. So just because they were sitting there watching it real time, because when you're watching something live, it's not like you can unwatch it as you're watching it. You're watching it live. You don't know. We don't know what to expect. We don't know if he was going to bring out some surprise artist. We're all watching in expectation of something great. I'm about to drop this link in the chat as well. What Judah says, LOL. White people didn't feel uncomfortable. Pro-blacks worry about what? I don't know what you're talking about, Judah. Maybe you're talking to somebody in the chat. BATL says, who cares about a big stage? He can do what he wants. Right. Who cares about a big stage? You can do what you want. But just like I said, you can do what you want, but the people are also going to do what they want. And the people will speak. And if you get on a big stage and you don't understand your crowd, if you don't understand the demographics, because remember, y'all, Kendrick paid to be there. The Super Bowl does not pay the artist. The artists pay the NFL to perform. He paid to be there. He wasted money to be there. If that's how we know it's a marketing opportunity. Why pay for a marketing opportunity like this, yet you don't use it to market yourself? The people around him strategized this all wrong. He got it wrong. And now the world is there's consensus going around, a large consensus of people that are saying this is the worst halftime show in history. Because generally, the halftime show is what saves a bad game. If the game is trash, usually we stick around for the halftime show because that's the saving grace. In a game that was hot garbage, in a game where only one team came to play, I think a lot of people were desperate for a great halftime show. But the 127.7 million viewers watching did not get the halftime show that they wanted. I like the show. I like hip hop though, and I like today's hip hop. But I'm not 127 million people. The greatest artists know how to gravitate to large masses around the world. Like when you look at the global ones, the Adeles, the Pit Bulls, for whatever reason, they have some type of global appeal. Why go and perform at the Super Bowl if you're not looking to get some form of global notoriety? Damon, you're right. I'm not like y'all. It's FYF Sports. All right, hold on. Let me get this link. I got to make sure I got the right link. Link it in the chat, man. If you disagree, you may disagree and you may not. At the end of the day, there's nothing to disagree with. The world has spoken. The world is saying that this was the worst Super Bowl halftime performance in history. At the end of the day, I'm just telling you what the world is saying. And all I'm saying is, to a certain degree, I understand where they're coming from. Because when you run up there and you want to fight your beefs on the global stage, you look dumb. The Kwame Brown strategy failed Kendrick Lamar. The Kwame Brown strategy only looked good to Kwame Brown fans. It's a horrible strategy, man. Salute.
What up, bro?
We got George, we got Mahari, we got Haskell up here. We got the all-seeing eye, man. Let me start with Bees. Bees was the first up, man. What you got?
Yeah, I kind of disagree with you. I think that the show isn't for everybody, but Kendrick's never been for everybody. And to do what he stayed true to himself, right? He understands that he has a certain segment of fans. And those people weren't going to ever like the music he put out anyway.
Facts.
He doesn't put out music
Exactly.
He does not put out music to go across all these genres. So the league knew what they were getting in. I think this is bigger. This is more about the complete destruction of Drake. He was putting it in. He put a bow on it. Drake threatened the NFL with that lawsuit. If he sang that song, he sang it anyway. Drake, this was just the complete destruction of Drake. And if you were a Kendrick fan going in, you still a Kendrick fan after. If you didn't know Kendrick,
and Bees, I agree with everything that you said. See, that's the funny thing about it. I agree that Kendrick Lamar is not for. I agree, he's not for everyone.
No, he's old.
But when you accept, when the Super Bowl, when the NFL comes to you and says, okay, because you have to put a bid into the NFL. All right.
Right. No, Lamar, but you got to understand who Kendrick is.
No, I understand that. No. Listen, my point is this, Bees.
No, I got what
when
you're saying.
You perform at the Super Bowl, it's no longer about you just staying true to whatever you do. It's basically you saying, I want to go from being just a West Coast rapper to a global rapper. You know, this is not a backyard rapper. This is not your backyard concert in some club in Compton.
Oh, I got you
performing in front of the world.
Let me say,
at the end of the day, you don't take this assignment unless you are prepared to do something that the world globally is going to gravitate to. Otherwise, you're going to look crazy.
Let me
the man just won 5 Grammys.
Let me say it this way, Lamont. He criticizes all these rappers that sell their soul for the industry. The one thing he did not do, whether you like it or not, he did not get up on that stage and sell himself to the industry.
Thank you.
He stayed in his lane, whether it raises him up or lowers him down, he's still true to himself. That's what he raps about. That's what he did. I got more respect for him now because he didn't try to do the crossover thing. He didn't try to become a Drake or one of these people. Because that's what he'd have to do he doesn't even make the music that would cross over like that. So why he was picked? That's what you got to ask yourself for.
Because of
he
Drake.
Was picked? So you're basically saying he was picked because the NFL knew he would go at Drake.
No.
Yes, that's believable. I'm
not saying that the NFL. I'm saying
this is what you get.
No,
if you do that, the results are the results. I don't care who Kendrick Lamar is as a person. I don't care who he is as a rapper. The end result of what he did, trying to keep it real, you got the world saying this. At the end of the day,
why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Hold on 1 second. I don't care. It don't matter to me, just like it really don't matter to y'all, because you guys are gonna go on tomorrow and
it don't matter at all.
But what I'm saying is this: when you perform at the Super Bowl, you are basically saying, I'm now looking to go from being just a West Coast rapper to a global rapper. When you don't take this job unless you're looking to do that. And if you don't do that, then the feedback is going to be this.
But here's the thing, though, Lamont. But hold on, Lamont. Let me say this real quick because I gotta say this.
I don't care about the political talk. I don't care about keeping it real because that's all.
Hold on, Lamont. Let me talk, Lamont. Let me talk,
Hold on one second, my heart. All I'm saying, y'all, is this. All of the Kendrick kept it real talk, all of the Kendrick didn't sell himself talk, that is all fake news. Because at the end of the day, he don't take on this assignment. Hold on 1 second, Mahar. He don't take on this assignment. He don't take on the Super Bowl if he doesn't see a means to an end. If we want to pretend as if there was not some type of money play in this, or he had some type of agenda, which his agenda was to go at Drake. We clearly saw that. And he wasted an opportunity, I believe, to become a bigger rapper. That's all.
There twice.
But he kept it real. Already. But he kept it real, and now he looks dumb to the world.
I don't think that.
He's good in the hood, though.
But hold on.
No, he's not good in the hood because he get robbed tomorrow. He get robbed and shot tomorrow in Compton. Y'all all know.
Okay, can I?
Hey guys, let
me speak, y'all.
I'm gonna go right after him.
At a breakfast spot. California is known for killing all his rappers. They catch him down bad, they gonna kill him and shoot him too. He ain't good.
God forbid.
Y'all really don't care. Y'all don't.
Oh wow, Lamont.
So
was any other rapper.
Y'all killed Nipsey. Y'all killing all y'all rappers. Y'all killed P&B.
There's no difference, bro.
All y'all rappers.
One at a time, guys. Let me give a chance.
Lamar,
Nipsey kept it real. Nipsey was in his hood. Y'all killed him. P&B Rock kept it real. He was in the hood. Y'all killed him. Y'all really think he trying to
Bro,
keep it real?
all y'all doing is bringing more views to this man. All y'all doing is bringing more views to this dude talking about it right now. That's all the fuck y'all doing. Y'all bringing more views to this shit right now as we speak.
No doubt.
Why would I try to take away views from him? I don't care about taking away views. I like him.
Man, y'all not about hold up, pause. Y'all not about to sit up here. Hold up. Y'all not about to sit up here.
It's on Mahari. Go ahead, Mahari.
All right, go ahead. My bad, man.
No, you good, man. Because I actually was gonna try to elaborate something here. Listen, Kendrick Lamar's performance was not going to be for everybody. I think Kendrick Lamar here's the deal. It was not made. Hold on, Lamont, because here's the thing. How many times have we heard her? Oh, Lamont, stop interrupting me, bro. Quit doing that. Quit doing that, bro. Lamont, stop interrupting me, bro.
You can continue, Mahari.
Let me speak my point. Lamont, I don't interrupt you when you talk. Let me talk.
All right, go ahead.
Here's the point. Here's the point, bro. The performance was not going to be tailor-made to everybody. Kendrick Lamar knew what he was getting himself into. Did the Drake stuff had a lot to do with it? Of course. We can clearly see that. We're not stupid. But at the end of the day, more people understood what the beat was about. But then at the same time, you have to reflect to the fact that Kendrick Lamar's music was sending a message about how America has become now. And you don't think the whole world saw what it is? The world's not stupid of how America is. The performance was more about the representation about what black culture and what hip hop is supposed to be, not what all these other sellout rappers in the industry try to sell themselves up about. That's my point. And clearly, the mind, you missed the point about it because you're looking at other viewers with a particular agenda.
Let me say one thing, Mahari. The best album to me, the album that was probably that hit on almost every political point from almost every aspect over the last 10 years was Killer Mike's album. And y'all all called it trash.
I agree.
At the end of the day, hold on. At the end of the day, Killer Mike came out with an album. He did everything that y'all said. All the realness, all the talking about the real stuff, and all y'all did was call the whole album trash.
Who did? Because nobody was bumping it. Nobody even knew about that shit.
I'm talking about you individually.
Nobody knew about it.
Nobody knew about that shit.
He won a Grammy.
Nobody knew about the album or them damn songs.
He won a Grammy. He won a Grammy. How do you not know about it? He won a Grammy.
Easy. Nobody was fucking playing. They was playing not like us the whole time.
Wait, hold on. How doesn't the culture know about this?
Wow.
Wait.
They was playing not like us around that same time. They was spamming not like us around that same time. We was winning them goddamn Grammys, bro.
Hold on 1 second.
Sit down, bro.
Hold on. Let me tell y'all something that's factual. Y'all was only invested in the not like us stuff because it was a beef and y'all love beef. Y'all wasn't invested in Killer Mike.
Kendrick been winning Grammys. Not a beef. Stop it.
Hold on 1 second.
Kendrick got 22 Grammys, bro.
Well, y'all got to be composed, man.
Hold on. Y'all don't know how to shut up because I'm telling the truth. Y'all only cared about not like us.
No, you're telling your truth.
Hold on 1 second, Mahari.
Facts.
This is not a truth. This is a fact because Killer Mike won Album of the Year. Killer Mike had one of the best albums, and it wasn't about fucking hoes and doing all that stuff. He hit on almost every political point. It actually was good music. It was bars. It was everything that you asked for, and none of y'all cared about it now. But hold on 1 second. Hold on. You can't tell me one song off Killer Mike album. But now all of a sudden, when you're talking about a song that's only about beef, and Kendrick Lamar used this whole Super Bowl show to just aim little targets. Yes, he did have his little cryptic political messages in it, right? Ooh, cool. You had some symbolism in it, Uncle Sam, and okay, we get that. But at the end of the day, the entire show was almost primarily based around throwing shots at Drake. That's why you like it. All the other stuff you pretending to care about, that's all you pretending. Y'all don't really care about the political stuff. Y'all just pretending to care about the political stuff because it was a little extra sprinkles there. Y'all was all there to wait for him to play Not Like Us. Tell me I'm lying.
You lying.
You ain't lying.
It sound like people wanted to watch it. As far as I'm concerned, y'all acting like motherfucking people did not want to watch this shit in the first place. Y'all acting like he wasn't supposed to be there. Y'all not about to sit up here and act like that performance was worse than the Weeknd's performance a couple
Nobody
years
said
ago.
the performance was bad. I already said it was a good performance.
Like, hold up though. Name me one fucking halftime show that people said that they loved in mass other than Michael Jackson. Tell me that right now.
Whitney Houston.
Last year's show, Michael Jackson show.
Yeah.
Oh, they did headlines and stuff.
Yeah.
I've heard somebody talking shit about every fucking Super Bowl that ever happened.
No, you didn't. You didn't hear nobody.
Get rid of it.
They're saying this one is worse than the Black Eyed Peas, bro. Like, and that's crazy, bro.
Man, let them have it. Let them have it.
That's all propaganda, bro. That is propaganda.
Like this dude Kendrick been winning Grammys. Y'all acting like because he got into a beef with Drake. That's the only reason why he's growing up.
He didn't go in with the objective of putting on the most.
Sure he didn't.
The most,
all I know is
commercially palatable.
All I know is Kendrick got 22 Grammys. That's all I know.
Though, because Lamar, I think Lamar expressed it right, and he's on one side of the argument, and the people who are on the opposite side of the argument, they pretty much share the same sentiment that Lamar does, in that the music that he performed isn't the most commercially viable. Like, if I were his A&R, or whatever they have the term for that person is nowadays, I would have him perform that the song where he sampled Janet Jackson, right? And kind of play on that controversy that she had.
That song's featuring Drake,
right? And then have her come on stage, or he could have did all the razzle dazzle stuff, but the fact that he chose to not go that route, it's clear.
This ain't everybody's opinion.
Y'all let that man finish before I slap y'all, bro. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, no matter what side of the aisle you fall on the argument, well, who's that crack? Somebody got background noise.
Hold on, let me see.
That ain't me.
I think it. Hold on.
I think it's you, my guy.
Hold on, let me finish up. What I was gonna say is, no matter what side of the argument, no matter what side of the aisle you fall on in terms of the argument, whether you're on Lamon's side where he feels it's a missed opportunity to, capitalize on your career, or you feel like he prioritized sending a message over commercial success, I think both sides would agree that he didn't take the most commercially viable route. I think we're all in agreement there. So if we're in agreement there, then it's clear that he made a conscientious decision to say, hey, I want to send a message, and I believe that's more important than actually putting on a palatable show for an audience. And I think that's commendable in some regards.
That's why the consensus is that this is the worst halftime show in Super Bowl history.
Man, that's from some people. That's some people's opinions. That's some people's opinions. That's not everybody's opinion.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, all sing guy. Do you know what the consensus is? It's the masses. The majority of people that watch are saying that it's the worst halftime show in Super Bowl history. We are the minority.
I've seen puppies pop locking in their living room, man.
Go ahead.
I'm watching puppies dance the peekaboo and shit. Like puppies dancing, my nigga.
Okay, we got you, my guy. I don't know what that
we got it. You saw animals dance. Good job.
Without the Drake beef, does Kendrick get that slot?
No.
He's been there twice.
No. So I don't think
he's been there twice.
That's my question. Without the Drake beef, does he get the slot?
Yep.
Well, I think there were a couple things that
yes
went on there.
No.
Okay, I mean, it's not a yes or no question.
Yes, it is. He's been there twice.
No.
Okay.
If he doesn't have that,
just tell me your thoughts on it, because to me, I don't feel it's a yes or no question. So if you don't want to elaborate, just finish your thought.
Look, he's been there twice.
Kendrick is in and out of music. He's in and out of music. He's not constantly making music. If Kendrick did not have this beef with Drake, Kendrick would not be in that slot.
Yeah, I gotta agree.
So you agree with
that Drake beef brought him to that slot.
Or more correctly, that record is what got him the slot.
Yeah.
But the record was from the beef. Y'all got to stop acting like. And this is the thing, right, bro? Y'all want to sit up here and talk about, I heard y'all talk about Drake and, the industry artists. Kendrick is probably the most industry protected artist that there is right now. He literally just did a Super Bowl where he could have taken the opportunity to actually broaden his fan base, right? And he chose to, do diss records, which only, if you looked on Twitter at the time, it literally had Drake trending more than him, right? So you literally went up there to perform and take digs and brought more light to an artist who's already bigger than you, right? So
I think he did only 2 diss records.
Hold
on. And then when we look at this, right? I heard somebody say Grammys, right? They use Grammys as he had 22. This is just this beef has shown us that y'all don't really stand on the culture for real, right? Y'all will bend to the culture when it benefits an artist that y'all like, right? Because for years we've been sitting here saying that the Grammys, y'all were just boycotting the Super Bowl just 2 years ago, right? And then all of a sudden the Super Bowl is pro-black. Grammys are a validation of the culture, right? That word that Kendrick Lamar been using to finesse y'all anyways with buzzwords, right? So I think that he definitely utilized this moment to put Drake on a bigger scale to himself. And I think we should all, I like the performance, but the masses didn't, bro. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about what the culture or what the hood like. No, for sure. But I'm just telling you what the masses are saying.
But your name rebranded, right?
Yes, sir.
But how can you say someone has an opportunity to reach bigger audiences if he doesn't have the music to do that?
But he does, though.
No, he does. He has the music.
Hold on.
No, he doesn't.
So we're not. Hold on. No. Listen, he does, right? This is the thing, right?
He doesn't.
Hold on.
How the fuck do you get 22 Grammys if you ain't got no music?
Bro,
first off, can we stop using the Grammys as a I guess a platform for us to
he got hits. That's the fucking point.
Listen, hold on. We just watched Jokić win a Grammy over Eminem, Future, and them. Like that shit don't mean nothing to nobody. Can we stop using it? Thank you.
Okay, but explain to me.
But listen. Okay, so he has.
Okay, Kendrick ain't got no hits.
He has. Hold on. He has records, right? And this is the thing. He released that GNX album, which is a phenomenal album, by the way, right? Because he knew he didn't have he didn't really have anything that could appease these hits of these white people, right?
Right.
So this is the thing. Hold on. So this is the thing. Even when he did perform at the Grammys, he performed Black of the Berry. These are not records that appeal to white people. So if he was really going against the grain, he would have performed those records. Fuck it. Perform that. Perform the All Rights and shit.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is they wouldn't have liked that either.
But hold on,
exactly.
But Kendrick said he didn't care about what they like, though, right?
Bro,
he's about the culture. It's not about the white people, right? It's about the culture.
See, you're not gonna do that, bro. You're not gonna flip flop on your arguments with me.
He's a man of the culture.
You choose a lane. The argument is whether the masses was gonna like his music anyway. And my argument is,
but Bees, did you hear what I said at the beginning, though?
No, I heard what you said. My argument is that Kendrick is not everyone's cup of tea. The real question is, why was he chosen?
Bees,
because of Drake. We agree on that.
Hold on, rebranded. What I said at the beginning was this: there is an understanding that I know Kendrick Lamar. He is widely considered. And somebody has some background noise. Let me mute somebody because somebody has some real nasty background noise. I don't know who it is. But so Kendrick Lamar, I think we all know that coming into the Super Bowl, he didn't have any global hits or he didn't have any songs with people in it that could give him worldwide appeal. What I said in the beginning was if I'm Kendrick Lamar and I'm looking at, okay, what music do I have? I understand who the audience is going to be in the stadium, the people that are going to be watching. The first thing I said at the beginning of this was, I said, when you get the Super Bowl, the first thing you need to be doing is I need to go make a hit with one of these global stars. I need to go collab with somebody. I need to go create some new content that I know is going to at least win me over this crowd. That's not selling out. That's just understanding, okay, I have a crowd here. If I don't want to perform in front of this crowd, then I'm just not going to do the Super Bowl. So he's the one that chose to perform in front of that crowd.
I think.
So at the end of the day, why did he not make any effort to put music on that's going to gravitate to the world?
I think he did make an effort. That was the reason why he made
the GNX
album. Yeah. He made that GNX album, which was for him to have some new current music that he could play on that Super Bowl. But my point is that even him making that album, he is I consider Kendrick a throwback type rapper. He doesn't rap in the same genre as people do today. And so he's a niche rapper.
No, he's a mumble rapper.
Nah, wait. What? You bugging out, Lamar. Hold on, let's move past that, y'all.
There you go.
Y'all, let's move past that. Let's move past that.
That's crazy. Hold on.
Talking shit to us.
He's a high-class mumble rapper.
Mumble rapper.
He's a high.
So he.
Nah, you just can't keep up. Nah, nigga, you just can't
keep up. Let him make his point. Let him make his point.
Come on, Mr.
He's
B.
a
Come on,
conscious
B.
chief
For
keef.
example, hold on.
Come on,
Y'all
B.
know how you got the black kids, right, from the suburbs. He is a bougie mumble rapper.
Hey,
No, he
Lamar,
is
you
not.
wild.
This is sick.
Understandable mumble rapper.
This is
You
sick,
tripping,
Wait,
bro.
Lamar,
Lamar.
you find his lyrics to be unintelligible?
What True the King
Lamar?
say? We can move
Hold
on.
on.
We can move on.
Listen to what I said.
Hold on, no, I want
Listen
to
to what I
ask. You
said.
find his
I
lyrics to
said
be
he is
unintelligible?
he sounds like a mumble rapper that got a doctorate degree.
No, he
Come
Oh,
on.
Because
Y'all, let's move
Lamar,
on.
does it.
Let's move on, y'all.
Lamar,
Let's
you
move
know
on,
what a
y'all.
mumble
Crazy.
rapper is someone who is unintelligible. That's what a mumble rapper is.
Let's move
That's
on,
why I
y'all.
said.
That's a
That's
mumble
why I
rapper.
said.
Like,
Hey,
That's why I
hey,
said
Lamar,
he
you
sounds
got
like
it,
one that
bro.
got a doctorate
so
degree,
he's
so
a
he's a little bit more
coherent.
understandable.
So he's a coherent. He's a
Y'all, let's move
coherent,
on.
intelligible
Hey,
mumble
Yeah, let's
rapper.
move on. Come on, Mr.
Lamar,
B's. Get your
wow.
takeoff.
That's called
It's wild.
oxymoron,
Mr. B's,
Lamar.
get your takeoff. Come on. Let's
Hey,
let Mr. B's get his takeoff.
no,
Do not feed the
Lamar
trolls,
troll,
man.
bro. He just trolled.
Yeah, troll alert.
Hey,
Troll alert.
Let's move
That's
on,
not a
man.
troll.
you got
That's not a troll.
But I seen
It's a
somebody in the
straight
chat.
troll.
I seen somebody in the chat say that he's not a pop star, pop artist. Yes, he is. He got songs with Maroon 5 and Taylor Swift. He's a
not
good pop star.
No,
He's a pop star. Yes, he is.
He's not
Bro.
a pop
He's a rapper.
star, but he's
Shut up, big
versatile.
guy.
He's versatile. Just
So
say he's
okay, so he
versatile.
has pop song. He has pop songs, but he's not a pop star.
that genre, don't
Hey, exactly, Tyson.
He's
All right.
versatile. We
Hey,
done. All right, move on.
hey, Tyson,
He's
that's
Yeah, they
versatile.
say
So,
Lamar
so he has.
MAGA.
Hold on. So he has pop records, but he's not a pop star.
He's versatile. He does everything. Just say that.
Okay, hold on. So is Drake a pop star?
Yeah, most definitely. Drake
Wait,
is a pop artist.
no. He's versatile. He
Drake
has them both.
is a pop. No, he's not.
Hold on. He's
Drake
versatile.
is an unabashed. Listen to me. Drake is an
See how he
unabashed.
switched?
Hold on, real quick. Let me
See how
get
he
this out.
switched?
No,
See how
we
he
switched
switched?
because they're two different artists. Listen, let me say it clearly, unequivocally. Drake is an unabashed bubblegum, New Kids on the Block, Britney Spears.
All right, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I'm only muting you because I don't want to get into the Drake. We're just talking about Kendrick Lamar in the Super Bowl. I don't care about how good. I'm not talking about the quality of these rappers. What y'all personally think of the rappers, I don't care. I'm just talking about the Super Bowl performance.
Yeah, they looking for the link in the chat, Lamar.
Yeah, Mike Sampson.
Okay, Lamar, let me say this.
Hey, my bad, Lamar. Buddy brought it up, though. Buddy brought it up. I ain't the one who brought it up.
Yo, quote unquote masses just don't want to see no more rap at the Super Bowl. They seeing it back to back. That's why they saying this was the worst and this is that, this is this. They don't want to see no more rap stars at the Super Bowl.
That's not crazy to say.
Yeah,
but I mean,
it's not a hip hop forum.
He
It's
could
not
have
a hip hop
performed those.
platform.
He could have performed those songs he had with Maroon 5 and Taylor Swift, and the record where he sampled Jan. If he wanted to truly like appeal to that audience, he has records that could achieve that.
But they still wouldn't want it because he's a rapper.
But he was chasing. But he was chasing the beef. He would rather take shots at Drake as opposed to understand his audience and put on a show.
Lamar, the beef is the only reason why he got the slot.
We agree on that piece.
No, I'm talking Lamar. So why wouldn't you do what got you there?
Okay, well he did, and look what it got him.
It didn't get him nothing.
No, but Bees,
It did. Worst halftime show in Super Bowl history.
Let's ask the question. Where is the Super Bowl next year? Where's the Super Bowl next year?
And
San Francisco.
And Bees,
So
check
you
this
think
out.
E40 going to perform?
Bees, check this out. He's in New Orleans. He could have brought a great jazz band on. Like he could have turned it. He could have went so many directions with this.
He could have bought out No Limit.
That's not him.
He didn't do anything.
No, they wouldn't want no
to
limit.
New Orleans.
They not accepting No Limit.
You know what he chose to do, Lamar? He
Nigga
chose.
said no limit.
He chose.
Yeah, no, they don't want that.
Hey, he chose.
Make him say,
No, they don't want white folks don't want to hear that.
Can y'all let Bees finish, y'all?
He
Come on, I don't want
chose-
to start dropping people down, man.
What he did was he chose to put flowers on that casket as they buried it.
It didn't. All it did was make Drake trend.
Drake is done. It don't matter.
No, he's
Drake
not.
is- Oh, okay.
He's on
All
a
right.
sold
Fan
out
base is too
tour.
big. Drake is not done.
Okay. All right.
He's on a sold out
really think-
tour. Like, what are we doing?
You really think Kendrick Lamar can end Drake? No, he cannot. Drake is global.
Bro. The music industry has ended Drake. He can go.
No, they have not. That's
Okay,
not
watch
true.
and see.
Bees, he's on a hold on. He's on a sold out tour right now. So when we
We
talk
on the
about
other
ending,
side of the world,
hold on. Listen.
That
If
tour.
hold on.
How
If
long
ending,
ago was that done?
Hold on,
How
listen.
long ago was that put
Hold on,
together?
listen. We've seen niggas get ent in this rap game, right? We've seen Ja Rule get ent, right? We're literally sitting here seeing Drake still be the #1 stream rap artist. We seeing him on a sold out tour. We're literally seeing this nigga name still driving the algorithm. So that's not done, bro. Like, he got his ass whooped. Absolutely. We all agree. There's nobody that's going to dispute that. But to sit here and say he's done, that, like, we're not going to know this really, for real, until his next album.
Cooked. No, bro.
Yeah,
bro,
but
he got cooked in the beef. Yeah,
circles,
absolutely.
in rap circles where he wants the respect, that's over with.
Listen, but hold on, but listen, rap ain't big enough though, right? That's what y'all gotta realize. And we seen that. Hold on, listen.
This ain't the 90s.
Hold on, listen. Hold on.
Just said he's pop, so
right. Hold on.
about rap?
Right, listen, but
He does though.
Hold on.
does.
We just seen this in the Super Bowl, right? Where the people that like hip hop, we cool with the show, right? But the masses, it literally reflected how hip hop is not as big, though it came far. It's not as big as y'all think it is, right? That's why when y'all get mad at the Grammys and all that shit, and it's like, well, we don't even know who that is. I promise you that the world know who that artist is that beat out their hip hop.
No, for a fact, brother. What's your name, brother?
Rebrandon.
Listen to what I'm saying, and this is to Lamont also, right? For whatever reason, Kendrick has reached, in terms of, let's forget about rap, right? Just as an artist, he's at the pinnacle, right? However, for whatever reason, because he's the one who will go to Compton and stand amongst a bunch of Bloods and go to Atlanta and want to be with the gangsters and go to Chicago and want to be with Chief Keef. For whatever reason it is, even though he doesn't need it, that street credibility and that street viability means a ton to Drake.
No, it don't.
For whatever it does, Lamont. The evidence says otherwise, because he could have turned his back on that a long time ago. He doesn't need that shit.
So let me ask you this. Hold on. Hold on. Let me ask you this question. We doing all this talking about.
I got to be out.
Hold on,
everybody.
Kendrick. Let's say Kendrick. Like, we looking at this
all
right here.
Beast.
Now, Drake is the first rapper to reach 1 billion streams. He's the most streamed rapper from 2015 to 2024, and so far in 2025, he's still the most streamed rapper. So y'all, please explain to me how Drake lost.
He lost
because let me explain what matters to him. Because again, you're looking at it from a purely logical standpoint, right? And when it comes in the greater scheme of things, what matters is your viability globally as an artist, economically. Yes, I would agree with you, and I think everybody would agree with you. However, for whatever reason, having some sort of street credibility means the world to Drake, and his lyrics, his actions.
Okay, so what does that mean with in text of the Super Bowl and Kendrick Lamar? What does that mean?
What it means is psychologically Drake is destroyed. If Drake puts his head down and he doesn't make the same mistake that Ja Rule made, right? To your point,
but why do we care about any of this?
Hold on, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. No, because I'm saying.
Hold on. Why us talking about how Drake is doing? I only put this on the screen because it shows no matter what we say about who won or lost the beef or battle, Drake is doing just goddamn fine. It did not hurt him. You can say he lost all you want. It did not hurt his career. It did not hurt his numbers. It did not hurt his money. It did not do anything other than a few people in the hip hop community saying that he lost the beef. And we understand that y'all few in the hip hop community, y'all don't move or shake nothing. Y'all voice in this don't mean nothing. It hasn't changed nothing. It hasn't changed any fans' thoughts or opinions. It hasn't affected any concert sales. It hasn't stopped any tours. So why would we care who won or lost this beef?
We don't care,
Lamont. Don't affect anything.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying Drake cares. Do you get it?
Hold on. Hold on. You don't even know Drake. At the end of the day,
I don't have to know him, Lamont.
Hold on 1 second. I don't care about what you might think Drake feels. Y'all said Kendrick won the beef. So if winning this beef is that important, right? What did he win other than a few people in hip hop saying he won? Because he did not help Kendrick at all.
Bro, it just took his career to a different level. Like, we can't act like it didn't take him to a place where you can win five.
Well, Kendrick wouldn't even be Kendrick if it wasn't for Drake.
Okay,
Drake
then why is he suing? If it doesn't matter,
Kendrick was going to be Kendrick.
This doesn't matter, Lamont.
No, Drake is the one that introduced Kendrick to the world.
Hold on, listen, Lamont.
Why is Drake suing Lamont? If it doesn't matter,
I don't know. Hold on. I don't care why. That's not. I'm not here to talk about a lawsuit. I'm not even really here to talk about Drake. Drake, win or lose, is doing just fine.
Off his past old catalog, he is. Nothing new gonna hit. You're right.
The person that's not doing fine right now is Kendrick Lamar, where they're saying that he has the worst Super Bowl halftime performance in history.
Lamar,
Lamar, they just said he got the most views Super Bowl past Michael Jackson.
That doesn't reflect quality. That reflects hype.
There you go with quality. Oh my God.
Wait, so hold on. So is it hold on?
Wow.
It's quality and quantity, right? Like it's literally just hold on. Just because you sell a lot, hold on, or something is viewed a lot doesn't mean that it was a quality show. Doesn't mean that.
Niggas usually say that when it's not their favorite artist who get the win.
Listen, hold on. Kendrick is one of my favorite artists, right? But we're sitting here saying, okay, yes, he did break the record. Hold on, he did break the record for most viewed Super Bowl, and with those 100+ million views, a lot of people are saying that, yo, I viewed it and it was trash. And that's what we're talking about here. We're not saying that nobody viewed it. We're saying they viewed it. And we're saying they called it trash once they viewed it.
I mean, but guess what though? Everybody call somebody's Super Bowl performance trash. They were complaining about Usher last year.
Hold on. We've never seen.
They was not complaining about Usher.
Yes, they were. There were folks complaining about Usher.
Black people complain about Usher. The white people loved it.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Well, folks complain about it. That's all I was basically saying. Somebody's gonna complain. Period.
The man had bell bottoms on.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That's the culture, though, right? Like, but
that ain't my culture.
Hold on, to Lamont's point, though, to say that Drake made Kendrick, that's a false point. Kendrick was going to be who Kendrick was. Did Drake give him a good look by bringing him on tour? Absolutely, right? But Kendrick Lamar had already had a solid project in Section 80. Good Kid, Mad City was an instant classic. As soon as we heard it, we knew. He didn't make him this beef.
And we got that.
Hold on. Last point.
Still not the topic. We got to stay on topic.
Right, but hold on. But we spoke to the topic. We said that he's here for a reason.
No, but now we're going into a tangent and stuff that I don't care about. I don't care about Kendrick's catalog. I don't care about his history as a rapper.
You made a point.
I don't care about how he got there. No, y'all brought it up, and I'm just trying to get back to the meat and bones of what we're talking about here. The fandom for Kendrick Lamar don't change the fact that, from a business perspective, he blew a humongous opportunity with the Super Bowl by not understanding who he was performing for. You take this gig at the Super Bowl. He could have rented out a small stadium in California if he just wanted to do a performance for his fans, for you guys. He took this opportunity to perform at the Super Bowl so that he could perform in front of the world. And when you get in front of the world and you don't do anything but, to me, sell your beef, you don't really introduce any new music, you don't do any special collabs with any other global faces, global stars, you don't do anything other than just put icing on the cake of a beef that we already knew you won, so to speak, right? Because he won the beef before the Super Bowl started, right? He won, okay? After Not Like Us, you won. The Super Bowl, you don't need the Super Bowl to win anymore. You already won. You got the Grammys, you did all that, you won. So you get this opportunity to further to open your music up to the world, and all you do is use Serena Williams and your song "Not Like Us" to sell the beef.
But you just told
Kwame Brown's strategy didn't work. Kwame Brown's strategy didn't work.
He did introduce new songs though.
His whole set list is GNX, by the way. The whole set list was GNX, and GNX is going back to be the #1 album in Billboard this week. It's been recorded already.
He had 2 records from the beef. That was it. He performed like 7 or 8 songs
from GNX.
He did introduce 3 or 4 new songs.
I want to know where does Lamont think Kendrick can go globally and sell out?
Well, he got a world tour that he just announced yesterday.
I just want to know what Lamont. So
Kendrick's gonna do just fine with his world tour. He'll be fine.
Hold on. First of all, when you have a world tour, it's your fans buying the music. When you're performing at the Super Bowl, you can't control who's watching the Super Bowl. But what you can do when you're performing in the Super Bowl is you can understand the dynamics and demographic of who's actually watching, and you can put on a show. And now, because the Super Bowl is for you to expand your fan base. The Super Bowl is not to make your current fan base happy. When you perform at the Super Bowl, you're trying to add fans to what you already have. So, did he add fans to what he already had with his Super Bowl performance?
Okay, well, Lamar, according to Billboard, he just sold an extra 230,000. So I guess he did expand.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying.
In one day,
his fans are going to buy his music.
No, they already bought the album. I'm talking about after the Super Bowl. After the Super Bowl, he just sold another 230,000. His fans already got the album already.
I guarantee you this: there's going to be new fans coming out of that Super Bowl performance.
First of all, hold on. We're talking about the consensus. 230,000. 230,000
after the Super Bowl. After.
My God, can we just let me finish, y'all? The 230,000, I'm almost promise you, is still his fan base, and the 230,000 is a very small. If you're telling me that the 230,000 are all from people who watched the Super Bowl and said, "Wow, we love this new artist. Let me go buy his music," that's a lie.
How do you know that?
The fans are speaking because first of all, if he actually put on a good show that would translate into record sales, then it would show in what the people are saying. The people are speaking. So hold on, George. Y'all got to still explain to me, why are the masses saying this is the worst halftime show in Super Bowl history if it does such a good job at expanding his viewership?
Real quick, if you have a album do 230,000 and the video is the Super Bowl performance video that they have on NFL YouTube is at 36 million and you only did 230,000 after that, that's wild, man. I can't lie.
You sound like one of them Drake fans that believe in the boxing players.
Hold on. See, this is where you stop all this. What was the album sales when the album first came out?
If we're gonna talk album sales, who has the #1 album in the country right now?
They say K-Dot's gonna have it next week.
No. I'm asking you, who has the #1 album in the country right now?
Probably somebody white.
Okay, hold on. I'm on Billboard right now. So at #1, it's The Weeknd. Weeknd just came out with a new album. He's a global star. #2 is Bad Bunny. #3, SZA. And it says #4 is GNX. And since the Super Bowl, it's went down.
That's a lie. I seen some say otherwise, my boy.
Okay, so hold on, y'all. Hold on. You said I'm lying. Do you want to bet $500? Hold on. Do you want to bet $500? I'm looking at it right now.
And I can send you something that say otherwise too, but you won't believe if I could do something.
Hold on. Let me just share the screen because I don't have any dog in this fight because it just happened. It says it has a red arrow next to it and it's down. Okay, so you want to bet? Who wants to bet? $5, $10. Who wants to bet? Before I screen my screen.
Yeah. I ain't betting.
What was the record sales when the album first came out?
No, what I'm saying is, I said on the Billboard, I said there's a big red down arrow next to his album. It's down. It's pointing down. It's
you look up next week projections. I see you looking up probably today.
How long has GNX been out?
Since November.
And it's still and still in the top 5.
Crazy, ain't it? But he don't got no fans though. But he don't got no fans.
We're not. Hold on. Y'all still keep missing my point. Super Bowl.
What's your point?
The Super Bowl. Your fans are, especially with the Drake beef and with him essentially winning this so-called rap beef.
If it wasn't for Drake, he wouldn't be here all.
All right, come on.
Go ahead, Lamar.
Especially with this rap beef with Drake, we know that his fame amongst people that are highly invested in music has went up. It doesn't surprise me that his album was charting on the billboards. I understand his album was going to be selling well. I understand that. What I'm saying is he did not do his album any justice with his Super Bowl performance, because the Super Bowl was for the people that aren't aware of your music. It's a reason why nobody in the arena was jumping up, cheering, dancing to his music. It's a reason why when people were panning their cameras around, it was dead silence. It was a reason why when you watched it on TV, they never panned into the crowd to show the crowd reaction. All they did was show you the performance. So at
Do
the
they
end of the
ever
day,
pan into the crowd
George,
instead of fans' reaction?
George, hold on 1 second. What I'm saying is, the fans spoke.
I just put some of your backstage, bro.
Okay, I got you. The fans spoke. I didn't say it. Y'all can call the people at the Super Bowl all white people or racist or however you want to say it. He's the one that chose to go perform in front of them. He's the one that chose to perform in front of 127.7 million people that were there to watch football and just stuck around to watch the halftime show because they were there for the football game. He did not expand his fan base with this performance. This performance and you talking about a beef with Drake just made you look dumb because nobody outside of the hip hop community cares about his beef with Drake. You can't tell me some old country Kansas City fan really cares about him taking shots at Drake. Taylor Swift fans in the crowd don't care about his beef with Drake.
Lamont, it's the biggest thing that's ever happened to his career, man. You got to be easy on him.
Oh, I didn't say this wasn't the biggest thing that happened to his career, but it's also the biggest L he's going to take because he completely swung and missed.
Nah, I don't see that. I don't see that.
Are you saying that this performance was a home run?
Yes. It's going to go down as one of the most memorable performances in history. May not be top 5. You can laugh about all you want to. It may not be top 5. But at the end of the day,
an infield double.
What do you say?
An infield double. Maybe not a home run. An infield double.
Maybe I'll tell you what though. Maybe not top 5. Let me take it back. Hold on, Lamont. You can laugh about all you want to, but maybe not a home run.
Ain't nothing wrong with an infield double.
Lamont is dead.
Maybe an infield double or something, but not. I would not say a home run entirely.
Hold on.
But hold on a minute though.
Mahari. I'm gonna tell you. That means you're saying this performance is gonna be better than Paul McCartney, Prince, Michael Jackson.
Nah, that's not
I'm not
fair.
gonna say no, Lamont. I was not gonna. I said no, Lamont. No,
Hey, that's not fair.
no.
You
See,
put
I
him
know
up
where you're going with this.
You put them up against the absolute goats. Come on, man.
They
That ain't
appeal to the masses.
Haskell, I got this, brother.
That's
I got this,
crazy,
brother.
Lamont.
Haskell, I got this, brother. I got
That's
this. I know what
crazy.
Lamont's doing. Hold up. I got this. Guys. I got this. Because I know what Lamont's doing. No, Lamont, what I try to tell you is it'll go down. It's probably around top 10, but it's not going to overmatch Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson, or hell, even Super Bowl 38, for goodness sake, about the Justin Timberlake situation with Janet Jackson.
Check this out. Hold on, Mario. I'm gonna give you some performances. Was Kendrick Lamar's
Go
better?
ahead.
Was his performance better than Rihanna in 2023?
Yes.
Yeah, Rihanna sucks.
Hell yeah.
Okay, was
Rihanna's
it better
terrible,
than?
bro.
Was it better? But actually, he was in that one with Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, and them. So I'm not gonna count that one. Was it better than J-Lo and Shakira?
Yes.
J-Lo is horrible. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Way better than that.
Complete trash, Lamont.
Bro, y'all are talking from a very fanned out perspective.
And that's what I'm
No,
saying.
no,
Now niggas fanned out for having an opinion.
Terrible with her music. Her music
Because the
is
nigga don't
trash.
agree now. Now he fanned out because he don't agree.
Hold
on.
You're talking from a biased perspective, bro.
Let me
Stop.
go through the rest of them. Y'all not being honest.
Go ahead. Let him continue. Go ahead.
Hold on, real
Was
quick.
it better
Lamont,
than Bruno Mars?
No, real quick, Lamont. Are you asking if it's better according to how we assess?
I don't hold
No,
on.
just want some clarity.
Hold on. No. Because this is from this. Y'all, first of all, y'all said it was better than Rihanna.
Yes.
Now y'all saying it was. Yes, is it better than Bruno Mars?
I would not say it was better than Bruno Mars. I would have it tied.
Bigger or better, Lamont? That's what I'm asking.
Bro, hold on, bro.
Is it better?
It was Kendrick
You said
Lamar's
it was
performance
better.
better
So I'm
than
going
Bruno
off of
Mars'
what you said.
performance?
In
Hell
our
no,
opinion, but we hip hop dudes, Lamont.
Hold on 1 second. I don't care if y'all hip hop dudes or not. This is not
y'all
a very
can be
complex
objective.
question. This is you cannot tell me that Kendrick Lamar's performance was better than Bruno Mars' performance at the Super Bowl. I don't even like
I will not go that far. I'm not going that far.
His performance, was it better than Beyonce in 2013?
No.
Was it better
than
the one
that
hold on. No, Mahari, it wasn't. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Was it the one that the lights went out?
Hold on.
See, I'm gonna catch you on this.
Hold on, check this out. Was it better than?
Right.
And I don't even like this guy, but I know that there's never no way he can outdo this guy, and I don't even like his music. Was it better than Bruce Springsteen in 2009?
Oh, come on, man.
Way better.
No.
Bruce Springsteen.
Way better.
Bruce Springsteen was
Way
trash.
better.
Better
Way
than Bruce
better.
Springsteen?
You got to be fanned
When
out
Bruce
to say something
Springsteen
crazy
came
like
on,
that.
I
Way
turned the
better.
channel. Yes.
Okay, was it better than Prince in 2007?
Oh, hell no.
No,
No, no, absolutely
Come
not.
on, bro.
Prince,
No.
Prince,
Was it better?
no.
That shouldn't
Was
even
it
be a
better than
question.
the Rolling Stones in 06?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are
Yeah.
I
smoking.
turned it
Yeah.
on
I
them
would say
too.
yes.
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Was it better than so you saying it was better than Bruce Springsteen? You saying it was better than Paul McCartney? You said it was better than Bruno Mars. These are all global
I
stars.
We didn't say
I'm
Bruno
not going to
Mars.
say he was better than Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars
We didn't say Bruno Mars.
I'm gonna go as far as to say it wasn't even better than Britney Spears and NSYNC.
Ooh.
See, Lamont, now
Now
you're
you
trolling at
tripping.
this point, bro.
Now
Now
you
you're trolling.
tripping.
Hold on, the
Now you
Britney
trolling.
Spears
I
and
don't know,
NSYNC.
Lamont.
Britney Spears and NSYNC is going down as the #2 Super Bowl all-time performance of all time.
How they
Well,
Number
measure
one
Lamont,
is
it?
Michael Jackson.
here's
How they measure
the
it,
truth,
Lamont?
Lamont.
I think
They
Kendrick
really
better
don't
than that.
appeal
That's just my
to nigga
opinion.
ears. You know that, right?
How do they measure it? Do they do a poll?
You know that, right?
Yeah, the poll
How
of
did they
people.
measure that?
The
They
people, the
really
same
don't
way they,
appeal to
the
nigga
same
ears.
way
You know
they
that, right?
measured, the same way they measured that this was the worst Super Bowl performance of all time. The people have spoken.
The
Oh,
white
okay, that's
people
what
have
was that's what I
spoken,
was
of course.
that's what I was
They
trying
the
to get
masses.
clarity on
people?
earlier,
The
What?
white
Lamont.
people have spoken. They the
Lamont,
masses.
hold
Lamont,
on,
What are you
guys,
talking
real quick.
about?
Are you talking for the Trump fanatics? Are you
That's what I
talking
was
for
trying
the?
to. No, that's why I was trying to get clarity on. Is what's the metric? Is it a poll? Like, so can you show us something?
Right.
Like,
Y'all
Show us
gotta
something.
wait. Hold on. First and foremost, y'all gotta chill with this race angle, man. It's not
It's the
just white people
truth.
that
What are
don't
you
like
talking
Kendrick Lamar
about?
music, bro.
It's all
That's
about
the true
the
angle.
mayonnaise
No, it ain't
perception.
no chill. It's a fact.
It's the
That's
mayonnaise
mayonnaise is
perception.
crazy.
Who
It's
do
the
you think
mayonnaise
the masses
perception.
yeah,
are?
Lamont. When you say
Who
it's
do you think the
consensus,
masses
is
are?
that based?
Bro,
Is
you
that
got but
Okay,
it's
hold
not
on,
is
hold
it
on,
based
hold
on
on.
a
not just white
poll,
people that
or
don't like
what is
Kendrick
that?
Lamar
Okay, hold
What
music.
is
on.
that based
I'm
on
gonna go
exactly?
to. Okay, so I just searched it, right? So first thing I'm gonna go to is I'm gonna go to Newsweek. Newsweek. Worst Super Bowl halftime performance in history.
That's all media.
They said this. Hold on one second. This was in a poll. This was in a poll that they did right after the Super Bowl. Y'all can go look it up.
And who do you think
That's
they
an old
called?
media source, but go
Hold
ahead.
on one second. Hold on one second. Let me go to the next one. Hold on. NFL fans. This is on MSN. NFL fans slam the worst Super Bowl halftime performance of all time.
Who do you
That's on
think the majority
MSN.
of the
Hold
fans
on,
are?
George. Hold on, George. Let me go. Hold on.
Let them cook, y'all.
Okay, hold on. Here we go, right here. All right, right here. Economic Times. Kendrick Lamar's performance at the Super Bowl labeled as the worst halftime show ever. Hold on, let me keep going down. Yahoo Sports. Kendrick Lamar, worst Super Bowl halftime. Can y'all hold on one second? Just let me get through this, and y'all can talk about it after. Kendrick Lamar, Yahoo Sports, worst Super Bowl halftime show. We go to just random people on TikTok. Worst halftime show ever. Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl. Let's keep going down. It says Forbes said that the Super Bowl halftime show viewership declined by 7 million viewers from the game. It says Kendrick Lamar, GB News, Kendrick Lamar bashed for worst halftime show ever. Right here, marca.com, Super Bowl halftime shows ranked. It has Kendrick Lamar's show ranked as the worst of all time. When we go to Reddit, they're killing them on Reddit. Let me go to page 2 of Google. We're going to keep going down. Daily Mail, Kendrick Lamar slammed for the worst halftime show ever. TMZ News, TMZ, Kendrick Lamar receives mixed reactions for the Super Bowl. The Express Tribune, fans blame Jay-Z for Kendrick Lamar's awful Super Bowl. Right, we can keep going down. It's right here. The Houston Times, Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl. Hold on, y'all. I'm just hold on, because y'all wanted to know who's saying it. The
Nah,
Huston
he
The
you,
Times.
he
masses
meant
From
are
white
saying it.
from white
And who are the
publishing.
Hold on,
masses?
hold on, y'all. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, because y'all keep thinking it's me. I didn't say this. This is the world talking. We got the Huston Times.
Okay.
Hold on one second. The Huston Times, Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl 2025 halftime show dubbed as the worst ever. Let me keep going down. Let's go to page 3 of Google. Oh, the Express Tribune, Kendrick Lamar slammed for worst ever Super Bowl halftime show. It says, page 6 news, Taylor Swift fans mad at Kendrick Lamar for worst halftime show ever. Hold on, let's go here. The Daily Mail, we already did that one. Oh, we got the
think you
Mirror.
made your point. I
Oh,
think
no,
you made
hold
your
on.
point
No, y'all
by
didn't
now.
make my point. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Just make your point, Lamont.
No, I'm making my point.
You said
Hold on.
most of the white
Hold
people
on,
didn't
y'all.
like
Hold on, y'all. No, y'all see, y'all trying to interrupt me. I'm only on page 3 of Google. I went through page 1, 2. I'm on page 3 of Google. The Mirror US. Super Bowl fans think this is the worst halftime show in history. We got y'all know Awful Announcing. Y'all know Awful Announcing. He's also on the 3rd page of Google. Awful Announcing. Sports media world reacts to Kendrick Lamar's trash halftime show. Y'all need to go spam Awful Announcing because he also is killing it too. Y'all know how he be doing Bronny James and them. Y'all get on Awful Announcing. Let's keep going down. We got Marker. We already did Marker. Let's go to page 4 of Google because y'all say I'm just making this up. All right. It says right here.
Let us know when you're done.
Hold on one second. Well, I'm trying to find a good reaction. I'm trying to find somebody that says something good about it. We got NME News.
I mean, you ain't gonna.
Hold on, y'all. Social media reacts to Kendrick Lamar's 2025 halftime show. It says it says right here, Kendrick Lamar may have just performed the worst Super Bowl performance in the last decade. That's NME News. Let's just keep it going. MSN. Worst halftime show ever. It says, I thought The Weeknd was bad, but Kendrick Lamar took that spot. Worst halftime show ever. Added a news writer. So we're gonna keep going. So do y'all want me to keep going, or do y'all get what's going on here?
This boy's getting cooked.
Labeling off of
keep going. Now hold on. I'm on page 4 of Google.
Out of all those media outlets you naming,
That's a lot of raisin and potato salads I heard over there.
Which one did you know?
That holds no weight.
Hold on one second, y'all.
That's a lot of raisin and potato salads over there. I'm hearing.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this. What I said is this at the beginning. I think y'all still missed my point. I said I actually liked the halftime show because I like hip hop. I like today's music. So to me, I liked it. At the end of the day, the masses, we're talking about 127.7 million people that have an opinion. Why are the masses saying something completely different? Because y'all don't realize that we who like it, we are the minority. We make up a very small sample size of the 127.7 million people that actually watched. Now, I want you guys to ask yourself, why are the masses saying, and you cannot just use race because white people are, hold on 1 second, George. White people are the biggest consumers of hip hop in the United States. If it wasn't for white people, half these rappers would be working at Walmart next to some of us, bagging our groceries and whatnot. So at the end of the day, it's their money that controls hip hop because they're the biggest consumer of it. So why? So when they voice their opinion about something, why is it now not relevant?
Can I venture a guess, Lamont?
Before somebody speaks, I just posted in the private chat that USA Today's positive review on Kendrick Lamar's performance. Eat that, Lamont.
Hey, but Lamont's argument was based on consensus, though, and if going by consensus, it seems like he's made his point. He's proved his argument. But I'll say this: he asked. He has. His argument. Hold on, brother George. His argument is whether or not the performance was good or not. His argument is the masses, the consensus, and if you just run off three, the masses are pretty much Well,
Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie.
We know who the masses are, but I don't want to.
Okay, then.
Right.
Hold on.
Just say the name,
No,
people.
you can't complain. Hold on. Check this out. I'm gonna say one thing. When the masses, which are majority white people, when they run them album sales up, you was just boasting about the album sales. Y'all acting like it's all black people. No, it's majority white people that run them album sales up. So don't get mad when the majority white people are running around saying that shit was some trash. You can't have it both ways.
Lamont, regardless of whether or not y'all think that their opinions matter or not, his point still stands. So yes, the white people, that's majority. Okay, everybody can see that. But his argument is the masses won't mess with it. And that's a fact. He established that. Now, I want to venture a guess or an opinion as to why that is. I want to say that recently, because of who's recently been inducted in the office and the recent, that nationalistic stuff that he's been driving, I think that has something to do with it, because Kendrick was very obvious with the whole political angle, and people are tired of the quote-unquote woke stuff. I think that's why.
DEI. They're tired of DEI.
Now they're using DEI as another term.
You buy that argument, Lamont? That sound a good argument to you?
Say it again. I couldn't hear you.
That's an excellent argument. I agree with that.
I was saying that the masses clearly not messing with it, and I was saying that the why behind why they're not messing with it is because who was recently been inaugurated into the Oval Office, kind of nationalizing the American public about being against quote unquote woke stuff, right? And Kendrick is kind of like the poster boy for that, and I think that's the reason why they're like it's a turn
no,
on.
Hold on. Nobody looks at Kendrick Lamar and looks at him as a woke rapper.
But hold on, no. They're looking at it as a symbolization.
No, they're not.
Nobody.
Hold on. First of all,
you don't believe that, Lamont? No, you don't believe it?
First of all, it was a lot of people that didn't pick up on a lot of the symbolism until after the show was over, and then people started highlighting certain things. So
I picked it up immediately, though, bro. As soon as it happened.
Hold on.
That's just me.
As soon as I saw Sam Jackson.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, in the moment when people were watching the show, right? I didn't pick. I'm not even gonna pretend right now as if I'm watching it in the moment and I picked up on all the symbolism. I didn't. Obviously, I picked up on the Samuel Jackson thing, being Uncle Sam. That was the one thing. Obviously, it was the most obvious thing, but all of the other stuff you had to go revisit. So secondly, the one thing that was obvious to me that I picked up on was that he was taking a ton of shots at Drake. To me, that was the overarching theme of the whole show, to take shots at Drake. If you are pretending that the political messages and symbolism that he trickled in, that did not supersede or override the shots at Drake. The shots at Drake was the biggest thing.
So you think that's why?
And the only reason the shots at Drake fell flat. No, what I'm saying is I'm saying the shots at Drake fell flat because the masses, at least the demographic that was watching the Super Bowl, they don't care about your beef with Drake. We do. Consumers of hip hop do, but the masses, the 127.7 million that were watching, they don't care about your Not Like Us song.
They don't take a lot of shots at Drake though.
So you want him to not use that They Not Like Us song ever?
When I was watching the performance, because as a consumer of hip hop, the only thing I'm listening for the entire time is for when are you gonna drop Not Like Us, and how are you gonna drop your diss at Drake? That's exactly what we all were waiting on. And if you were pretending that you were really waiting on Money Trees to play, then you damn lie. Everybody, he rose to this platform, like y'all said. He got to the top. He only got to the Super Bowl because of the beef with Drake. And when he got on this stage, all we did as consumers of hip hop, how are you going to take this last haymaker blow at Drake do the Super Bowl? We were not lit. We were not waiting on any other song. How are you going to introduce Not Like Us? Are you even going to do it because of the lawsuit? He did it in a creative way. He brought it in. I thought it was real entertaining how he brought it in. I loved it. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about the rest of the world, the 127.7 million people that were watching, football fans drinking Coors Light, sitting in some barn somewhere. They don't give a damn about you and your Drake beef.
And that's why we call it out on it, Lamont. That's why.
That's not race.
That's funny as hell.
That's not race.
It is race, bro. It is race. It is.
Hold on.
You can hate on it all you want to, but it's a fact.
Mahari. It can't be race because the biggest consumer of
it
hip-hop
is
are white people. No, you can't make everything about
first of
race.
all, you don't understand.
Hold on, Mahari. Stop. You yelling.
I'm not gonna stop, bro. You're not listening.
No, hold on. You're not listening. First of all, I don't care about the race element because you cannot have it both ways, right? Just because mostly the majority of football fans, this is the Super Bowl. The majority of hardcore football fans in America are beer-bellied white men with Coors Light and Bud Lights in their hands.
And what you think they are?
At the end of the day, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Nigga.
So at the end of the day, if you understand that is your audience, and during the Super Bowl performance, you choose to take on your beef with Drake to that audience, don't get mad when that same audience with their Coors Lights and beer bellies say that this shit was trash and they don't care about it. They don't care about your beef with Drake.
All right, Lamar, listen to this.
Like everybody cares about this beef with Drake. It really
these are the same people
in the hip hop community.
These are the same people who did what they did to Colin Kaepernick when Colin Kaepernick went to the armed forces and asked him, what should he do?
George, this had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's unrelated to the topic.
This has nothing to do with racism. This has nothing to do with
if you get mad at anybody about Kaepernick, get mad at Jay-Z.
Why are we talking about dumb stuff? At the end of the day, all I'm saying is your demographic is hardcore NFL fans that are there to watch a football game. When you're not getting the masses of the hip hop community going over to when you perform at the Super Bowl, you got to understand who you're performing for. Don't get mad that they don't like your performance when you didn't read the room correctly and you perform a beef song that same fans don't give a damn about.
It sounds like to me, Lamar, that you're saying that it was a mistake performing the song at all. Is that your position?
It was his whole performance was a mistake because strategically, if you're looking at the most successful Super Bowl performances in history, one, they are filled with global icons. They have massive collabs. Like, for example, when Britney Spears had her, she didn't do it by herself. She brought on NSYNC and I think somebody else. But she brought on other global stars and put on a performance. So
I'd agree with that.
Hold on, y'all. When the last successful hip hop show, they had not just Dr. Dre, but what did Dr. Dre do? He brought on a mass of stars. He said, we're gonna collectively make people listen.
Right.
We're gonna have something for everybody.
That's totally different.
Everything. And that shit went hard. So at the end of the day, even if you go to hip-hop route, if you read the room correctly, you can win over the fans. When you misread the room and you try to take on a beef during the Super Bowl, you're gonna look dumb. And the people are speaking.
So Lamont, so it seems to me, Lamont, what you're saying is not so much of him, because he only performed Euphoria, not Like Us. He didn't just go in on Drake constantly all show. It seems to me more.
He went in on Trump
too. Hold on. It seems to me more.
He didn't perform any of his best songs.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. It seems to me more that you're saying him not incorporating some more, and I agree, incorporating some more pop stars, incorporating some songs that are more popular. That was more of it than the focus on the beef, because there wasn't much focus on the beef.
Are you telling me that if he plays Please Don't Kill My Vibe, he ain't gonna get that whole stadium?
He would have.
That was gonna go up. That was gonna go up if he did that. That was gonna go up.
Hold on. And that's why I said, hold on. What I'm saying is this. When you got, because Please Don't Kill My Vibe was at one point in time a global track. So what I'm saying is all the time leading up to the Super Bowl, of course, we know he doesn't have the rights to that music. He's in a rights battle with his last label. But going into the Super Bowl, you got to understand, if my demographic knows these few songs, I got to not only bring in global stars, I got to build off I need to be working out a deal to use these songs during the Super Bowl. He's running around thinking about how can I take shots at Drake.
Wait a minute. Hey,
Damn,
Lamont.
you answered the
Hold on,
question,
hold
though,
on.
Lamont. If he has a rights issue, you answer the question.
That's why he
He didn't
performed
want to.
No, but
DNX
what I
then.
said. Well, so hold on. I said, even if you can't figure out, there was a lot of solutions to this. Even if you can't get the rights to that particular music, right? Collabing with somebody because he knew he had the Super Bowl for a while. Make new music, cross barriers, do things you haven't done before. But you got to start introducing in other stars that's going to gravitate to the audience that's going to be watching. Trying to stay real and do this real thing. Oh, I'm just going to do my real rap for beer belly football fans that don't care about it. I'm going to just be
beer
real.
belly conservatives.
No, hold on. Hold on. It's a whole bunch of Democrats and non-conservatives that got beer bellies and Coors Lights. That don't mean nothing.
But hold on, though. So let me get this straight. Let me ask you this, and I'm gonna make sure that we clear. You're saying that you would rather see Kendrick Lamar add maybe relevant stars to his performance and maybe diversify his music selection. Now, keep in mind, there's only so much he could select because of his legal battle. So I don't know what you would want him to do. Let me ask you like this: if you were managing Kendrick Lamar's performance, how would you script it? Go. I'm asking you, Lamont. Go ahead.
I already told you.
Well, then that's not. Well, then guess what?
I'm going to first. I'm going to bring. I'm going to collab with somebody that I know is going to win over the masses immediately, right? And again, to the hip hop community, some of the names aren't going to be the most popular names to us hip hop community heads. But I'm saying Kendrick's talented enough to where he can collab with anybody and make fire music. He can collab with Adele, make fire music. He can collab with Pitbull, make fire music. Kendrick Lamar's talented enough where he can cross barriers, even if he crosses into the country side of things, because he can cross into any barrier and still be elite.
Oh, you wanted him to bring Lil Nas X up there, didn't you?
No, Lil Nas X is still hip hop.
Lil Nas X is crazy.
No.
You got Lamont fucked up with that one.
Hold on, George.
That was a joke.
No, George, what type of music is Lil Nas X?
I just feel like this. He's not my type of music because I don't listen to it.
It's a new genre.
Because y'all know the crazy thing about it? Because did y'all know that? Remember, y'all remember when Lil Nas X did that country song?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What did the country billboards do to that song?
They
booted that shit up out of there. They said, you can claim this country, we ain't rocking with it. They kicked that shit up out of the country sector. So at the end of the day, because he tried to go invade a sector with his own little, and they said nah. So at the end of the day, you can't dictate to certain bases what they can accept as music for them. If they don't like it, they're gonna let you know. And I didn't hear none of y'all complain. I didn't see none of y'all. I didn't see none of y'all going to run and stand up for no Lil Nas X when they booted his old music off the country billboards, because we all know why they booted it off. But he ain't have a whole bunch of people fighting for him either.
I mean, they did it to Beyonce too.
Right, but guess what? Beyonce won an Emmy. What did she win?
We got RJD podcast. He's saying he should have did an album with Big Extra Plugs. No, Big Extra Plugs is not a global star.
Wow, did he say that? Is he from Texas? How do you know about Big Extra Plugs?
No, RJD podcast. I mean, if he's being serious, it's got to be one of the dumbest comments. Hell
no. Big Extra Plug is just not becoming like an actual artist instead of a mixtape artist. Like, you can't be for real.
Look,
Big
man,
Extra Plug.
I'll tell you. Let me say it like this. Let me just say it like this. So at the end of the day, you can. The masses are going to think whatever they.
Look at Tyson.
Hold on, man. Okay, go ahead.
Tyson says people was campaigning during. No, that was Kamala Harris tricking y'all with Megan Thee Stallion and whatnot, and people laughed at that dumb shit. Y'all know what happened when?
That's why they lost too, Lamont. That's why they lost too.
Yeah, thank you. What happened?
You're right about that, Lamont. That's why they lost.
Y'all know what happened when? See, what happened was Kamala Harris tried to bring hip hop into a space where they said that shit don't belong, And as soon as she started bringing the twerking and the Meg Thee Stallions, man, they said, man, if you don't take this dumb shit up out of here, her ass lost this election. This
Let
might
me
be
ask you one question, Lamont.
She lost
So,
like a motherfucker doing that dumb shit. So
what
that
if
shit did not
Kendrick
work.
would have let Future open and they did another diss song? You still would have said something?
Future's not even doing music right now.
I didn't ask you. I said, what if you had Future?
I don't know. I don't think Future would have. I don't think Future. I think that he would have needed to cross into another genre, right? Because like as B said, Kendrick has very like you have to have a taste for Kendrick's music. Like you have to really like Kendrick to gravitate to his music.
Like Nas.
And so what I'm saying is understanding that he has a very peculiar fan base. If I'm in the Super Bowl, I need to bring somebody in. I need to collab with somebody where they not only can hear my sound, but I can bring somebody in so I can get their ears and attention. If you just walk in the door
like a bad bunny,
or something.
I'm gonna give you another pop star. What about Chris Breezy?
Jay-Z ain't gonna let Chris Brown go up there.
Yeah, I don't think Jay-Z would have let that rock out.
No. Hey, Lamont, are we going to talk about some of this basketball stuff, or are we kind of stretched this out?
No, we can talk about the basketball stuff.
I know y'all will.
All right, can we please talk about the Dallas Mavericks situation? Because let me be honest with you, man. I had to because here's the thing, man. Like I do think that the Luka trade was just pretty much an ends and means type of trade to try to get the team out of Las Vegas. That's what I think.
I thought
you said you want to talk about the basketball stuff. That ain't basketball.
It is basketball stuff. It is about basketball.
Man, that's
okay. You know what? Then I'll rephrase then. Now Anthony Davis is hurt again. I just don't think the Dallas Mavericks are going to be much of a contender now.
Bro, that's not news either.
Well, then what do you want to talk about then,
No, I'm saying when Anthony Davis getting hurt don't surprise nobody here.
Yeah.
Right.
It was just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Well, of course, yeah.
I just think that I think the more interesting element to talk about is what people are pretending. Just like y'all pretending that Kendrick Lamar put on a good Super Bowl show.
Oh, God.
No, shut up, LeBron.
I enjoyed it, bro.
The rest of y'all masses.
No, I enjoyed it too. But it's a lot of people pretending like this combination of LeBron James and Luka Doncic ain't about to fuck the league up.
Hey, this is where I knew he was going to. Oh, the Glazers.
Shit.
Talk about Jimmy Butler and Golden State, bro.
No, don't try to. No, we're gonna talk about George. You're not running from this. We
got yes, I am.
No, let's talk about it. So, what are your projections, Lamont, with that team currently constructed?
Listen to what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking though. I know what I get what you're saying. You're saying they're gonna fuck shit up. Got it. What are your projections?
I don't know.
Better win a championship.
You're not really saying nothing.
You want to tell you why?
Said he don't know.
So what they fucking up then? You're not saying nothing.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm gonna tell you right now that right now, as constructed, I believe they have a title contending roster. How far you go is going to be based on what your roster look like when you enter the playoffs. Right? If you're telling me right now that LeBron James goes down with a sprained ankle or something, right? Of course, it's going to change everything. If Luka goes down and that calf starts acting up again, of course, it's going to change things. So now, I feel like right now, roster-wise, they have a roster. They have a title contending roster because you just added a top 3 player in the league to the Lakers, a Laker team that was already playing good basketball. You got 2 of the best wing defenders in the game. Right, Dorian Finney-Smith and Vandal, who are both healthy. Austin Reeves might be one of the best, if not the best third option.
Third option, right, yeah, they're rolling. Right? They're rolling.
And then when you look at the guys coming off the bench playing much better, I mean, they just brought some dude in on a 2-way contract. I'm talking about dude coming in fucking shit up.
They're rolling.
Right?
So floor and ceiling, Lamont. Floor and ceiling.
Well, obviously, if you're a title contending team, your ceiling is a title.
Championship, right? And what's the floor?
And your floor is not winning the title. I mean,
so first round knockout essentially is the floor.
No, I'm simple.
I mean, it's simple. But what I'm saying is, if you want to box somebody in and making a prediction,
yeah, you shuffling.
No, it's not because if, for example, there was a couple years where I made predictions. I thought Philly would go far. But then Joel Embiid goes down. I'm like, how far?
You ain't the only one, Lamar.
You went,
No,
and you basically said that you basically said too that Ben Simmons was going to make an impact in the postseason.
No. Health permitting. Health permitting. Take the health off the table.
Title.
Okay.
They're a title contending team.
I like that. Let your nuts hang, bro. I like that.
Oh, no.
Right,
hey, yo.
Oh, hold on. What do you see? I want to see.
I'm a 90s nigga. I'm sorry. That's how we used to talk.
Hold on. No.
Hold on. Go ahead.
No, because at the end of the day, hold on. No, at the end of the day, I think the projections. It's not even about talking about the projections about how far you think they go. What's right in front of us right now is the play, the combination.
Right.
We've never. Just right now today, it's the best backcourt in the NBA, Bron and Luka. Today. Right now today, hold on. Name me a better backcourt in the NBA.
SGA and whoever.
No, that's not a better backcourt than Bron and Luka.
SGA and a homeless man off the street.
I asked you one question, Lamar.
No. If you're going to say that they're not the best backcourt in the NBA, you need to name me a better backcourt.
That's not a backcourt.
SGA and the nigga in front of the 7-Eleven asking for
No.
change.
You can. I'm asking you a serious question.
The SGA
Give me a better backcourt than Bron and Luka right now. If you say Murray and Westbrook, you got to be one of the
smoking.
Great
Got to be smoking.
Come on, man. You're smoking all time.
Jimmy played.
You know you're smoking.
Hold on, Jimmy played a 3
Why are y'all struggling? Hold on. Why are y'all struggling to come up with a better backcourt?
I don't think the Lakers have no chance of winning.
Why
the
are y'all
championship.
struggling?
I'm gonna come out and say straight up. They have no shot. Right, you Lakers fans, you do this all the time. You get
the question. Who got a better backcourt?
I'm no Laker fan. Just letting you know.
Boston changed their lineup.
Why do we always deflect from answering real questions?
Yeah,
Boston did, but they changed their lineup.
Hold on. Because and then we got RJD podcast in the back saying it's not a backcourt. Bron is a facilitator. He operates from the perimeter. He's part of the backcourt. He's not a post player. He does not operate in the paint.
Tatum and Brown. Tatum and Brown.
That's not
so
better.
I'm
gonna tell you why it's not better, George. I'm gonna tell you why it's not better, George. Because Luka's better than Tatum, and Bron is definitely better than Brown.
Yeah.
Cheating anyway. This ain't
I would have to agree.
I would have to agree with that.
I don't know, man.
Luka, hold on one second.
Got eviscerated last on the
RJD podcast.
finals.
I'm talking about. I'm not really because y'all, newsflash, the positions, the forwards, that's just really used to tell you who you defend. Offensively, we all know that LeBron is a backcourt player. He is used to operate in the backcourt. So when I talk about Bron and Luka being the most lethal backcourt in the league, it's not from a defensive standpoint, it's from an offensive standpoint. They operate from the backcourt. They facilitate like no other. I mean, they started off the game last year taking turns with lobs to Jackson Hayes.
Yep.
Like, when was the last time we seen that? Like, if
who they playing against?
It don't matter. Don't matter because last year when they played the Utah Jazz with Anthony Davis, we saw that same Utah Jazz team taking this LA Laker team to the brink with AD on the floor.
So 7-game series, guys. I'm gonna agree with Lamont.
No, I don't want to care about the projections on the 7-game series.
No, because that's what we're talking about. You said they have a championship.
No. You asked a silly question about projections. I want you to talk about the team that we see in front of us right now. Who cares about your projections? Because none of our projections are going to be right or wrong because we don't see the future. Talk about the Lakers right now.
In the regular season? Yeah, they could run off some wins in the regular season. Okay, fine. You got it.
They're balling right now. They're balling with somebody to lie.
Have fun with it.
Hey, Lamont, did you hear that the Lakers added Alex Lynn?
He just said he don't give a fuck about the playoffs.
Yeah, they wait to see what it. Yeah,
I'm good with it.
All right, we got
this
might be the best.
You hear that they added Alex Lynn to the team now?
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to help him out?
Y'all wait Christian Wood for him, man. I feel bad for Wood, bro.
I don't. Warming the bench.
Yeah, I do agree. I think it's a good fit for them. For what they need.
No, but when Alex Lynn gets minutes, he's solid. But I mean, you're talking about a guy at max is getting. You're looking at 12 to 15 minutes max. Outside of that, he's
Right,
not really.
right.
He's good size. Like if you need him to come in and really just go bang with like a Jokić or somebody.
Yeah. That's what we got him for.
But he has good size. I mean, he's strong as hell. So if you want somebody that can match the stature of Jokić, he can definitely do that. But Jokić still gonna have his way with him. Jokić is gonna have his way with anybody.
Right,
I don't care who you bring in. And you
Yeah,
bring in
absolutely.
Fumble, you can bring in Ben Wallace. I don't care who you bring in. You're not stopping Jokić right now.
Don't tell
Or even
Otis
Shaq
that.
for that matter. Or even Shaq for that matter. But I'm gonna leave that alone. But
Yeah, the old head's
I
gonna fight you for that. Go ahead.
I mean, what's the fun of the
listen,
conversation?
I already had old heads arguing with me about Shaq would dominate against Jokić. Man, stop.
No,
Y'all
they
need to settle
be
down
out
with
here
that.
saying that David Robinson could lock up Jokić and all that shit. I don't even want to hear that shit.
Nah, Robinson always had problems with Akeem. How do you think? Listen, how would Jokić go pair up against David Robinson? Come on now.
Yeah, I want to say something real quick. What's the fun in having this conversation if we're not projecting for the
just
playoffs
tell
and
us
how
your
they'll
projections.
perform?
Well,
My
just tell us your
projection
projections.
is
scared to be wrong, bro.
second round knockout is the ceiling. That's my projection.
Okay. Who do you have him losing to?
The Nuggets, I don't think they have any chance of beating the Nuggets in a 7-game series. I don't think they have any chance against the Thunder in a 7-game series. The Rockets
get
and
that. You got to tell us why. Like matchup
the Rockets and Memphis, I think they take care of them.
No. You're going across too many teams. See, this is why I think don't be afraid to talk basketball. Don't give us a whole bunch of generalities.
Let's do it.
If you're gonna tell us if you think that OKC or let's say the Houston Rockets is good enough right now.
The Rockets don't have a chance. I don't think the Rockets could beat them.
Okay,
they're not ready.
Oh, who do they lose to in the second round?
The only teams I could think of off the top of my head would be the Thunder. Well, they're the 1 seed, so they like.
How the hell they gonna play the Thunder in the second round?
Right. That's what I said. That's what I just said. It would be the Nuggets. I don't think they get past the Nuggets.
Anything can happen.
I would say I actually, to be honest with you, I think the Lakers have a better chance against this current Nuggets team than they had in recent years, and it's because of their backcourt. Listen, when you add Luka Doncic and LeBron James together in the backcourt, you're gonna have a chance. And Jamal Murray hasn't had his best productive season by far. If it wasn't for Russell Westbrook counteracting what Jamal Murray has been lacking this year, the Nuggets would be in a slacking position. But the other problem with the Nuggets here is that their executives are banking on their younger players fulfilling the same positions that KCP and then also Bruce Brown, all of those guys that played significant roles for their championship team. They're banking on those same young players to fulfill those shoes. And there have been times this year with the Nuggets that those young players have not showed up. So I think that's going to be their biggest impediment. Now, there's no denying that Jokić is going to have this way with a lot of the Lakers and what they throw in front of them. But I don't trust the younger players. I'm not saying that Russell Westbrook and Jamal Murray won't show up. And also, you got to consider this. Michael Porter Jr., there have been times where this guy doesn't even show up. And I'm a Timberwolves fan, and I saw him disappear in the Game 7 last season. Like, come on, guys. Like, I think this Lakers team now are better equipped to beat the Nuggets this time around than they had in recent years.
Wait, you saw who disappear?
Michael Porter Jr. Because in Game 7 against Minnesota, the man didn't even make even a single bucket.
He did choke against Minnesota last year. He did choke.
Bro. That whole series against Minnesota, he should have had it. He should have had at least 15 points a game.
He cooked the Lakers.
Yeah, he always cooked the Lakers. Well, I know why he cooked the Lakers.
Oh, he always cooked the Lakers. But when against
obviously
Minnesota,
the Lakers
he was
cooked the
trash.
Lakers because I'm gonna tell you why he cooked the Lakers. Because when they go into that, when you have Anthony Davis and you continuously going into that drop coverage, you just allowing these guards are just attacking you downhill all day, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. And so Murray could get off. Porter could get off on them DHOs,
getting open shots
screens.
off of screens.
And so now, what are they doing now?
Sit and drop. You made that up, Lamont. That's a lie.
Hold on one second. Who doesn't sit and drop?
Anthony Davis does not sit in drop coverage. That is a lie. It's a fabrication.
Versus Denver.
You made that up.
Denver. Okay, so versus Denver, what coverage were they running? Ice, drop, hedge and recover. Which one were they running?
Hedge and recover or ice. They
were not hedging and recovering. What are you
He's
talking
not
about?
He's not Jokić. He's
Hold
not.
on, hold on,
He's
hold
not
on,
Mark.
hold on.
You talk about him like he Mark.
Bro, hold on. I'm asking you if you're gonna make a claim that Anthony Davis, which in front of our eyes goes into drop coverage 80% of the time, you got to tell me what else they were doing because
That's
they were not
false.
ice. Hold on. So were they icing ball screens?
Yeah, either ice or hedge and recover. That's what I see when I watch the highlights.
So,
I don't see a ton of drop.
Hold on. I don't even think you know what hedging and recovering is to even say he was doing that. And secondly, Anthony Davis isn't even fast enough to hedge and recover. He's horrible at it. When did you see him hedging and recovering? And he's too slow to hedge and recover.
Lamont, can I answer the question?
No,
you
there's
asked
no
a
answer.
question.
No,
it's a
no, I
rhetorical.
did not answer the question. No, it's not. It's not even a question that needs an answer. Anybody with a brain, first of all, the Lakers rarely hedge and recover. Rarely hedge and recover.
They rarely.
Secondly, at most, at best, and they only do it with Vandy. At most, they'll ice ball screens. And with AD in the lane, they were almost always going into drop coverage, which is why this is why they started.
Anthony Davis is Mark. So Anthony Davis is Mark.
Hold on, please. There's really in this conversation when we talking X's and O's, there's really no rebuttals or retorts because the facts are he was in drop over 75% of the time. Yes, on occasion he switched late shot clock situations, but even on switches, he was getting barbecued by Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. because they just shoot over. So at the end of the day, on switches, he's getting cooked. In drop, he's getting cooked. It got so bad that they started putting Jokić in pin down situations, running Nikola Jokić off pin downs.
Yeah.
Do y'all know how crazy that is?
I hear a lot of cap.
No, they were running pin downs for Jokić.
So are you telling me if I pull up the film right now, it's going to support hedge and recover?
No, what I'd like to see is something more. No, not film.
Do you? Don't run from the film.
No. Stats. Show me something. Show me
what stat is going to show a hedge and recover?
No.
They have. Hold on. What's the website that y'all pay for? That keeps track of those sorts of things.
Your film tells the story, bro.
No,
your logic doesn't make sense.
Film is a scientific because Lamont is acting like AD is the modern version of Mark fucking Eaton, and that's fucking
not
cap.
what I said.
Like he's some lumbering.
No, he didn't say that, bro.
He said
Anthony
the man
Davis
can't recover.
Is not a good help defender.
He said he's not a good. He doesn't recover well. When Lowe was showing that breakdown, when that other goofball was trying to show that highlight, and the nigga went out.
Bro, hold on, bro. The reason why I want you to stop talking, because rotating in defense is not hedging and recovering on defense. Is AD a great roamer and help defender?
Yes.
Is AD great out of hedging and recovering?
No.
It's something completely different. So don't conflate what Lowe is showing being in great help and great rotations versus what you just said, which is hedging and recovering.
Yeah, but you said
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Go ahead. Do I get to talk? You said that he isn't.
All I'm saying is start from a premise that where everybody's on the same page. You're bringing up Lowe's video. Lowe's video had nothing to do with hedging and recovery. It was about AD's ability to defend in the help gaps as a rotator on the help side. That is not hedging and recovery.
2 sentences ago.
That has nothing to do with icing the ball screen.
I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
It has nothing to do with any coverage that I'm talking about. The Lakers got tortured by Denver with broken pick and roll coverages. They consistently ran it, and they consistently defended the pick and roll bad. And because they ran that pick and roll with AD, they made sure AD was in the pick and roll intentionally because they knew he was either going to press up and they would get a great ISO on the perimeter, or he would go into drop coverage and their guards, Nikola Jokić, either Porter Jr. is going to fire up the three, Murray's going to get into the middle of the paint and create havoc, or Jokić is just going to get to the middle and do whatever the hell he wants with these crazy passes, lobs to Aaron Gordon, kickouts for threes. He's just going to cook, or he's going to bully his way right into AD's chest, push him under the rim and score a layup, which is what we saw time and time and time and time again
All
for the
right.
last
Just
2 years.
whooping them under
Now,
that.
can I make a
how did
point
Minnesota
real
do
quick?
against
Real
Denver's
quick,
same
brother. Let me
sets?
make a point. Now, you said that hedging and recovering is not an option for Anthony Davis, specifically because he is not fleet of foot. He doesn't recover well.
No,
and he's just
no, that's
lateral.
not
That's
what I
what you
said.
said. That
No,
is, we
listen
can
to what I'm
we
saying.
can
Hold
rewind
on,
the tape.
Haskell, listen to what I'm saying. Hedging and recovering is a team philosophy. The Lakers are not a hedge and recover team. You don't just pick and choose when you hedge and recover. It's either your philosophy or not. The Lakers are a drop coverage team or a switching team. They are the only teams in the league that are really great at hedging and recovering are teams like the Miami Heat with Bam Adebayo, who's what? A very mobile big, right? He can hedge, blow up ball screens, recover, get back down. And they have great weak side help from the strong side to pick up rollers. That really helps them out. At the end of the day, the Lakers didn't have that.
Oh, so it's a team philosophy. So what are you're double speaking? Is it the team philosophy or an inability for Anthony Davis?
What was the Lakers scheme? Did they drop coverage last year or were they a hedging team last year?
No. I need you to answer a question though.
Were the Lakers a drop team or a hedging team or an icing team?
It should be
I don't care.
easy answer.
You made an argument. I need you to stand
No, I
on
didn't.
it.
There's
Yes,
no hold
you
on,
did.
y'all. Hold on. First of all, there's no argument here. That Lakers are either one of three things. They are a switching team, an icing team, a hedging team. I just told you at times they switched.
Okay, they're in drop 75%. Why? Because of Anthony Davis's inability to play anything else. That's what you said.
have to do. No, what you have to do is you have to mold your defense around what your players can actually
to the limitations of your personnel.
So at the end of the day,
saying the limitation of Anthony Davis.
Hold on. No, you don't have to tell me what I'm saying because I'm right here. I can tell you what I'm saying. You brought up hedge and recover because I don't even think you know what hedging and recovering is. But you said they were doing all this other stuff other than drop. You said I was lying about drop coverage. So if they weren't in drop coverage, I'm still waiting on you to tell me what the hell were they out there doing? Because whatever else they were doing, if it wasn't even drop, it wasn't working either. So
It's not an honest question, but go ahead. Keep talking.
What were you? Hold on. You said I lied.
You don't
about
ask honest questions. You're disingenuous, but go ahead.
You said I lied about AD being in drop. If AD wasn't in drop coverage, what the hell was he in?
Yes, I'm not buying the 75%. I think it's capped. Show me the numbers. I think you're lying.
If AD was not in drop coverage, what coverage was he in?
I said hedge and recover. Show me some numbers.
Lamar, just share your screen.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Just share your screen. That's all.
Hold on. Let me ask you. I'm about to share my screen. What stat have you? I've never in my life seen a hedge and recover stat.
So where you got a 75% from then?
Show
you made it up.
Just show it to him, Lamont. End this madness, man.
Yeah, just share your screen.
Please, bro, because it's becoming a stupid topic at this point. Just finish it, man.
All right, here
finish
we go. Right here. Y'all want the film or y'all want
the numbers?
Put the film
you want
up.
the numbers? Give him what he wants. Give him what he wants. He wants
the film up.
I'm going to the film.
Yeah, the film. Yeah.
You going to the film?
Yes.
That's even better.
Good.
Bruh.
Please post the film. End this man.
I'm pulling the film.
75% is not film. That's a stat.
I'm pulling the film. Hold on. We can go. We got plenty of time. Hold on. I got plenty of time. Actually, you can go select the video.
So you made that stat up. Made that stat up.
No, hold on. You can find a video.
Put the link in the private chat.
You can find anything that you want. First of all, I can't put a link in the private chat to Synergy because you got to have a Synergy.
No, I'm talking about him for the video.
He has no information. He doesn't even know what hedging and recovery is. He talked about hedging and recovering and then referenced Lowe's video. That's how you know he doesn't know what he's talking about. This is people who like to hear themselves talk.
Synergy doesn't track that stuff. Hedge and recover and that sort of stuff. They don't track that.
Oh, okay. I'm going to play the video first, and then we'll go to Synergy second. I'll give them both to you. All right, hold on. I'm picking. I got to download it first.
Take your time, brother.
I'm gonna be done. It's gonna be done real quick. This is just one video right here. Now I haven't even watched these highlights. I don't know what it's gonna show. I don't know what it looks like. We're just gonna look.
Lakers haters, boy. Lakers haters.
All right, we got these highlights. Hold on. All right, I got it right here. I'm gonna share my screen. All right, we just gonna let it rock, y'all. What happened on that play?
That wasn't drop coverage. But go ahead.
I don't think you even know what drop coverage is.
I know what drop is. That wasn't drop
What
coverage.
is it? Okay, before I replay it, what is drop coverage?
From what I understand, typically if it's a middle of the floor pick and roll, typically the big is drop below the free throw line.
No, it's not drop coverage.
Okay.
All right, let's play
What is it then? That's how I understand it.
Bro, you got to stop watching Player's Choice, man. Okay, so you're automatically in drop, yo guys. If you're not switching, so on a screen, you always have to be doing something, especially if you're the guy that's not getting screened. In this particular case, Jokić is screening Reeves, and now AD is on ball. So there's a couple things you can do here. You just said he hedges. If this is the first play of the game, when he's fresh, he's not tired. If he's a hedge and recover type of guy, this would be the best time to do it. AD is now dropped below the 3-point line. And as I said, because AD drops so much, he allows guards to just turn downhill and get a head of steam running right at him. And just like I told y'all, hold on 1 second. And I told y'all on GOAT James King video, guards today are too good. When you let them get to the middle of the floor, they do not fear shot blockers. And so on this very play right here, AD is not hedging, because if he was hedging, the purpose of hedging is to blow the screen up and push it back to where it came. AD is not mobile enough to do that, because if he hedges, it's going to create a significant mismatch with Reeves on Jokić. And they're just probably going to throw the ball over the top to Jokić. He's going to cook that particular matchup right there. So AD in this particular case, he's always going to go in the drop. That's why they're always screening his man. And so we watch what happens as AD's man gets dropped. I'm going to run it back 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm conceding this one, Lamar.
No, there's no conceding. There's no conceding. We're just doing film study. You don't have to try to stop it now.
No, I'm not stopping it. I'm saying that
okay, hold on.
drop.
Let me just talk to the people. This is for the This is for the people. This is not for you.
My bad.
So we got AD. His man is going to get screened. Jokić is screening. AD is not pursuing the ball. Walks to the rim for a layup. Next bucket of the game. AD matched up with Jamal Murray on the perimeter. Even with the shot contest, great defender. They don't fear shot blockers anymore. You give them space, and I always tell my players this: if you're not close enough to touch him in the chest, he's wide open. AD cannot press up on guards like that. He will get barbecued. AD tries to contest shots with his height. Every now and then he'll get a block. But the blocks don't amount to enough stops for the amount of shots that they make. And as y'all saw it on 2 possessions in a row to start the game, they have now went right at Anthony Davis. They started the game, pick and roll, went right at Anthony Davis. They don't care about his shot blocking. Second play of the game, Anthony Davis gets switched off onto Jamal Murray. They don't care about his defense. If you cannot touch these guards in the chest, if you cannot go be physical, what y'all claimed it doesn't exist in this league is physical defense. If you cannot go be physical on these guards, right, and dictate where they go, they will barbecue you. No one fears AD especially when you start to pull him out the paint, or especially if he goes into drop coverage. We can keep playing the highlights. I mean, it's going to be a very common theme here. Oh, walking AD down, going at AD. Oh, good steal, AD.
That was Huey with the steal, bro.
They gave AD that steal, really?
Fail.
Hold on. Here's the next play right there. See, now what I tell y'all. So
Lamar, you're not going to concede your failure right there, though?
He was getting back down.
But that is AD's main weakness. Post defense against bigger centers. We know
he poked the ball away. Hold on. He poked the ball away. Our emphasis right now is not on him poking the ball away. Our emphasis right now is on his inability to guard the 3-point line, which
you supposed to show 75% drop.
Okay,
that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, hold on. No, what I'm supposed to show is what do the Lakers do consistently when AD's on the floor, right? What you try to do, what he's trying to do, y'all, is he's trying to muddy it up. First, he's the one that made you made the statement that they run hedge and recover. What I'm looking for is I want to see one hedge and recover out of AD.
Just go to
successful one at
MPJ.
that. Secondly, one thing we do know is the one thing we've already seen is drop coverage. Also we've seen guys kill him at the 3-point line. So we still haven't seen this hedge and recover. I have the numbers on drop coverage. Even if I show you the numbers, you're not gonna like it. But I'm gonna pull up the numbers next. Let's just keep playing because Jokić just knocked down a 3 on AD. And why did Jokić knock down a 3 on AD? Because AD is always sagging and dropping. Why? Because he has absolutely no lateral movement whatsoever. All right, so we're gonna keep playing it right here.
He just let him shoot that too.
He has no choice. Look at AD deep into the paint. Wide open 3.
Down.
Yep.
He cannot press up on anybody.
With AD's lateral quickness, he can't.
Hold on, we're gonna let it go.
There you go, Cash.
Hey, Peter Bagjuice, let me ask you one question.
This one with Coloco, right?
Yes. What disingenuous question you got for me now?
If you had to take a guess, how often did AD hedge and recover?
I don't know. You said 75%. I'm gonna.
No. Hold on. Okay, no. I'm only asking you this question because.
How you gonna ask me a question and mute me, dog?
Hold on. I'm only because I think you need to understand this. You said I lied about AD being in drop.
75%. You lied about that.
Hold on. No, first of all, even well before I even said a percentage, the first thing you said was when we were just talking about drop coverage. You're just only harping on the percentage because you think I don't have the synergy numbers. I have the synergy numbers. So what I'm saying is well before I even mentioned the percentage, I said that AD is a drop player because he doesn't have the speed. And all we've seen in this film so far, and there's plenty of games we can go through, is AD not hedging, not recovering, but he's either sagging off his man or he's in drop coverage. What I'm asking you is, in what game or what moment is there anything that you can give me that I can pull up to show the people of AD in hedging and recovering? Because you said hedging and recovering.
Yeah, shit. You could go to the 2020 finals against the Heat. You could go to the 2020 Western Conference Finals. Plenty of examples of him hedging and recovering.
So you're telling me if you could tell me if I go to any game in the 2020 finals, if I go to those highlights, we're going to see AD hedging and recovering, even with a much better defensive.
You could see examples of it, yes.
Now, hold on, y'all. Now, are you saying this because you don't think I'm going to pull up the film, or are you saying this because you know it?
No, because I've seen it.
Okay, so what is hedging and recovering?
Hedging is where you're leveling off the ball handler. In essence,
what do you mean leveling off the ball handler?
So that he doesn't turn the corner and get downhill, Lamont. You said that earlier. Basketball isn't rocket science, Lamont. Like
Okay, so first of all, that's not hedging and recovering. It's not about leveling nothing off. Hedging and recovering is an aggressive defensive strategy. Hedging and recovering is aggressive. Hedging and recovering is for guys that want to get after it, especially on the perimeter. Guys that can move. Off ball.
So what was your question for me? You said you had a question for me.
Hold on, Pack Juice. I wish sometimes.
I don't think you had a question though. You're lecturing.
I wish sometimes when you know you're dealing with somebody that just outclasses you in basketball, you just listen and stop pretending like you know the game. And right now, all you're doing is pretending because
I'm not impressed. What do you want from me?
Hold on. Right now, hold on. We haven't even got through all the film. But what I'm saying is, I'm only stopping it. I'm only stopping it because I don't want to get copyrighted. So I got to make sure I stop it before I play it. I don't want to just run it consistently. But what I'm saying is I can switch right now to a 2020 game and we won't see any hedging and recovery. There's no coach with a brain that's ever going to put Anthony Davis into a hedge and recover situation, especially with as much as you utilize him on the offensive end. That's what I'm saying. You said hedge and recovering.
We still waiting on them synergy numbers, Lamont. We waiting on them synergy.
Okay, but we got them. But what's better, film or numbers? I think the film is always
numbers.
No, the film is far superior to numbers.
Film can be cherry picked.
Film cannot be cherry picked, especially on defense. Let's we just gonna keep playing it because we're dealing with a very little kid when it comes to actually talking basketball. AD's not on the floor here right now. We got to wait till AD gets back on the floor, y'all.
God, dog.
Now, you notice on these last two plays when AD's not in the game, they've went away from the pick and roll. AD's not in the game. Now they're just going to traditional post-ups. One bucket, they post Jokić up. He draws two, kicks it to the three. On the next play, he just goes to post up, throw it over the top, scores the layup. You see what their strategy is when AD's in the game.
Run that pick
when AD's not in the game. So we're gonna keep playing it. Let me see if I can fast forward to when AD's back in.
That pick and roll is frequent when AD on the floor.
Okay, AD's back in. Yeah, the pick and roll is nasty when he stays on the floor because they know he's in drop. And you see the difference with the benefits of being in drop when you know the guy is not a great three-point shooter, because we saw Nikola Jokić on this play just completely sagging off of AD. He has the luxury of doing that with AD because you're talking about a guy that's like a 29-30% three-point shooter. He's playing the numbers, but you can't play that number with Nikola Jokić. He's shooting close to 40% from the three, which makes him a matchup nightmare. But we'll
sometimes 50.
Yeah, I think he's shooting 47% on the season.
All right, let's get here. We got AD sagged off. You sag off on Aaron Gordon. He's not a shooter. Over the top when AD's not on Jokić.
Man, you're doing a lot of rapping, bro. I'm waiting for that 75%.
We're just going through film. We're just going through film.
Good defense.
That was good defense. Not pick and roll defense, but this is pick and roll right here. Switch.
That's a tough shot, though. Come on, that's a tough shot.
Yeah, that is a tough shot.
Y'all need to ask yourself why they still taking these shots and AD's there.
That boy is so soft. Now, that's a legit criticism. The boy is soft.
Who?
But all that AD.
Oh, nobody's soft in NBA, bro.
I hate that. I hate when they throw.
Bro, why do y'all like nobody in NBA is soft?
He's physically
there's
fragile.
No ors. Like, why do we got to go to stupidity? Nobody's
I
soft
mean,
in the
for
league.
NBA standards, I mean, they're not.
Something's
No, there's
wrong.
no, there's no such thing as being soft in the
He's
NBA.
not durable.
There's
How
players
about
in the league that
Hold on.
disagree with
Getting
you,
injured
Lamar.
don't mean you're not soft.
This ain't
That's
got nothing
just
to do with his
everybody gets
game,
injured.
though. Like, what the
No,
hell?
that's narrative talk. That's narrative.
he's
That's
not
that 90s
not
fan
durable?
BS. Stop. We don't do the
Basketball.
gimmick basketball talk, y'all. Saying
Gimmicks are
somebody's
fun,
soft
though.
is because the reason why I know none of these guys are soft, because the one thing I do know is if Peter Backjus was in AD's face and you called him soft and he slapped the shit out of you, you ain't gonna do nothing back.
Exactly.
That don't make him not soft.
Bro,
That do
AD
make
finna
that
get a
make you
lawsuit,
soft.
bro. The hell, he wouldn't even do
That
that.
is
AD
soft.
finna get a
That
lawsuit.
actually make you soft.
I'm about
No,
to
it
get some
don't.
money if AD try to slide.
Hold
me.
on,
What the
y'all.
hell?
Let's
I'm
get
about to
stick
get
to
it
the
back.
film because the soft narrative is not
Yeah, throw
basketball
that in the
talk.
trash. Throw
Me
that shit in the
saying
garbage.
that just tells you it's not basketball talk.
That's
All right,
a
let's go
It's
back.
stupid
not.
argument. That is a
I
really
know.
dumb argument.
I know, but you're the
It's
one like
ESPN
I don't
talk.
telling people saying somebody's soft is not true. Stick to basketball because you said
Yeah.
hedge and recover.
How
What I'm
about
watching
not
for,
durable? Since you're
what
That
I'm
has
watching
nothing to do
for,
with
y'all look,
ball.
what we
if
doing,
you
y'all,
miss
is
40%
what
of your
happens, y'all.
game,
What happens, y'all,
When
is
the
we're
last
not
time
gonna
you missed a game?
hold on, y'all. Hold on. We don't derail. See, right now, it's an ultimate derail of the conversation. Peter Backjuice is gonna try to deflect from hedging and recovering. We've seen plenty of drop. We've seen plenty of switching. We have not seen any hedging and recovering. And this is just one highlight. And I'm going to go straight to any game in the finals in 2020, and we won't see any hedging and recovering because he said that's what AD does.
AB was wrong, man.
I mean, no, he just wanted to come up here and say somebody was wrong.
Yeah. Teams be leaving Jokić open a lot for three, like for some reason.
But it's actually called you a liar.
I just want to see hedging and recovering, especially in the fourth quarter when they really activate the pick and rolls.
That AD with the catch and shoot, was that AD? Or I'm blind. That's not AD. I'm tripping. That's not AD.
Oh my God, man.
Oh, Jokic then dropped. You see how Jokic dropped? Why do we not have any issue with saying that Jokic's always in drop? It's very obvious. Why do we
Just obvious.
pretend?
I mean, does it really have a choice?
No, he don't. But AD don't have a choice either. Like, let's not act like AD. Like, there's certain things AD is good at defensively. There's certain things he's not good at defensively. Asking him to move quickly and cover a lot of ground vertically on a basketball court is not his forte. Right? Maybe laterally or horizontally, but if you're asking him to move vertically on a hedge and recover, not happening. He's going to get cooked all day.
He'll just run you out of 3-point line. That's his best bet. Just close out and then hope that you drive instead.
We're not seeing defense. Not saying elite defense here.
Oh, nice pass. Nice pass.
That's that Warriors offense.
It's like no one's even there.
Hold on. Let's go there. Let's go back to that play. If there was a hedge and recover, that three don't even get off. Let me go back to it. I want y'all to see that. This is why Michael Porter Jr. has so many clear looks coming off those DHOs. Look at AD. What is AD doing?
That's exactly what I was talking about. Look
what
how
is
he's
AD
getting open
doing?
shots.
I'm asking. No, hold on. He's in drop. So the thing is, and you got to think about it. Porter Jr. is not even a great slasher, but because AD is just in drop so much, and see at the end of the what on these plays right here, you have people like the locker room running around blaming Austin Reeves and the guys getting screened. But look at AD just standing there. If he was in hedge and recover, he's toes to the 3-point line, pressed up, and you are and you're turning him into a slasher. You're not allowing him to come off and fire them things off. But because he just stands there and drop, ready to rim protect, He's definitely ready to be in help defense in the paint and rim protect, but these guys are too nice, and they know AD. The Lakers became so predictable on the defensive end because of AD, and this is why. But nobody wants to admit it. Everybody wants to blame D'Lo. You want to blame Reeves. You want to blame, even in some cases, Bron, right? Who's guilty? At the end of the day, the biggest culprit is Anthony Davis. But it sucks to say that because he's a good defender, but it's just true.
We get it. He's a defensive liability who needs to be spoon-fed on offense.
No, that's not what we said.
No.
Hold on. Let's get to the film.
All these open shots. Damn.
All right, let's see the film.
I tell you what, they was not making AD's job any easier.
Now, it got so bad. Hold on, it got so bad. Who had to come up and provide significant help to get that ball?
If LeBron didn't get there, that would have been a 3.
Let's run that back because somebody else made a play on ball. Bron went over.
Space. Look at all that
blew
space.
The play
if
up.
LeBron don't go there, that would have been an open 3.
And what did I tell y'all on the switch? It's hard to switch with AD because when you switch with Jokić, that's why they always put AD in the pick and roll when he's guarding Jokić, is because when you switch, it's just we're going to throw the ball right to Jokić. He's going to go score on those little small guy.
Yep.
It was just a matchup nightmare.
Ooh, that boy Russ.
I feel like at the end of the day, you got to play with a lot of size out there against them Nuggets.
What you got to do is you got to play with a lot of wings that can defend.
Yeah, but like
that's all you got to do.
They got to have some size too. Like
we got locker room in here says so we can't blame Austin Reeves and D'Lo. That's not what I said. Defense don't work like that. When a defense breaks down, especially at the NBA level, it's not always about pointing at one person saying what you have to do is you have to look at how is the other team consistently attacking you, right? And what is their attack based around? When you watch how the Denver Nuggets attacked the Los Angeles Lakers when AD was on the floor, is they were attacking AD. They weren't attacking D'Lo. They were not even attacking Reeves. They weren't even attacking Bron. When AD was on the court, Jokić went to screen whoever had the ball. I want y'all to ask yourselves that. Why would Jokić, when AD is on the court, always go screen ball? Because AD is always in drop.
To get AD out the paint.
No, this is what I'm saying.
Not to attack him.
When they switch, it doesn't matter. You have to have a game plan. Your game plan is if AD is going to be in drop, we're going to play to our strengths. When you got Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., they literally gave him the green light that series. When Jokić comes to screen you, fire them shots up. And all he did with AD sitting in drop, make or miss, he's coming off firing them shots up. What is the stark difference between when LA defended those pin downs versus when Minnesota defended those pin downs? Was Karl Anthony Towns and Nas reading them guys in drop, or were they toes to the three-point line, turning them guys into drivers? There's a reason why Porter Jr. struggled that series. It wasn't because he just all of a sudden started missing shots. It's because the defense defended things differently. And they made life hell on those pick and roll screens. That's what you got to do, though.
Oh, I'm taking a healthy Mavericks also. Add that to the two other teams I said. So
Okay.
Nuggets, Thunder, and Mavericks.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
I got you. I'm not tripping on who you pick. I don't really care who you pick. That's just your pick. Predictions are predictions. Predictions don't mean nothing. Because and as you've shown, Peter Bagjuice, predictions are not a testament to your basketball IQ. Because you literally just said the Lakers were hedging and recovering. We haven't seen one hedge and recover whatsoever.
Nope.
Right? It's not a testament to your IQ. That's just anybody. 5-year-old can make a prediction and be right. Hey, one of my best, my greatest FanDuel lineup that won me $9,000, my girl picked it on some luck. She picked half of the players in the lineup. So at the end of the day, predictions are predictions.
Am I going to get that 75% though by the end of the night,
Yeah,
brother?
I can pull up. Hold on. I can pull up the synergy numbers.
I appreciate you.
But tell us more as I pull this up. Tell us more about hedge and recovering that the Lakers were doing with AD.
Yeah, but even say again, you're being disingenuous because when I said that, when you asked me what a hedge and recover is, I'm
not asking what it is. I'm not asking what hedge and recover is. All I'm asking you is if you came up here and said I was capping about AD being in drop. So
yeah,
AD
by the
is not in drop.
75%, you was
hold on. No, I know you said that before I even said a percentage. So if the Lakers if we're not putting AD in some type of drop cover situation, tell the people how they were utilizing AD on defense. If I'm wrong about him being in drop.
Mm-hmm. Well, I objected to the 75%. You have a different
No, you didn't.
recollection.
I did not say 75% until later on in the conversation.
We disagree on that.
Hold on,
My
no, you're lying.
recollection.
Hold on, Peter Jack, please don't lie. We were having a conversation about drop covers. You came up here and said I'm cap about drop. I didn't say a number. I didn't say a percentage. I didn't say anything. So and then hold on. He said, "How am I scared of locker room? What is locker room saying?" He said, "I find it funny that as soon as AD gets traded, everything is magically his fault." No, but I've been saying this. I've done videos on this last year. I've said this at the beginning of the year.
Him and the Johnny.
The problem is when I say it, y'all so because y'all were so vested. Because remember, locker room, you made a whole video series about me blaming Bron and AD last year defensively. Right? Your biggest gripe was, how come you're not talking about D'Lo and Reeves? So at the end, I've been saying these things. It's just funny how when AD gets moved, they put more athletic wing defenders on the court to blow up pick and rolls that magically a lot of the problems they were having just disappear. All of a sudden, without AD on the floor, they can now guard pick and rolls very well.
Yep.
All of a sudden, when AD's not on the floor, you stop the hottest duo in the league at the time on a 6-game win streak, Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. All of a sudden, you're able to, the Indiana Pacer team, 4th in the East, have one of the best offenses in the league. They all of a sudden now can guard the pick and roll.
They did well against Boston. They did well against Boston also with AD.
It's not. Well, the one thing we know with Boston is Boston's not a heavy pick and roll team. They're an ISO team. Yeah, they're a 5-out ISO team. That's why they run 5-out in ISO, right? That's why they run double.
They run a good amount of pick and roll.
They run. I know their sets. They have a wedge set, right? They have an elbow series that I've copied. Right, they have the elbow series is based out of the hammer action. It's Darvin Ham's offense. It's an ISO set. These are not pick and roll sets. They run Iverson screens, so they have a ton of Iverson sets. Iverson sets are ISO sets. When you send Jason Tatum over the top, Brown underneath, right? These are all ISO sets. Boston is an ISO team. So at the end of the day, you're talking about a completely different team. So there are some teams where what AD does well is going to shine. But there are other teams like Denver, what AD does well doesn't look like a strength anymore. And those are the teams like Denver. Because remember how they plowed through the Western Conference that first time around, plowed through everybody. Right? They were able to beat the Warriors in the split actions. They were able to beat the Memphis Grizzlies. They get to the Denver Nuggets, heavy pick and roll, targeting AD. They get walked down, and it looks pretty easy. Then they do it again the next year. Then they're doing it in the regular season. Why were they having all of these problems with Denver? Or over the last couple of years, teams that go pick and roll heavy.
Lamont, can you agree to the fact that if you got sorry perimeter defenders, it'll be very difficult to guard a pick and roll as a big?
Hold on, say that one more time.
Can you agree to the fact that when you have weak perimeter defenders, it'll be harder to guard pick and roll as a big man?
No. So you guard pick and roll with a philosophy.
Right.
So you can, like, obviously it helps when you have elite defenders, because elite defenders, when the elite defenders kick in, when you mess up your team defense or your reads on the pick and roll. So elite defenders like the Drew Holiday, when something gets screwed up, the elite defenders are good at fixing the screw ups. Bad defenders, things get screwed up, things just stay screwed up. So pick and roll is guarding the pick and roll. You're never going to beat a pick and roll with one player. I don't care how good of a player. You can go get the best perimeter defender in the league. You're not going to stop the pick and roll. So at the end of the day, if you don't have a combined effort, so if you're going to be a drop coverage team, which the Lakers kind of have to be drop coverage because there's really not much else you can ask AD to do, then you have to, that means you're just conceding to the fact that you're going to probably give up a ton of threes, right?
Yeah.
Or a ton of points to guards. So if you look at the teams that really cooked the Lakers over the last 2 years, they were getting bombed from the 3-point line, and they were getting bombed by random guards, even in some cases on nights, right? Random ass guards. And it's just started to become a glaring issue.
Yep.
But that's the life. That's just your new identity when you have Anthony Davis on the court. Is it a bad thing? No. If you run into the right matchups, can you win a playoff series? Yes. But if you run into that wrong team, like the Denver Nuggets, you're going to get cooked.
Some of the, I want to cut you off. Who are some of the bigs in the league then you would say are capable of proficiently playing a hedge and recover type of defense as a big man? So I'd say Bam. Everybody's gonna say Bam. That's the that's like the obvious go-to.
Mobley,
maybe Jaren Jackson Jr., Evan Mobley, perhaps.
But the ones.
Okay, who?
But first of all, most NBA teams. I only say hedge and recover because it's a strategy.
Mm-hmm.
But hedge and recover is not really commonly used in the NBA. It's one strategy you can use, but it's not commonly used. Most teams are going to go into some type of ice coverage. Ice in the screen is probably most common as far as probably the most elite strategy with regards to defending pick and rolls. So you want to ice ball screens. That's probably going to be your most elite strategy. Drop coverage, because of how good the guards are now, has overnight, kind of over the last couple of years, become the worst strategy. So drop coverage, you're going to get cooked. You just got to pray and hope that they start missing threes. And over the last 2 years, the Lakers were literally just praying and hoping that teams would miss threes because they were not.
This is where I'm getting confused. So is it a deficiency? All right. So you're saying even if you wanted to, right? So that's what I'm saying. You're saying NBA. You're saying NBA teams don't typically even use a hedge and recover type defense, right? But you're saying if they wanted to, Anthony Davis, due to his deficiency in particular, you use verticality. I don't know what that means.
No, I said the main reason why you would never put AD into hedge and recover is because he's one of your best offensive weapons. I'm not going to burn him out.
Said, dude.
Hold on. I did say that. I said earlier. I said what coach in his right mind is going to put either your first or second best offensive option consistently into hedge and recover, because you get burnt out. I said there's no coach in his right mind that's even going to consider that as a viable option for AD. But so at the end of the day, there are.
So he's capable. So you're saying he's capable then?
I'm saying no. What I'm saying no. I'm saying
so take a position. You're double talking,
bro. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I've given you two reasons. He does not move well enough vertically to even be hedge and recover.
That's what I just.
Hold on, listen. Hold on. Stop talking.
You're double talking, Lamont.
Listen to what I'm saying. No, you're bringing up two different things because I gave you two reasons as to why the Lakers never do hedge and recover, and they don't do hedge and recover. You said they do hedge and recover, yet we will never find it on any film. You're the one that
following
said
your line of logic.
No, hold on. Who's the one that said the Lakers do hedge and recover?
And I'm still holding to that, but I'm following your line of logic.
No, there's no logic. What I'm telling you is there are multiple reasons why the Lakers will never do anything with hedge and recover.
Got it. And one of those
at the end of the day, no matter what reason you select, whether it's AD's inability to move vertically, whether it's just not conducive to him being good on the offensive end, there are a handful of reasons why I know the Lakers never put AD in hedge and recover.
There you go.
There you go. Stop talking.
One of them is he's slow-footed.
You said you've seen AD in all of this hedge and recover.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
So you did not say that.
You're a liar.
You did not say that.
You said the man is slow-footed, vertically, can't let.
Hold on.
You're a liar,
exactly.
Lamont.
So that's why he's not in hedging and recovering. What do you what do you not understand?
That's why you're vacillating. That's why you're
Hold on. Peter, you're the one that said AD was hedging and recovering. What are you talking about? You don't just come I know that I told you that they were always putting AD in drop, which is why they were getting cooked. Because drop coverage is the worst defensive strategy in basketball, but you cannot take AD off the floor because he's your best offensive weapon. So his strength became a weakness against teams that go pick and roll heavy. AD's a great defender, but his strength became a weakness.
Do you mind if I get in here real quick?
What you got?
Okay. Now, I just find it funny, right? I tune in and you guys are talking about how Anthony Davis is this big issue and blah, blah, blah. My only pushback to that would be, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really hear this narrative until I heard Goat James Kingdom.
You need to watch my videos.
I heard Goat James Kingdom talking about this. He was really the first person I've ever even heard with that blasphemous take that he said that Anthony Davis was he can't anchor a defense. So I don't know where it is. I don't know if you got that from him or whatever.
No, those are two different.
Because hold on, I'm not done. I don't know if you got that from him. I don't know why y'all are now running with this narrative because this was never the narrative when AD was on the Lakers. I just find it funny. No, nobody ever said anything about
Locker
AD's
room.
defense.
I was on your channel last year, and I would come over to your channel, and I would do my best to stick to basketball and not narrative. And I'm really talking about the deficiencies of the Los Angeles Lakers defense. And when you guys, because I got on you especially about this a lot, because it was your narrative that you, no matter what happened on the court, no matter what the film showed, you had it out for D'Lo. You had it out for Austin Reeves. You were wanting to blame those two guys. And I will always tell you, these guys are out there giving max effort. But when you're getting hit with a ton of screens and they have nobody stepping up to help them out on these screens, what do you expect them to do? So at the end of the day, and of course, D'Lo, obviously, you can point out some plays where he gave up. And of course, there were some plays in the ISO where you can point out Austin Reeves getting cooked. Austin Reeves on a night in and night out basis, like I told y'all, is having to guard some of the best offensive players in the league. What do you expect him to do with Booker in the ISO, Mitchell in the ISO, Kyrie in the ISO? He's having to guard this, but you make his job 10 times harder when he's getting hit with pin downs and screens and there's nobody stepping up, especially when it's Jokić hitting you with the screen and AD is not there to help you out by showing and contesting on the three-point line. And when those guys like Michael Porter Jr. make threes because you started gawking over Porter Jr. and Murray making all those threes, you wanted to blame the two guys that were getting screened the most. And you never said nothing about AD. When I did, y'all called me crazy. But now all of a sudden, when AD's not there, now I'm just telling you, now that AD's not there, now all of a sudden, They are defending the 3-point line. Don't get mad at us because now
it's not.
coming
It's
to
not
fruition.
because it's number one. You never brought that up last year. That's number one. You're lying about that.
Okay, I know. You want to bet?
No,
now you already owe me for one bet. I'm glad you're here because you already owe me for one bet.
Number two.
No, hold on. We can address the bet right now, locker room. You owe me.
What was the bet?
We bet $100. We bet that the Lakers would be above 500 by the All-Star break. They're well above 500. You didn't think they would be a 500 team. We bet 100.
The disrespect.
You didn't even believe in this team. I said this before a trade even happened. I said they would be above 500. I believed in JJ Redick and their philosophies. You thought they were trash. So you didn't even believe in AD's defense because you didn't even think they would be a 500 team.
No, it wasn't AD that I didn't believe in.
No, you didn't believe in Reeves, who's playing much better. You didn't believe in LeBron, obviously, your favorite player.
I believe in LeBron and I believed in AD. I didn't believe in D'Lo. I didn't believe in Reeves. I didn't believe necessarily in JJ.
I was able to make the bet without seeing any changes.
Okay, well, a broke clock is right twice a day.
I know.
What I'm saying is
I didn't make a fuss. I didn't make a YouTube video about you owing me, but you owe me.
I mean, I also forgot too. So it's not like I'm just sitting. It's not like I just sit around remembering.
And I'll give you that pass.
But
at least he reminded you.
But here's what I'm saying, and that's fine. He'll get his money. But this is what I'm saying, right? When you talk about Anthony Davis and his defense, that is the one thing he's always hung his hat on is his defense. When we talk about AD, we talk about other things. We talk about his durability. We talk about, sometimes we might get on his offense. We don't really talk about his defense. Like I said, I don't know where you got this narrative from, and maybe it was Go James Keenum, but this definitely wasn't a narrative you were talking about when AD was on the roster.
I have said it. I have a whole videos on it.
Where's the video? Where's the video?
I'll pull it up for you. I got to dig through a lot of videos, but I'll find it because sometimes we end up talking about this on videos where it's not even the topic. So I would have to dig through and find it. But the one thing I know I said was this, and I said this even before Go James Keenum pushed this narrative. I said the problem with Anthony Davis is not that he's not a great defender. I said the league changed on him too quickly. And I said there's too many guards that coaches are giving the green light to. And he's now consistently, and I even said this last year, he's getting attacked in the pick and roll at an astounding clip, so much so that his shot blocking no longer matters. The 1, 2, 3 blocks he gets a game don't amount to how many times he gets attacked at the rim. And he's getting attacked. They don't fear him. It's the same thing that's happening right before our eyes with Rudy Gobert. Nobody has a hard time calling Rudy Gobert trash when he getting cooked in these same pick and rolls. Mm-hmm. But and everybody, and Rudy Gobert's a 4-time defensive player of the year. But when they see the game changing for Rudy Gobert, the whole world can say he's trash. But God forbid we say that the game is changing on Anthony Davis and he's having the same problems that Rudy Gobert is having. God forbid we say it. We're not saying that he's a bad defender. What I'm saying is with the game changing and teams going to these heavy pin down, heavy pick and roll offenses, AD can no longer just sit and drop. And as long as he was sitting and dropped, the Lakers, teams like the Utah Jazz, the game that we saw last year, those were close games because Jordan Clarkson would barbecue from the 3-point line out of them pin downs and screens. Now what happens? Now these games are blowouts because now you got DFS and Vandy and these guys active on these screens.
Right. So, and you're talking about the two guys you just named weren't available last year. So you can't say, well, you can't say now that they're playing better that everything was on AD when the guys you just mentioned, DFS.
I didn't say everything was on AD.
But you did though. And now that we have other reinforcements that are now healthy,
it's not about reinforcement.
And guys that weren't even on the team, now that they're here, and you're trying to use that to make an argument, that's unfair. That's not fair to AD.
This is the point I'm making.
Those guys weren't available last year.
One thing that's changed with AD out and those guys in is they've now changed how they defend as a team. Because as long as AD is in the game, I don't care if Vandy and DFS are out there. As long as AD is in the game, he is always going to be in drop. Now, without this big guy, without this one guy who's always going to be in drop on the court, Now you have nobody in drop. Now you have everybody active on ball. Now you have everybody switching and staying in front. Your whole entire scheme changes. As long as AD is on the court, I don't care if you put 5 Gary Paytons and Ron Artest out there. If AD is on the court, those great wing defenders don't mean anything because they're going to get hit with the same screens. What is Artest? What is any good perimeter defender going to do when they get hit with a Jokić screen other than just get hit with a screen and they let their man attack AD who's sitting in drop coverage? Their scheme changes without AD on the floor. Now they're not in drop anymore. Now they're up on ball screens. Now they're switching. Now they're active on the perimeter. And that's why they're a better defense without AD. It's not saying that AD is a bad defender. They can now go with a defensive scheme that is a winning formula. Drop coverage is a losing formula.
Bro, they would still be a good defense. They would still be a good defense with Dorian Finney-Smith, Vando, and AD.
They would still be a drop
because right now we're playing who at the 5? Jackson. So you telling me we would be worse off if AD was still here with instead of Jackson in the lineup, and we have Dorian.
They don't do drop coverage when Jackson Hayes is on the floor.
Drop cover with Jackson Hayes.
Jackson Hayes does not sit in the gap and allow guards. Jackson Hayes, because he's youthful, because he can move vertically, and because you don't need him on the offensive end a ton, so you don't have to worry about him getting gas. He's only playing 20 minutes a night. You can go send him up on those guards, right? You can go send him up. And you know what? The good thing about Jackson Hayes is he ain't worried about fouling out. He can use those fouls if he gets beat. So he can use them fouls. He can stop them guys if he gets out of position or something like that. And because he's not a key component to the offense, if he gets in foul trouble, it's okay. You got other guys that can come in.
So then why are the Lakers still searching for another big? And just picked up Alex Len.
Well, the one thing we know is they got it because they weren't deep enough at the center spot. So just relying on Jackson Hayes as your center, well, now you don't have enough. So Alex Len, when he comes, you're looking at a guy that's going to play 8.
They never had enough. That's why AD was doing interviews with Shams Charania saying he needed a big.
But the Lakers
look at the schemes.
Listen, hold on, lock on.
The scheme is different now that AD.
Hold on. The problem is if you put another big on the court next to AD, because the Lakers have tried other marginal bigs and it hasn't worked. But if you put another big alongside Anthony Davis, that means you're going to have 2 guys on the court that are shooting below 30% from the 3. So it's going to hurt your offense. So now your spacing is going to be screwed up. And now defensively, you're probably going to have 2 guys on the court that have to rely on some form of drop coverage. So at the end of the day, having another big on the court, because they tried Thomas Bryant. This is a guy right now who thrived in Miami. He's thriving right now with the Pacers, right? But he couldn't, for whatever reason, he couldn't play alongside AD. So they've tried a multitude of different cheap bigs because all they can afford is cheap value bigs. They just didn't work because AD needs a big to do too much. He needs a great big next to him. And all the bigs cost too much now.
So can I say something?
All they did, listen.
They defend different. They're not a drop team anymore.
Listen. Anthony Davis begged for a big for years. You cannot tell me that what they surrounded him with was good enough. Because it wasn't. We watched it. Wenyen Gabriel and Damian Jones. These guys didn't even play alongside AD.
They didn't have
these guys.
Where are they going to get the money to buy? They didn't have.
These guys were on the bench while AD was in the game. They never went back to what worked, which was AD at the 4 and
there
playing.
Was no bigs on the market.
When was the last time the Lakers? When was the last time the Lakers played a big alongside Anthony Davis? 5 years ago.
Big. Hold on. Locker room.
5 years ago.
Locker room. We don't disagree. You're not going to find anybody that's going to disagree with you that the Lakers, if they could have got their hands on like a Vucevic, a guy that can stretch the 4 and also score in the paint and rebound, if they can get their hands on him, make the trade. But at the end of the day, they already said, Shams came out and said, they tried to get Walker Kessler. They said the Utah Jazz was trying to rob the Lakers. It was just would not been worth trading with them. And as Danny James just shown, he wasn't going to do no fair straight up trade with the Lakers. He was going to try to take them for everything that they got. So at the end of the day, they tried. It's just that there was no deals that they could do where the Lakers don't get robbed. Nobody disagrees that the Lakers needed another big. But right now, the need for having an elite big is down. Now you can just get
y'all
another.
are trying to blame AD when the
blame
Lakers.
AD.
Okay, y'all are trying to blame
AD.
Y'all are trying to blame AD now that he's gone, right? When all the man asked for the last 4 or 5 years since the Lakers won a championship was to stop playing him at center and to play him alongside
That would not have solved anything,
like they did when they won the title.
That still don't lose anything.
So when they don't do that, y'all don't blame Rob. You don't blame the coaching staff.
We did blame Rob. We did blame the coaching staff.
And then when they trade him, y'all say, "Oh, well, the reason why he didn't win was because it was AD. He don't know how to do drop cut. He don't know how to do this, and that."
Okay, so locker room.
It doesn't make sense.
Locker room. Let me ask you, defensively over the last 2 years. Well, let's just talk about that first run where the Lakers had a ton of success, right? If you look at that playoff run, they played Memphis, a split action, ISO heavy team, had a lot of success. They played Golden State, a split action team. They're not a pick and roll team. They're a split action team. Has success, won that series. They run into the Denver Nuggets, a pick and roll, pin down heavy team. Why did all of the success that they were having all of a sudden come to a screeching halt when they ran into a team that could exploit them in drop coverage? And then not just in the playoffs locker room. Denver had their number in the regular season. Denver had their number in the playoffs again the second time around. Why is it the pick and roll heavy teams that can exploit drop coverage? Why was it always those teams like Denver that completely ran the Lakers off the court and made life hell for them?
The way I saw the Denver series both years, number one, the backcourt. This is the things that you guys never want to talk about, right? Now the conversation has shifted to AD now, right? Which is
what series? What series is this? I'll pull the film up.
This is 2023.
Hold on, locker room. I did.
This is no. Hold on. This is the Western Conference Finals. So you brought up.
Is there a game you want me to pull up? I'll pull up the film.
Hold on. No. Hold up, because you brought up Memphis and then you brought up Golden State. Now, in Golden State, right? Who are they playing at the 5?
That year, I don't remember. Looney,
okay,
probably.
so
yeah, Looney.
So we all agree AD is better than Looney,
right?
So you can get away with playing AD at the 5. Who was Memphis playing at the 5? Jaren Jackson Jr., right? And we would all agree AD is better than Jaren Jackson Jr. So you can get away with it. Then you go against an MVP, a 3-time MVP. We all agree that Nikola Jokić is better. Okay, so he wins that matchup. Cool. I'm looking at the backcourt in the Western Conference Finals in 2023. The same starting lineup that Darvin used against Memphis and against GoldenTate, which was D'Lo, Reeves, and Schroeder. He uses that backcourt.
Let me ask you a question.
No, PTSD. Hold on. Why are you talking to me? Hold on. Let me say this. You're talking to me about AD when you need to be talking to me about Dennis Schroeder, D'Lo, and Austin Reeves.
So let me ask you one question. Okay, because it doesn't matter who the lineup is with Denver.
So nothing matters then.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the question because I want you to answer this question. Okay. No matter who the lineup is, I don't care who you say should be on the court. You can remove D'Lo. You can put whoever you want in. When Nikola Jokić, this guy who's an MVP, when Nikola Jokić runs to go set that screen for Michael Porter Jr.'s man or Jamal Murray's man, what does the wing defenders do when AD's sitting in drop? And I don't care what defender it could be. Who was the Lakers' best perimeter defender at that time? Was it Vandy in 2023?
Yeah.
I want y'all to tell me this. I want you to try to envision this in your head. Let's say Vandy is guarding Jamal Murray, and Jokić goes to set the screen on Vandy, and you got Jamal Murray coming off that screen towards AD in drop coverage. What does Vandy do to correct that?
Doesn't he blow that screen up? Weave off
No.
the screen,
Listen
recover?
to what I'm saying. Jokic is one of the best screen setters in the league. He's a big body, and all you
Yeah.
need is a split section of being open. So when I'm asking you this, because since you want to blame the perimeter defenders, the Denver Nuggets spammed the Lakers with pin downs and screens, especially with Nikola Jokic being the primary screener. Let's say it's not Reeves. Let's say it's not even D'Lo getting screened because we know they're bad defenders.
Oh my God, yes.
If you screen Vanderbilt, who's an elite defender, how does he recover when AD is sitting in drop and you got Jamal Murray coming off that screen in the middle of the court straight at AD, and he's about to get this shot off? Vandy just got screened by Nikola Jokic, and just like Locker Room said, Nikola Jokic is the MVP of the league, averaging over 28 a game. So you can't just abandon him and leave him, because he's just going to score right at the rim. So when now Vandy has to worry about this big threat that just screened him, and then also Jamal Murray coming off the screen, AD is the only one in this instance is doing nothing. He's sitting in drop. What does your elite defender do to stop Jamal Murray from getting off?
Two things. Number one, you're being disingenuous because Vandy. No. Just listen for a second because Vandy. I noticed how you put Vandy in the conversation. Vandy was not even a starter.
This is a hypothetical.
Hold on.
He's using a hypothetical. Hold on. Locker room. I'm not saying this actually happened. I'm asking you to think.
I'm just making a point.
Question.
Okay, I'm about to get to it. So
It's a hypothetical question.
Number one,
I'm asking you.
Number one,
it wouldn't in this hypothetical situation, because I'm giving you, because you said if you put better defenders on the court.
I heard what you said.
Me and you both know they didn't have this starting lineup that you set out there. I'm saying, how does putting better defenders change Jokic screening whoever's guarding Porter Jr. or Murray? I don't care if it's the best perimeter defender in the world. If you get screened by Jokic, that's going to free up Murray or Jokic. With AD sitting in drop, because AD's job is not going to change. He's still going to be in drop. He's still going to be standing at the free throw line, doing nothing, waiting for these guys to drive at him. What do these great perimeter defenders do once they get screened by Jokic and their man is coming off these screens looking to score?
This is why playing AD at the 5 never made sense from the get-go. Because in your scenario, right? No, just listen. All the theatrics. No. Listen, all the No. I'm about to answer your question. All the theatrics are not necessary though, right? So let's just take your example. Jamal Murray calls for Nikola Jokic to come set the screen, right?
No,
you're saying what is AD now supposed to do? AD has to play drop. You want to know why? Because if they bring AD out further, from the paint, guess what's going to happen? Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray going to go around the screen, toss it back to Nikola Jokic, and Nikola Jokic is dumping it to the dunker spot, which is Aaron Gordon. They were killing us the whole series doing that.
No, and they were killing you the whole series, scoring on AD and drop.
Doing that. Nikola Jokic is catching it, and he's dumping it to Aaron Gordon. He's killing us in the dunker spot.
Hold on, locker room. Did you see the film we just played?
That was not from the Western Conference Finals in 2023.
Okay. So are you saying their strategy changed?
Yes. You played a regular season game. Go back to 2023. If you're gonna put
this right here. I'm gonna pull up game 1 highlights. Okay, I got you right here. We're gonna play the highlights.
Once again, this is the finesse you try to pull. Highlights are not the same thing as the full game.
We'll see something at least other than your memory. It's funny how the film is just gonna show AD getting cooked in drop coverage. So
it's not gonna show. It's not gonna show Nikola Jokic killing us with his passing ability, bringing AD out of the paint, who was our best rim defender, right? So once again, you're trying to blame AD, but he's the only guy out there.
Let's just watch.
What do you expect? He's our only rim protector. What do you expect?
Let's just watch.
Pull him out. What do you think's going to happen?
Rim protection in today's NBA is very overrated. You don't need an elite rim protector to win a championship.
You need one to beat Denver.
No, you don't.
No.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I got the film, y'all. Hold on. I got the
Minnesota beat them. They played two bigs.
It's game one.
He said rim protector, not just the concept of using two bigs.
And at the end of the day,
so hold on. So is Rudy Gobert not a rim protector?
Hold on. At the end of the day, y'all,
is Rudy Gobert not a rim protector?
But it was Cat and Nas Reed's post.
Is Rudy Gobert not a rim protector?
Hold on. Defensively, y'all.
Exactly.
They didn't even defensively. They had Karl Anthony Towns guarding Jokić because he wouldn't sit and drop.
Defense. It wasn't just
because it wasn't even his defense. Because at the end of the day, Jokić was still getting off on him scoring wise. But what Karl Anthony Towns does differently is he doesn't sit and drop on pick and rolls.
Play the first quarter highlights from 2020.
It's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons why Porter Jr. See, the reason why they won that series is because the others couldn't get off. Porter Jr. couldn't get off. Murray was struggling to get off because they were struggling to be effective in the pick and rolls because they were blowing up the pick and rolls. You're not going to stop Jokić from scoring. He's going to get his points. Stuff. But what they did was they blew up those pick and rolls and they didn't sit and drop coverage all day getting barbecued. Yep. That's what they did not do.
Play the game one highlights, 2023 Western Conference.
I'm about to play it.
Play the first quarter. First quarter highlights.
Why is it not playing? Okay, let me download it again.
You gotta go to one of them out of the country.
I got it right here. I got it already.
And I want y'all to tell me what y'all expect Anthony Davis to do in this scheme.
Well, there's nothing but the thing. We agree with you, locker room. There's nothing else he can do other than sit and drop and get cooked. You just said it. All he can do is sit and drop. So how is it his
fault when you're not?
And it is not his fault. And you're making it seem like we're blaming AD. All me and GOAT James Kingdom are saying is that AD sitting and drop, other teams just started to exploit him. And they turned his strength with rim protection into a weakness, which is him sitting and drop.
Hold up, Lamar. I agree with locker room. You need to stop stealing our material. This is what GOAT James Kingdom has been saying. You just jumped on the train. You just jumped on the GOAT James Kingdom train now with this. Now stop now, Lamar. Stop, Lamar. Stop.
Hey, GOAT James Kingdom. It's funny. Can I say something, Lamar?
Hold on. Let me play this film real quick. I got the film right here.
First quarter of the whole game.
I said this a while ago. I just didn't go like. I think when you said it, GOAT James Kingdom, it's just like what you mentioned on your show. I didn't get a ton of pushback when I mentioned it because I didn't say it as harshly as you said it, and I didn't double down on it and pick at all the the fake AD fans, the people that called him Terry Clough and soft and all that stuff. Now they pretending like AD was this elite. Everybody was killing AD for this whole time.
And this is another thing too. So now we can't call niggas soft now.
Not in the NBA. You can. It's just it doesn't mean nothing when you say
stupid. It's still stupid.
It's dumb. Yeah.
So Rudy Gobert's not soft.
No.
Hell no.
Rudy Gobert is just French.
Come on, man. Stop it, man.
All that shit is.
All right, hold on. We got the film here, y'all. I don't want to talk about that's not even real basketball talk.
I swear.
All right, hold on. All right. Maybe we'll see some of the Peter Bag Juice hedge and recover.
That's D'Lo's man, right?
Yeah, he didn't score.
Right.
He
AD
didn't score.
had to help him, and then they missed the shot. And then
See, that's what AD's good at right there. Look, I'm gonna show you. Let me run that back. And I think GOAT James Kingdom highlighted this. We're not taking this away from AD. This is what AD is great at, being a help defender at the rim.
Yeah,
this is his best attribute. Watch this right here, because all you got to do is hold the fort down long enough for him to be a great rim protector and shot blocker. This is his number one attribute right here. And we going the other way.
Yep.
Lamar, pause it right quick before you go into the next situation. You also got to ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen, why was Austin Reeves ended up on Gordon at that time? Again, teams figure out ways to make you do those switches, put Anthony Davis in a bad position. I more than like guarantee you that Anthony Davis was guarding Gordon before that particular play was shown to us, and he was screened off of. He was screened off of because, again, Anthony Davis just wants to drop and sit in the paint. So go ahead, Lamont.
All right, hold on. We're about to play it.
Once again, this is what I'm talking about, Lamont. Our guards are getting blown by. AD has to then come to help, and guess what? Now we have nobody on the backside, and you don't see it. And we're not allowed to blame Reeves. We're not allowed to blame D'Lo.
No, because you're not looking at because you're not looking at how Denver's playing the pick and roll. Show that play again, Lamont, please, so we can show how Denver's playing pick and roll.
We haven't even really seen anything. We haven't even really seen anything of significant value. Just because
no, Lamont. What we have to do is show them how you play a pick and roll defense.
And D'Lo getting blown by.
No, you're not. That's not what you're seeing.
That's what I saw the last two plays.
No, what you're seeing is mismatches. And when you got Aaron Gordon, who's so far in this, they've been able to get switches with Austin Reeves on the Aaron Gordon. The first thing he does is put a head of steam down and drive right to the rim because he's 6'9", he's bigger, stronger, more athletic, and he's playing the numbers right there. That's what you're supposed to do. And Aaron Gordon's going to win that battle most of the time. Like Aaron Gordon's going to win that battle against most guards in the NBA. Like you guys be asking D'Lo and Reeves to stop guys like Aaron Gordon from driving. Like, when does this happen?
No, he couldn't stop Jamal. He couldn't stop his own man.
Okay, but since when?
He couldn't stop KCP.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, let's just play the film because your over-exaggeration of what these others are doing is crazy. So let's just play the film. Let the film talk. You don't have to.
That's bad.
Hey, Lamont, you remember Darvin Ham's genius plan to put Rui on Nikola Jokić? That didn't have anything to do with us losing either, right?
You have no choice because Anthony Davis doesn't.
That was remember when we had Tristan Thompson?
But you have to understand what he was trying to do. His plan putting Rui on Jokić. Obviously, Denver did a good job of making significant adjustments. The plan was, okay, if you guys are going to try to attack AD and drop, we'll put Rui on Nikola Jokić. Now we have a more athletic guy that can get up on these screens. They completely ditched and went to a completely different strategy whenever either AD was out the game or they took AD off of Jokić. And I showed y'all that on the last clip because when AD was out the game, they just started posting Jokić, just like they started posting Nikola Jokić when Rui was guarding him. And then he would just go to work on Rui, just using his size and strength. But whenever AD was on Jokić, boy, they went pick and roll heavy like a motherfucker and abused that drop cover. But at the end of the day,
they weren't trying to get
lose formula.
Trouble. That's why they put Rui on him. You don't need your best player getting in foul trouble.
That makes sense, but yeah.
False. That's because Anthony Davis can't play like he said in the pick and roll situation.
No, but that does make sense.
That's got nothing to do with pick and roll.
Okay, are we going to watch? Hold on, locker room. You asked for the highlights.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Now, hold on. I'm still waiting for you to tell me. I'm still waiting for a play because you said that they're putting him in pick and roll. I'm waiting to see a pick and roll play.
Hold on. When I see something that's going, especially at a meaningful time,
we already through the first quarter.
Yeah,
no pick and roll.
Hold on. If I see something, I want to stop and rewind it. I'll stop and rewind it. If you keep talking, but you haven't told me to stop and rewind nothing, not one time. We're doing film study right now. So at the end of the day, if you see something where you want to blame D'Lo and Reeves, I'll stop and rewind it, and you could talk to the people. Other than that, man, we gonna keep playing.
If you see something, just tell them to pause it.
No, there's nothing to see there. It's just my glorious goat.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Oh my God! Just body it. Just
hold on. Wait. So let's stop it there. Was that great defense by Anthony Davis?
Listen, You're not gonna stop a guy like Nikola Jokić, bro.
From driving and putting the ball on the hoop, putting the ball on the floor and driving to the basket,
bro. Like that doesn't mean anything.
No. He put the ball on the floor and dribbled to the basket right past Anthony Davis, like nothing.
Do you know who Nikola Jokić is? That's a 3-time.
Not a guy that should be able to do that over Anthony Davis.
So who should then? He's a 3-time MVP.
Not over Anthony Davis.
He's better than Anthony Davis.
But James, you also got to look at the responsibilities that Anthony Davis has on offense as well.
Right there, he rewinded. Lamar said, "You know what, Lamar? You said keep doing it to me. Let's rewind this. Please tell me why Anthony Davis need help on this one-on-one action between him and. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. This is Go James Kingdom play. So let Go James Kingdom go through this.
Please show this. Look at this. They do the little dribble handoff fake. What does he do? He doesn't like what? What is he doing there?
Basketball wise, the first thing he did was. Nikola Jokić did something called standing your man up. So I'm gonna play it for y'all. I'm gonna show y'all where AD went wrong.
He made him put his hands all the way up.
What happened?
Yeah.
No, what happens? No, watch AD's. Look, right now you want to keep a wide base. Why do you want? And you want to be no middle. Your only weakness right now, because you got to remember, Bron has a shooter in the corner. Bron is your kind of first line of help, but at the end of the day. You don't want to give up middle. You just don't have a lot of help if you just give up a one dribble, low effort drive to the rim. So let's see right here. Watch where AD goes wrong. And this is nitpicking. So AD stood up. See how he stood up and played the pass.
And he jumped. He got off his feet a little bit too as well, Lamont. He got off his feet a little bit as well.
Play the video.
We can play it.
What are you doing, bro?
He scored.
No, he blew. Like he did the same thing. He was blaming Schroeder, Reeves, and all these guys for it, getting blown by. That's what happened. He got blown by Jokić.
Ignore the accolades. Just look at the film.
Why is Anthony Davis not covering space right there?
Low
effort, my God.
So hold on. Jesus. Here's another three right here. Go ahead. Talk to him. Go James Kingdom.
Here we go again. Let's cover space.
Now Reeves contested, right?
Perfect. You don't get the rebound. Look at him. What are you doing? Stand there not looking around, knowing Joker's out there, and you leave your man wide open for a three-pointer. You can't do that. You have to know this. You're supposed to be an elite defender. Elite defender.
What Jokić, you got to jump. How you going to let AD just get a clean dunk like that?
No, but we're not making arguments about him being the best defender.
Hold on. We got another one.
Again, look at this. You talking? This is why they put Rui on Joker, because it don't matter. Anthony Davis can't guard nobody. He can just protect the rim. Go ahead and show it again, Lamar. Oh my God.
All right, hold on. Let me run this back.
Now, Lamont. Once again, I want
Here we go. This is one-on-one. This is elite defender. This is the guy that's supposed to be defensive player of the year that's been getting snubbed. That they say is better than Rudy Gobert, better than Bam Adebayo. He's better than Wemby. He's the greatest defender in the league right now. Watch what Joker does to him without effort.
To his defense, the same shit happens to Rudy Gobert, but
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Oh, that was nasty. Damn.
Easy work. Look, easy work.
Now, Lamont, you know you're finessing, right? Because you're not going to show.
I'm not doing anything. That was Go James.
The highlights aren't going to show all the times Nikola Jokić misses. It's only going to show scoring plays.
He wasn't doing too much missing this game.
So that's why I say showing highlights is kind of.
Oh, wait, there you go, Lamont. They go to drop coverage again. The drop coverage. Where's the hedge and recover?
Hold on.
There you go, Lamont. Rewind. I'm the only one with basketball eyes here. I'm the only one with basketball eyes here. Rewind this shit.
If you remember, if you remember game 1 versus Denver, Nikola Jokić didn't do too much missing. So at the end of the day, there's not too many misses to show because he definitely got off. But we can run this back. You said run this play back?
Oh, run this same play back. Lamont, let me know if they play drop coverage or they playing hedge or they playing what you said was ice. So what are they playing there? And what is this game 1, 2003 playoffs?
Hold on.
23? Yeah.
Oh yeah, 2023. I'm sorry.
Okay. So go James. Jokić wasn't able to stand.
So let's go. Drop coverage. See, and this is and this is what I wanted to. This is what I was trying to ask locker room. When you get a guy who gets screened by Jokić, because it don't matter how good the defender is, if he gets screened by Jokić, if he has no help off that screen, what do you expect? Are you going to blame Schroeder on this? Does AD have any responsibility as far as slowing up the ball handling? So let's just go back.
Joker was 12 of 17 locker room. There's not too many shots to show him this.
Hold on, here's this right here. Oh, look, right here. So here's the pin down action. Hold on. This is the pin down action happening right here. So what I'm saying is, once that pin down happens, what do you expect the guy that got hit with the pin down to do if AD does not put any pressure on the ball to slow him up?
Well, see, that's the thing. This is the
So right here, hold on, right here, AD drops. So now Schroeder, this is a guy who just got hit with a pin down, and he has to not only fight through the pin down, he also has to fight through Jokić, who's also setting the screen. So he went through essentially. Hold on 1 second. This is for the people. I'm just talking to the people. He essentially went through a double stagger, right? Because you had Murray who cut through, set the pin down. Then he's getting hit with Nikola Jokić on the screen. AD has done nothing but just stay and drop. So who do we blame on this when the guy scores? Do we blame Schroeder for not turning into Superman and being faster? Or does AD have any responsibility to apply any pressure to
Well, if you actually watch Dennis Schroeder that series, you would know that Dennis Schroeder is not a good defender at all. Dennis Schroeder,
Locker room, what are we doing this play? Locker room, we talking about this play. Locker room,
on this play. I'm talking about on this play.
Can I finish though?
No, hold on. Talk me through this play. What did Schroeder do wrong on this play? Look.
Jamal Murray. Look, he's still standing there. What do you mean? What is he doing wrong? He's lost.
No, he's not. He's
slowing. Rewind it.
He's slowing. No. Oh wait, he's slowing down Aaron Gordon. So Aaron Gordon is
now play.
Go play it again.
And watch Dennis Schroeder and how late he is to recover on that play.
Yeah, but watch what he did. He had to tip.
No. Let the film talk. Pause it. So he's still standing right. Look how far away he is from his man. Look how far away he is from Jamal Murray. And you gonna blame AD for that?
Yeah.
That's why AD has to help him. AD has to help him.
Hold on. Let me break you through. I'm gonna walk you through why I would blame AD on this play. So let me run through it.
Schroeder gets no accountability.
Hold on, locker room. I'm gonna explain it to you. So when Aaron Gordon makes his cut, right? So anytime a player cuts towards you, first thing you have to do is you have to do something called tag a cutter, right? You have to tag cutters because you don't want these guys flying through the lane, especially when Nikola Jokić
with the ball.
Yeah. Exactly. So if tagging the cutter slows up the cutter. You disrupt cutters. You do not want anybody cutting through your lane without any type of punishment. You are not cutting through my lane for free. Schroeder, number one thing, guys cutting through the lane, I have to tag a cutter. And then I got to get back to my assignment. So let's watch Schroeder right here.
Bro, Schroeder.
Hold on. Let me just walk it through. Schroeder tags the cutter. Hold on. Okay, you can say it. I'm still walking through. I'm walking you through what is taught defensively. You can say it's bad or not, but this is what is taught. Schroeder tags the cutter. Now, while the cutter is getting tagged, there's also a responsibility from AD because it's called helping the helper. Schroeder, who's tagging a cutter, he's doing his job. Now, AD's job is to, in this situation, do you stay and drop and you provide no help for the helper? And so in this particular case, as we play it, AD, he just takes 2 steps back. He didn't take a step forward. He didn't make an aggressive move. He didn't put a hand up. He provided no help for the helper. So Schroeder, who you have to tag the cutters. You tag the cutter to disrupt the pass.
What's tagging, Lamont?
Okay, so tagging is essentially when a guy cuts through the lane, you go run and put hands to body. And what you do is your goal is to knock him off his straight line path to the rim. And a guy,
but Schroeder never touched him.
Yes, he did.
There's a reason why Dennis Schroeder has been on 10.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on,
He's been on 10 different teams, and you're going to blame Anthony Davis.
But at the end of the day, we're
Come
just talking
on,
about
man.
one
What are
play.
you talking about?
Hold on. At the end of the day, I'm just talking about one play. If you want to run down Schroeder's entire history of what you think about him personally, his hairstyle, his short, the size of his shorts, we're only talking about this play right here. So if we run it back, I'm going to show you where he tagged the cutter. Right?
Because it looks like Schroeder never tagged him.
No. What Lamont means by tagging, what they mean by tag is letting the ball facilitator know I got the passing lane. Here, when right here, Joker's looking for the cutter. He's like, okay, and as you can see, Jamal Murray is setting a screen on Gordon's man to get him open. So like Lamont said, it is Schroeder on Hachimura, exactly. So it's Schroeder's job to make sure that Joker knows that I have this passing lane. He's going to tag, meaning I'm going to stand in between the passing lane.
Also, what I'm saying is, and you are right. This is actually a back screen, right?
Yep.
You can tell they were trying to catch the Lakers sleeping because it was really a back screen to see if they can catch Schroeder sleeping, where they can get a lob at the rim.
If Schroeder doesn't stay,
so hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. So Schroeder's only job as a small guard versus Aaron Gordon, all you need to do is a slight disruption to blow this up. It doesn't take anything special. It just takes a tag. Just like Go James Kingdom said, you're there. You can't throw the pass. Just a slight disruption because guys that are lob threats, you'll always their timing is key. How they set their feet is key. So anytime you disrupt it, you completely blow up the lob. So
let's see if he disrupts it.
Oh, let's just watch what Schroeder does. He did. Hold on. So right here, Schroeder hand in passing lane, right? Hand on Gordon. Allows Rui to recover and get back.
Exactly.
So Rui, you got to remember, Rui just got hit with a screen in his back. Schroeder bought him time with the tag for him to get back and recover. So Schroeder did his job, but there was nobody there to help Schroeder because Schroeder had to help Rui. Now Schroeder is relying on AD to help him until he can recover because Schroeder helped Rui until he recovered. No one helped Schroeder until he recovered. Right, you're always going to recover late on something like this, but who's going to step up and help Schroeder?
He is not a good defender. It's that simple.
Okay, we got you. We're just talking about this play. What you think about his defense in totality means
it's not what I think. It's what the NBA thinks. Obviously,
okay. And whatever you, but lock in. We're talking about individual plays and what happens on plays. What you think about him as an individual
we covered
player
the whole series.
does not mean anything.
You. That's why he got. No. That's why the Lakers didn't resign him.
We're breaking this down play by play, right? Because the narrative is that you want to blame the perimeter guys. If you want to blame the perimeter guys, what we're showing you is it looks like the perimeter guys active, moving, tagging guys, but when you got
it wasn't good enough.
And it's what I told you. Hold on.
Effort doesn't matter. I told y'all it's not good enough.
What I told y'all is this: when you got a guy sitting in drop coverage doing nothing, it's almost like you're playing 4-on-5 out there. And so, if you're gonna sit and drop, and AD is not asked to go step up on guys who are coming off pin downs, if AD is not, if he's not gonna ice ball screens, if AD's just gonna sit at that free throw line and be in drop, then you're essentially playing 4-on-5, and this is what's showing.
Right, but the whole time they putting Schroeder and everybody else in the actions though. Make that make sense.
Yeah, because it takes team defense to stop a team. You have to stop everybody.
Yeah, AD was the problem, but they're putting Schroeder and everybody else in all the action.
Because they put Aaron Gordon in action. They're putting Aaron.
Come on, man.
Hold on. Listen. Hold on. This is exactly unfolding how I said. I said when AD's on the floor, they are using Jokić as the screener or disruptor for a lot of these plays. So Jokić on that play, it might look to the common person he's not in the action. But Jokić is key to this action because as long as he's setting the screen and AD is guarding him, AD being in drop is what they're trying to attack. They're attacking AD because they know every time Jokić screens, AD's sitting in drop. We can run to this play right here. Like AD does. Okay. I mean, this is what the film shows.
I can show them a play that where somebody plays drop and the team plays exactly how they're supposed to.
Yeah, I'm sure when Michael Malone was scheming for the Lakers, he was like, "Yeah, let's put AD in all the action and not Dennis Schroeder and all."
What you do? Hold on, locker room. What you do is you attack the weakness. So at the end of the day, if I'm not going to run an offense that allows AD to be a roamer and rim protector, what I am going to do is when I know I got one of the best mid-range players in the league, which is Jamal Murray, when I know I got one of the best catch-and-shoot three-point shooters in the league, which is Michael Porter Jr., if I can get them open looks because of drop coverage, you got the biggest screener in the league who's also one of the most elite offensive weapon as well, because he's a threat no matter whether he has the ball or not. Jokić screening is what's more lethal than anything, because now you're exploiting AD in drop. Like if you look at all of these offenses, when Denver runs their offense, Jokić is always operating from the free throw line or above. You see, he's never doing anything operating in the paint in AD's domain. He's keeping AD extended high, and because AD loves drop and won't ever come up and guard the three-point line, he's pinned down screens, sending these guards high while AD stays in drop. It's always going to be advantage Denver on almost every offensive possession.
So we're not okay.
I'm still waiting for this elite defense Anthony Davis plays outside of protecting the rim. I'm still looking for it. I'm still waiting for it.
Well,
So,
you most likely
going to get any mention of these 3-guard lineups either, right?
No, I'm talking about watching the games.
Austin Reeves, D'Lo, and Lonnie Walker. That didn't have. Look at Lonnie getting cooked. That's got the people that they're playing. This has nothing to do with why the Lakers lost either, right? It's just all.
Yeah, but you live with that make. That was a contested shot. Like,
That's another argument too. Hold on, wait, that's a locker room. That's another argument. We're not talking about winning. We're not talking about winning or losing. We're talking about playing good defense or not.
Hold on.
We're not talking about winning or losing. Locker room. We're talking about
all I'm saying
good defense and bad defense. That's what we're talking about.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, y'all.
This is disgusting.
Hold on. I know it's disgusting. See, what I'm saying is this: if Lonnie Walker gets caught in a one-on-one situation with Jamal Murray, one of the best mid-range players in the league, as a coach, the only thing I can ask is that you contest. But if expectation is for guys like Lonnie Walker, Austin Reeves, and D'Lo to go out there and absolutely, which something that nobody in the league really does, if you're telling me that they got to put the clamps on him and stop him from scoring, that's something that no one in the league is able to do, because guards today are just too good, especially in these one-on-one settings.
But you expect AD to stop the 3-time MVP, though.
What I'm saying is I expect AD to participate in the team defensive scheme, because if you go back to what I said in the beginning, and somebody got some background noise.
Facts.
What I said at the beginning, hold on, I am 44. You got some background noise. What I said in the beginning was when AD's not on the floor, their scheme is what makes them a better defensive team. It's not the individual players. Like, so for example, now that AD's been gone, when he was hurt and then he got traded, they look like a better defensive team. And they look like a better defensive team, even with guys like Reeves on the floor. Like, Reeves is still on the floor. If Reeves was this big detriment, he would still be getting attacked and cooked. They still look like, even with Gabe Vincent out there, who at sometimes he's kind of looked like a liability, but it don't matter what combination of guys they put out there without AD on the floor, they're not getting exploited in drop coverage. It's just true. It's a scheme. It's like, and GOAT James Kingdom has been trying to tell y'all, it's team defense. It's not individual defense. It's team defense. Like, AD has to participate in the team defense if he wants it to function correctly. But he doesn't on the perimeter. He only wants to rim protect and roam in the paint.
Yeah, this is absolutely disgusting.
Oh, this is brilliant. I love it. This is basketball.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Here's another play right here, and I'm glad we finally
drop coverage. What is how far is that LeBron's fault that Jamal Murray is really open for a 3-pointer right here?
Hold on. I haven't even played the play yet. I want to go slow so I can kind of show people. Let me run it back, because I want to break it down slowly. Let me get to this next play. Okay, so we got Jamal Murray at the top of the key. Remember, this is how they love to initiate the offense. Even though Jokić the MVP, even though he's the best player in the league, he's the screener in this action right here. Let's see what happens.
Hold on, wait, Lamont. I already knew what was going to happen, Lamont. I already saw it. Lamont. Can we please watch Anthony Davis fight to get his drop position, because he's mad he can't get his drop position? Can you please rewind it and show it again? Watch him fight because he wants to get
Jokić. Hey, AD, sitting. What is Schroeder? Hold on. In this play right here. Hold on. On a double screen. Is Schroeder supposed to turn into the invisible man and run through Nikola Jokić? Like, what is he supposed to do?
Nightcrawler. He looked like the Nightcrawler.
Hold on, let me, because I really want to ask y'all on a play like this with AD, because I told y'all you're playing 4-on-5. Essentially, they're playing 2-on-1 with Schroeder right now because AD is not even a factor in the play because he's sitting in drop. So I want you to locker room as a coach. What would you tell Schroeder to do better on this play so he doesn't get scored on?
That's the thing. I wouldn't have had Schroeder in the fucking game.
I don't care. That's
what I'm trying to tell you.
I want you to
Schroeder
pretend that it's Vandy.
This is what you don't get.
I want you to
Schroeder
pretend that
is
it's
trash.
Vandy. Okay, so hold on. I want you to pretend that it's Vandy. Let's watch this play.
Vandy would have fought over the screen.
Okay, hold on.
And
Locker room.
made Jamal Murray.
I just want you to for once to just talk us through this basketball play and tell us what Schroeder should have done better.
He should have never went under the screen. That's number one.
Okay, let's
fight over that screen.
So hold on.
First mistake, going under.
Okay. So let's say right. If he goes over, he's gonna get cooked. Well, let's say he goes under. What is AD supposed to do? Does AD have any responsibility in here? He got hit with a double screen. Probably illegal, but they got away with it.
I mean, I guess you could say he could come up and hedge a little bit.
And he still even got a good contest on the shot.
But see, here's what's going to happen. Rewind it a little bit.
That's open, Lamont. That's an open shot, like you said. That's an open shot.
Okay, let's play it again. Schroeder's getting hit with two screens. AD's just standing there.
So hold on. So pause it. So let's go.
You can't even see Schroeder right now. He's getting screened.
Right. So let's just use your example. Right. Here's what's going to happen. Hold on. Let's go with your example. So you want AD to come up, right, and step up, and then it's going to be, guess what? It's going to be now a mismatch with Schroeder on the Joker. So then guess what? LeBron is right there in the dunker spot. He's going to have to come up to help Schroeder, and then guess what? Who is that? Michael Porter Jr. or whoever, Aaron Gordon, whoever that is, they're going to get a wide open
I'm going to tell you, hold on, because locker room does not have, he does not understand basketball whatsoever. And I
he was on point, Lamont. You know why? He was on point, Lamont. Let me tell you why. Hold on, wait, Lamont. You know why he was on point, Lamont?
No, hold on. I'm not up here to argue with everybody about this. These are things that are not arguable, right? This is what's supposed to happen if you ice this screen. Because in this particular situation, you got to either hedge it or ice it. You got to show a little bit and recover. So in this particular screen, it's the guard. Bron is the low man. Bron cannot help. The help on any roller in this situation needs to come from this guard right here. And I can't even tell who this guard is up here.
Lonnie Walker.
No, right here. Right here on the same side. Is that Lonnie Walker?
Yeah, that's Lonnie Walker. That's Lonnie Walker.
Okay, so Lonnie Walker.
Westbrook. Westbrook.
Hold on,
one of those two.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, Lamont, I wasn't trying to argue with you, Lamont. I wasn't trying to say.
Let me finish my progression right here. So I want to explain.
That's Troy Brown. That's Troy Brown.
Okay, so yeah, I can tell it's somebody. So at the end of the day, if Jokić rolls, right, it's on, because what we call Troy Brown right here, he would be called the strong side helper. So because AD and Schroeder are tied up into this two-man pick and roll game, if AD is angled correctly, he can stop the skip pass to the corner. So if AD shows any type of defensive pressure just with active hands, he can almost guarantee that no shot gets off and there's no skip pass to that corner. So,
and if he passes, it'll
hold on 1 second, y'all. Everybody's unmuting their mics. I'm hearing too much background noise too. So Troy Brown, if Jokić rolls, it's your job to pick up roller until Schroeder and AD are able to recover. But that's not even able to happen if AD stays on that free throw line. It's like Jokić is not going to roll. Jokic's not going to do anything as long as AD is staying right there and they're making Schroeder play 2-on-1. AD is just sitting there. He needs to step up. You cannot be scared to get beat. And I'm going to tell y'all the number one sign of a bad defense, when you got a whole bunch of guys that are scared to get beat to the rim. It's okay if you get beat. it's going to be torture. You're going to have hell trying to guard these guys, just giving them wide open shots. Don't be scared to get beat. Step up and guard the ball. Talk it through. Rotate back if you have to. Trust Troy Brown to pick up the roller, and y'all recover after y'all clean up the pick and roll. But in this instance right here, nobody's doing it. Starts with AD. AD triggers everything. If he steps up, he triggers Troy Brown picking up the roll, right? He triggers, and then that blows this play up. But as long as AD stays on that free throw line, Schroeder's playing 2-on-1, and there's nothing good that can happen. And we know the end result is wide open jumper.
So you're just so I see what y'all are doing here. Basically, this whole breakdown is going to be. Hold on. This whole breakdown has basically been blame everything on AD. Don't blame Schroeder. Don't blame D'Lo. Don't blame Reeves. Don't blame nobody else.
No,
this is disgusting.
Because
what I was going to say,
Schroeder is not a good defender.
Because there are plenty of series where when teams are not, like, for example, when you're dealing with the Celtics, when you're dealing with teams like the Grizzlies or even the Warriors, teams that are not heavy pick and roll, AD is going to look like a monster defensively, and we give him his flowers and credit. In this particular series, and some of the struggles that got them eliminated from the playoffs, Denver's main weapon was to turn AD's strength into a weakness.
No, it wasn't.
And that's what they did.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Can I ask Go James a question?
Yeah.
All right, let's keep playing the film.
Hey, I wanted to ask a quick question on that last play, Lamont.
Yeah.
Just if Dennis Schroeder doesn't go under that screen, which is a horrible mistake in that situation, in my opinion, if he gets on top of Murray and forces him strong side where Lonnie Walker or whoever y'all said was at, forces him that direction, doesn't that do a better job of disrupting that play?
No, because here's the play right here. So
right, what if he stays on top of that and forces Murray to keep going?
If he chases over the top, they're still going to have the same problem. You're going to have Murray with a head of steam towards AD and drop coverage, which is a mid-range elbow jumper pull-up that the Lakers can't stop. So you can see Schroeder right here.
The same play against LeBron. It was the same play against LeBron.
So Schroeder right here. So Schroeder right here in this particular case, even though I would not want him going under,
right?
Schroeder knows in his mind, I have to do this by myself on this play, because
you have to guard.
You cannot expect any help from AD on this pick and roll, because AD is going to sit and drop. He knows AD's sitting and drop. He knows AD's not going to extend up to the 3-point line to put any pressure on ball. So at the end of the day, I don't necessarily mind him slipping the screen and going under, because he actually did a good job of stopping the ball. But at the end of the day, all Jokić did, who's a smart player, I'm going to screen your ass again.
Yeah, just rescreen it.
Let me see if you can get through this second one. And when they rescreen that second one, and with AD took, to make matters worse, AD took 2 steps back. He didn't even take, even if you don't contest it, take 2 steps at least to the ball. He took 2 steps back as Schroeder is desperately trying to get this screen. So at the end of the day, Schroeder is still fighting. Schroeder is playing 2-on-1 right now.
He should have never went under to begin with.
I understand what you're saying. I just feel he should have never went under in the first place. And then if AD does, imagine AD does step out on that shot. I think they're gonna win anyway. On that play.
Hold on. When does AD ever step out? Even if he
I'm just saying, if he does, then that ball's going to Jokić, and he has a 4-on-3 as well.
If he goes over, Murray is just going to drive into the gap, and you still have the same problem of AD sitting and drop.
Right, but I think Murray in that situation, who is great, don't get me wrong, I think Murray going against AD and that other help side over there is a better option than Jokić getting the ball in the middle of the court on the 4-on-3.
Lamont, we just showed that same play, Lamont. We just showed that same play with LeBron going over the screen.
I'm talking about that play, like you said it, Johnny. We ain't talking about the other play.
They ran the same play. They ran the same play. LeBron went over and they hit a wide open 3. When Lamont said, "I just want to see what happens," and I said, "I watch. It's going to be a wide open 3." Yes, you did. Yes, it was. It was like 10 minutes ago.
I know. I said I didn't see it, bro.
Hold on. So make it make sense. So it's AD's fault when LeBron goes over.
Yes, it's AD's fault, Lamar. I mean, locker room. It's AD's fault, man.
It's AD's fault. And then
y'all not letting me get a chance to speak. You got Lamont muting me when I want to get a chance to speak. This don't make no sense. Y'all keep arguing.
When Schroeder goes under.
It's AD's fault because he's not playing team defense. That's why. It's his fault. He's not playing team defense.
So where does what's Schroeder's fault?
So here's another screen right here.
And Schroeder's going under
let's watch
again.
This one.
Hold on, no, this is a
watch
double
it.
screen. It's a double screen. Let me run it back. It's a double screen. That was bad defense by D'Lo.
Of course.
Schroeder going under again.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, first of all, do y'all know
not a good defender? Schroeder is not a good defender.
Yeah, but who's that dribbling? All the way, who's that dribbling? Who's that
dribbling? Right.
That's a different. That's not Murray.
Right.
That's Bruce
let
Brown.
me tell you. Hold on. Let me.
Yeah,
let me tell
you go under Bruce Brown. You go under on Bruce Brown.
What I'm saying is this, y'all. There are penalties to going over. Yeah, just because Schroeder is going under here does not mean anything, because when AD is sitting in drop, of course you want him to go over, but AD is sitting in drop doing absolutely nothing. Schroeder, by this time in the game, has gotten cooked. At the end of the day, Schroeder is now basically saying, I'm in this by myself. I got to find a way to stop him from scoring, because AD sitting in drop coverage has done nothing to stop the Denver at all. You can't pull up one highlight where AD sitting in drop coverage has done anything significant to deter or stop the Denver offense.
In fairness, we're not watching the whole game, Lamar. We're not seeing misses.
Hold on.
I got a question for you, Lamar.
At the end of the day, we still all know how the Denver Nuggets walked them down. And then also we can all reflect back to all of the teams that consistently run pick and roll. And we all remember over the last 2 years how teams have burned this Laker team from the three-point line, because they do not defend with all 5 guys with AD sitting in drop coverage. They defend with 4 versus 5. And this is why they're always outmanned on the perimeter, because they're playing 4-on-5 on the perimeter. This is why when they get beat, they don't get beat by teams that score a whole bunch at the rim. They get beat by teams that get jumpers up and shoot a lot of threes.
Sure.
And the Denver Nuggets did a hell of a job of consistently attacking the drop coverage in this particular case. Let's see how this play pans out. But I know it can't be anything good, because it looks like and yes, you can say Schroeder goes over, but I don't think it changes the end result of the play, because AD is still in drop. He's not going to put any force on the ball to slow the ball handler up, no matter whether Schroeder goes under or over. Look at AD. He's just standing.
Bro, this is just getting disgusting at this point, man.
Who scores?
like what y'all are doing now, like,
hey, Lamar,
AD's man scores.
I can't believe y'all are doing this.
Hold on. Locker room. This is the game you told me to pull up. If you wanted a better AD,
no, I'm not talking about the highlights. I'm talking about the narrative that you're doing.
Hold on. The film is the film.
Fuck the narrative.
Film is
the film.
I'm saying film.
It's what narrative?
No.
AD can do nothing with that.
When this series was over with, you didn't have this energy for AD, Lamont.
Yes, I did.
You're a liar.
I got a question for A. Johnny. A. Johnny, can I ask you a question? And this just so I can learn.
When I do my film breakdown videos, y'all don't care. And then all of a sudden, I've been very consistent. I'm a defensive coach. Everything that I do when I coach, I'm tailored towards making my defense better. Everything. When I talk to Matt Painter, who is also a defensive guy, right? A lot of my philosophy stem from Matt Painter, a guy who's a defensive coach.
Hey, Johnny.
Everything that I do is revolved around defense. So I'm not running around looking for reasons as to why to say AD is a bad defender. I think he's a great defender. I told A. Johnny this. I said, I think the NBA has changed. His strength is now a weakness versus certain teams. And it's a liability because he's sitting in drop too much. This does not mean he's a bad defender. It just means the game changed on him. And we've seen that happen to a number of players in this league. When it happens to AD, now all of a sudden we're not supposed to say nothing about it?
Your question, Lamont.
But don't you think coaching can be a
Lamont
part of that too?
Bro, there's only
I just got a quick question.
When you have AD on the floor. If he's gonna, because of how teams attack with all of these guards and these guard play and how well teams can shoot the basketball. If you got one guy always in drop coverage, you're going to be playing 4-on-5 on the perimeter. Now,
but whose idea for
about this
drop coverage?
Y'all complain about the thing is if you take AD out of drop coverage, let's say you have him icing or hedging, all you're doing is open his ass up for more injury, more all types of, because as soon as his legs move more than 3 feet apart from one another versus Dallas, what happened? His whole groin gone.
Lamar,
blown out.
I got a question for you, Lamar.
You can't tell AD to do all this stuff. One, propensity to get injured. He's always pulling something. He's always rolling an ankle. He's always getting hurt. But you need him on the offensive end because he's a dominant offensive force. So now you're spending half your time trying to find ways to keep him in the paint on defense, keep him out of pick and rolls. But Denver was not letting it happen. Denver stayed attacking him. It just happened.
Yeah, this is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I understand your point for this.
Worst defense in basketball right now. If you run drop coverage, you're probably a team that gets cooked.
Oh my God.
He's not lying.
Well, they should have had AD and drop right there.
Let's see what happened here.
Now, Herb asked you a question for so I can get a body
here. Roamer here. Now, AD,
my question is, Johnny, is, just for educational purpose. What's the first line of defense? Like typically, right? If in a game, like what's the first line of defense before? Because I would assume that the center would be like last, right?
Not in today's NBA, my friend. The point of attack defender is your first defender, the guy who's playing your the point guard, traditionally.
So is it safe to say that if your first line of defense, your perimeter defense is weak, that causes a problem?
No.
What?
Because today's NBA, you got to play team defense.
In today's NBA, if you cannot guard the pick and roll,
this is nasty.
So, for example, let me tell y'all something.
This is getting. Hold on one second.
Hold on 1 second, locker room. Hold on 1 second. You can make a case that the Cleveland Cavaliers have the worst defensive backcourt in the league, but they got the number 1 defense in the league. I want you to, if this so-called point of attack defense means so much, the Dallas Mavericks last year had one of the best defenses in the league, but they had the worst defensive backcourt in the league. At the end of the day, when y'all run with these narratives about point of attack defense, this is not the 90s or the 2000s. Teams attack much differently now, and they attack out of something called the pick and roll. You cannot defend the pick and roll with very smart players and a team-oriented defense. You will get cooked. Coaches now have become very smart. And what they do now is they guard the basketball with 5 guys. Tim Duncan talked about this. Guarding the basketball with 5 guys with these zone principles. Understanding where to be. Giving every guy on the court an assignment. As long as you do this, we're going to send help here. But at the end of the day, this Laker team, as we can see time and time again, these guys don't know where their help is coming from. They don't know what to do on pick and rolls because AD's sitting in drop, right? And there is confusion after confusion after confusion because nobody on the perimeter has a role.
Because they're playing 90s basketball. They're playing individual basketball.
If you're telling me, unless you want to tell me right now that Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland are elite point of attack defenders, which we know they're not because we saw Donovan Mitchell in Utah, horrible defender, and Darius Garland never been a good defender. We saw Luka and Kyrie last year, both of them horrible defenders. How were they able to be on teams that were top 10 defenses? And in this case, Cleveland is the number 1 defense in the NBA right now. How with the worst defensive backcourt in the league? Explain that to me.
Well,
because it's 5
you see them Twin Towers in Cleveland.
No. So, but hold on. I thought you just said that the most important line of defense is the first couple of defenders.
It is.
So are you saying Jared Allen and Evan Mobley are better
I'm not
than
saying
Anthony
those
Davis?
guys. Well, if you let me answer real quick, I'm not saying those guys are great defender, but what they do a great, but what they do a great job of doing like you said, defense is not about necessarily individual defenders in today's NBA. Obviously, back in the 90s, like you said, that individual defenders were king. But nowadays, like you said, you got to be all in concert, and it's more conceptual than actually great defenders. So if I know if I'm Darius Garland and I'm having this pick and roll thrown at me or whatever, then I got to know where I'm supposed to be forcing my guys. I got to know where my help is coming from. And the greatest and the king of today's defense. The king of today's defense is being multiple, being able to switch, being what
versatility. Yeah,
you guard pick and roll. So first of all, teams don't just go into games with random pick and roll plans. Like if I'm just gonna they guard pick and rolls the same every time.
Right.
If you're an ice team, you're always gonna ice. If you are a drop coverage team, which the Lakers are a drop coverage team, you're always gonna be in drop coverage.
What did you mean by ice?
So icing the ball screen is similar to a hedge, but icing the ball screen really requires 3 players. So icing the ball screen is really, it's kind of like a tagging the guy coming off the screen, like you're sprinting out there to show with a quick hand and you're sprinting back down, as opposed to a hedge. A hedge is where you press up well beyond the 3-point line and you're pushing that guard back to where he came from. So ice is kind of the hedge, but it's different. So at the end of the day, if the Cleveland guards know when I get screened, Jared Allen about to ice, Mobley is gonna hedge. If they know that their bigs are gonna have their back, it's easier for them just to do the simple stuff. But when you're asking these guards, when you're asking these Laker guards to defend when AD is just sitting in drop, and you're really giving them a very, very low barometer of defense, which is just a sit and drop while they get screened, while they have to fight through staggers and pin downs. Well, don't be surprised if you're getting barbecued on the perimeter, because that's all it's going to lead to.
That's right, but at the same time, I think that's part of the philosophy again. Because when you do ice those screens and hedge those screens, and now you passing it to a screener who's not at the level as a Jokić when it comes to playmaking and scoring. So that might be okay in certain situations against certain teams, because now you're giving it to you forcing the ball to less of a playmaker. We like teams. I'm a Suns fan. For real quick, Lamar, I'm a Suns fan. So when Booker comes off the screen,
they say that they happening.
Huh?
When you ice and hedge correctly, there are certain passes that you are naturally taking. So the purpose of icing and hedging is that you want the ball reversal. So at the end of the day, because it's a shot clock game. So at the end of the day, when you ice and hedge correctly, you want ball reversal. You want this ball getting thrown out of this pick and roll action. If
correct
you are in the offense,
that's what I said.
No, but you're saying throwing it to another guy, because what's happening with the Lakers is the Lakers.
You're forcing the ball out of the ball handler's hands. So a lot of times they're giving it to the in a lot of those cases they're giving it to the person that set the screen.
Okay, so now show me one of these plays where the Lakers being in drop coverage is forcing the Denver Nuggets to get out of the pick and roll action.
No, I didn't say that. I said if you're icing it or hedging it, you're forcing the ball usually to the person who sets the screen. The problem with most teams,
no, you're not. When you're icing or hedging, for example, when you're icing or hedging, you're forcing the ball to go to the weak side. You don't want the ball to go to the screener. You're not going to allow the ball because you're using strong side.
Again, like I said,
can I show you?
I'm a Suns fan, so a lot of times Nurkic is setting that screen, and they want the ball to go to Nurkic because he's not the playmaker of a high caliber playmaker. So he's getting the ball and he's hesitating, blah, 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 so forth and so on. He doesn't know the next pass a lot of times. So I'm saying it depends on the personnel on the floor where you want the ball to go. I was agreeing with you.
Can I show him the play, Lamont? Can I pull the screen up and show it to them, what you're talking about with the icing? I know you're frustrated, Lamont. I see, you see why I act the way I act. So
I always do this, bro. When you start talking basketball.
No. All right. So look, let's watch what Lamar. All right. So right here, we're gonna watch the ice. All right. So LeBron's gonna give the screen right on the dribble handoff. Right. He's gonna give the screen right here. Right. And watch what Tyler Hero does. This is what he's talking about with icing, so that he can put the ball to the weak side. Watch. So that look. Bam. They played that drop coverage, but still, look, that's the ice that he's talking about. Then he makes him pass to the weak side. And as you can see, the Heat play team defense. Everybody knows what to do. And you see the rotation. The Lakers still get a basket here, but everybody's still in there. Look, it's still a contest. 2 guys are at the ball.
No, that's just good offense.
All right, but let's watch what the Lakers do when you have Anthony Davis. Look what Anthony Davis does. Let's watch how much Anthony Davis moves and rotates in this position. Why does this stop? Why did it stop? Hold on, wait. Is it gonna play?
Who was? Wait.
Oh, wait.
Their defensive lineman is all messed up from jump.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, the video's paused. Okay, there it goes right there. It's showing you where Anthony.
Who was Anthony Davis guarding, and who was that nigga on top guarding?
That's always a great question. That's always a great question. He's supposed to be guarding Bam. Bam's right here on the top. Which
who was this dude guarding at the top in the top of the key or at the middle in
well,
the?
That's the thing that I always get upset because these highlights always show you the play.
Play it through because I think the guy's just drawn on the clipboard.
No, yeah, I don't know why it's not showing the plays. It keeps freezing.
It's playing because I think a guy's like talking. He pauses.
Yeah.
So just let it.
I know.
But dude at the top is not guarding anybody.
See, the play's supposed to go and it stops going.
That's not AD's fault.
There
This
it goes.
dude.
Okay. See, look how much. Look at this.
No, bro. That play was doomed for. Go back. That play. This dude at the free throw line is not guarding anybody.
Hachimura?
Yeah, Hachimura isn't guarding anybody.
He's not. That's why the play is doomed. He's not guarding anybody.
Well, again, that all this play does is highlight the fact that they don't have an anchor because the anchor communicates. There's no communication.
Okay, well, y'all gonna blame that on 82? Hachimura was literally guarding no one.
Anthony Davis is the defensive anchor. So you gotta blame him. He is the anchor. Isn't he not the anchor or not? Who is your anchor?
No, but you blaming Anthony Davis for his rotations on that play when literally Hachimura was guarding air.
I'm showing you. You're looking at what Hachimura is doing,
but that's what caused all that action, brother.
No, you're not looking at what the defensive anchor is doing. When you look at,
I didn't see the play in full. This is a bad one because I don't know what.
No, I know that. Again, you're not gonna say to see the. You don't have to see the whole play in full because at the end of the day, who is Hightower sticking? Nobody. He's just running around doing nothing as well.
And on this play right here, on this play right here, Go James. This is not an ice. That's not ice.
That's not an ice. Okay, because I know you were saying. You said tag the ball carrier right on the pick and roll, correct?
He's in drop. He's literally in drop.
Hold on 1 second.
We go ahead.
Yes. Hold on. There's 2 things that happen here, which is one of the reasons why Miami is an elite defense, no matter who they have. So, Bam played this great. And I'm gonna tell you why Bam played this great because Bam went into drop when he saw that LeBron wasn't gonna roll. So Bam went into drop, but another thing that happened beautifully there, I believe it was Duncan Robinson Tyler Hero. Watch what Tyler Hero does. Tyler Hero is the one that blows up because he does something called digging. He digs in. Right. So what he does is when you're a no middle team, and I teach this all the time, you sell out to protect the middle. So Tyler Hero sold out leaving Gabe Vincent to protect the middle of the floor. Right. You protect the middle of the floor. When you're a no middle team, you protect the middle of the floor by any means necessary, even if you got to leave a man open to protect the middle. So he did something called digging to help his teammate out because it just looked like they were going to get beat. Bam went in the drop because LeBron hung out at the 3-point line. And that kind of smart on Bam's end. Really good that Tyler Hero was able to dig in. Like Go James said, they end up scoring on this play because they're in scramble mode. But when you talk about it, this is what a good defense look like. When you got all 5 guys participating, all 5 guys
in concert,
scrambling.
yes.
And it doesn't matter if you score or not. You literally, there's not one person just standing around doing nothing. We can literally see that there are 5 guys taking part in the action playing defense. And I just don't know if we saw that type of activity with the
and that was a horrible example to show because Bam pretty much did what AD does.
Where?
in that play he just showed, Bam literally did what AD was doing in previous plays. The play that made that great was the top defender, like you said, coming down and
what
digging on
happened
the
was,
ball and recovering.
well, what the difference in this play was, as opposed to Nikola Jokić, who generally after screens when they were playing the Lakers would roll into the paint, where you could send strong side help to tag the roller, or Jokić would either screen and roll, or Jokic's going to screen and then rescreen. In this particular case, Bron just popped. He just popped.
Right.
So at the end of the
He
day,
didn't put no pressure.
I don't mind the drop in this place, because as long as Bron pops out, we can guard the ball with three people. You got the guard fighting over. You got Bam stepping up, who we know he's going to contest. Bam is always going to contest. A lot of the highlights that we show with AD wasn't even putting the hand up to contest. He's just standing there. Bam is always, when you see Bam, he's always going to have that one hand
Bam
out.
is elite.
Bam is always going to have that one hand
Bam
out.
Not
and when you go up, Bam is going to contest. And you know they're communicating, because you saw Tyler Hero. As soon as that guy broke for the middle, they're communicating, because Tyler Hero dug in. Everybody's flying around the court. So it doesn't surprise me that no matter who the Miami Heat have, they always have a good defense. You can give them
no, that's
Robinson.
coaching though.
Hey Lamont, look what this guy wrote. This guy said better guard defense. He said Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson are better guard defenders.
But it's coaching though. Yeah, okay. I understand what they're not better defenders, but again, it's coaching.
I said it's scheme.
That's what I was saying earlier.
I said a long time ago, I said it's about scheme. That's why the great defensive coaches are always great defensive coaches. They don't just wait around till they get good defenders to be good on defense. They're always good defensive coaches.
Yeah, I mean, obviously personnel plays a part. I agree with that as well. But yes, the defensive coaches are. Yeah, the defensive coaches are going to have good defense. Maybe not elite, maybe not top of the league. I think if they get better defenders, they'll be better. But they'll still be good defensive teams, and they'll be in concert with each other.
I mean, there's really only a handful of individual defenders in NBA history that have been so elite individually that they can. You're talking about Victor Wembanyama, Scottie Pippen, maybe a Ben Wallace at time, maybe a Dwight at time.
But they're not a top defensive team, are they, Lamont?
What I'm saying is there's only a handful of players in NBA history who by themselves can impact your team defense.
Oh, okay, for sure.
Outside of that, Phil, with or without Scottie Pippen, Phil Jackson was always an elite defensive coach. Larry Brown, always an elite defensive coach. Chuck Daly, elite defensive coach. All the guys that are elite defensive coaches, no matter what personnel you give them, they have a scheme that's going to be elite. You can give them good perimeter defenders, bad perimeter defenders, good post defenders, bad post defenders, tall post defenders, short post defenders. Your scheme is what wins out. But people try to pretend as if the Lakers, like people think that this Laker team is like a video game. Oh, if I put a player with an 88 defensive rating in, our defensive rating overall is just going to go way up. That's how locker room's trying to do it. He's trying to go player for player. Like, oh, this guy's better than him. So if I put another guy, like if you try to play the video game way, you're going to lose. Like you're never going to get better. That's not how
that's what they did to me, Lamont, when they got mad when I said Joker played better anchor than Anthony Davis would for the Lakers.
But I don't think. But I disagree with you guys on that part. That's the thing. I think the Lakers are poorly coached. I think the Lakers were not in accord defensively. They weren't doing the right things defensively. And AD to me is not. AD to me was never the problem. That's why I disagree with Coach James.
Darvin Ham is a defensive coach.
Okay, well, they weren't. It wasn't relaying to the players. Maybe because of LeBron James. Maybe it was because of whatever. But we can look at them look at them and see that they weren't playing good defense. So regardless if Darvin Ham is a good coach or not,
you cannot see that. What I can look and see is when I look at that Laker team. What I see is I see a flawed defensive scheme because you can't do anything else with Anthony Davis on the floor. Like like the way the Lakers defended, it's one of the reasons why it looked really well versus some teams, but really bad versus other teams.
So you telling me the Dallas Mavericks, and granted AD went down, but just in that 3 quarters, did you see the defense? And I'm not saying that they were playing the elite pick and roll offense that game. Who were they playing?
Who? The other night?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Houston.
Houston, and I don't think they're.
You want me to pull up the film?
Pull up that defense was well. You're not gonna see you're not gonna see the defensive plays because of you're only gonna see scoring plays.
This Dallas. When was that?
But they were shooting some. That defense
that was this past Saturday.
That's past Saturday. That defense was, man, that was looking like some old school. I mean, they was like getting shot clock violation after shot clock violation. Like, they couldn't even get a shot off.
Which game was this?
The first game AD played with Dallas.
Houston versus Dallas.
And at the end of the day, it's gonna be it's all gonna amount to what is AD doing in the pick and roll, and is Houston attacking, utilizing the pick and roll. It's always gonna come down to that with AD.
Right. And we know Denver's an elite offense, and Mike Malone is a very good coach, and they did exploit what the Lakers were doing defensively. I'm not disagreeing with that, but again, to me, to say that AD it was AD's deficiencies that caused all of that, I think is a little bit being disingenuous.
No, I'm not saying AD caused anything. I'm saying the scheme that you have to run with AD caused it. The scheme that you have to run with AD is drop coverage. That scheme puts you 4-on-5 on the perimeter. That scheme.
Okay, let me ask you this then: Do you know elite defenses that continually do run drop coverages? And why are they elite if they continually run similar coverages to what the Lakers are running?
There are no elite drop coverage teams. Drop coverage is the worst defense in basketball right now. Guards are too good. This is a guard-driven league. Guards are too good. You go into drop coverage, there's no way you're going to be able to consistently call yourself an elite defense. And it's one of the reasons why the Lakers with AD look great on some nights when you're playing ISO-heavy teams, when you play pick-and-roll team that scored 143 points on you. You got guys like Dante Exum and some of the most random people in the league hit you with 7 threes.
What is Cleveland running?
So when you look at Cleveland is an ice team.
I got a fact check you on that, Lamont.
Hold on, we can pull up. You want me to pull up the film?
Doesn't the Nuggets run drop coverage?
I would pull up some Minnesota film. I would pull up some maybe, I don't know about Cleveland.
Minnesota's a switching team. Minnesota's gonna keep you in front.
No,
they don't get up on ball. Why do you think they blew up Denver last year?
Doesn't Denver run drop coverage with Jokić?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why why do you think at times they can't contain the perimeter?
Yeah, that's true.
They're a heavy numbers team. They play numbers a lot. Milwaukee would do the same thing. Milwaukee would just let you shoot threes. They're playing a numbers game. But at the end of the day, it's a high risk reward thing.
No, yeah, Denver's not a good defense.
It's high risk, high reward. Like if you go into drop coverage, it's high risk. It could be high reward, but it's high risk. And when it goes south on you, it get ugly.
The Suns was killing that pick and roll. Boy, if we had some more shooters that series that 1 year, man, they would have been. We was killing that drop coverage. That's how we won the little 2 games we won.
And the worst thing that
defense been better than the Laker defense been the last few years. I know that much.
When a player gets hot and you in drop coverage, you're gonna have a long night. Don't let somebody.
No, that's facts. That's facts. You're gonna have to cool that off somehow.
Okay, here's the Houston game right here. Let me add it to this. Let me add it up here.
It should be like a breakdown video.
Yeah, you only are you playing just the highlights? The highlights?
Whatever they got.
That's all that's available on the internet, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's not going to be. That's just going to show them scoring. That if we're looking at defense, huh?
Sometimes I just want to see what they're running. I don't care if they get a stop.
Oh, okay. I got you.
That's rim protection. See, again, we're not taking this away from AD. Great rim protection.
No, I got you.
Make the playoffs again.
Sengun going in and drop, get barbecued.
Clay came out cooking that game, boy. Clay came out with a torch.
Okay, hold on.
Lamont just told you why.
That wasn't drop. That was hedge.
No, that's not drop, but AD's not in the pick and roll either.
No, he hit that.
But they're not playing a drop. But they're big man. They're not playing a drop.
Hell no, they're not playing drop. Clay just got cooked there.
Yeah.
This is
Got
them. They
cooked by
got
that first step.
yeah. This was a switch. This was a switch where they ended up getting I'm in
That's
Thompson
fine.
onto.
You got to live with that.
Yeah.
That's a.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see.
Same thing here. They found the switch, and Anthony Davis went to barbecuing them. They kept putting smaller guys. They had nobody big enough to handle Anthony Davis at all.
No answer for him.
That's how you know it was. You about to see no Houston plays for about 3 minutes. they wasn't scoring. Was not scoring, bro.
See the drop coverage. You hit to get the 3-pointer in your mouth. Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's see how they defending it right here. Pick and roll. AD drop.
Doing the same shit. Bad defense. Bad team defense.
Look, man.
Like I always tell people.
I keep telling y'all the drop coverage just gets nasty for you, man.
No, it's bad with Anthony
That
Davis.
was no defense. That wasn't even dropped. I don't know what that was.
That was no communication.
That was AD watching.
No, because you go look at the play with Gafford. You look at the play with Gafford that we showed earlier, just in the beginning of this film study. You'll see they didn't play drop. They didn't play drop.
It's hard for the defender, like because you got a decent defender on ball right here, but when you're in drop, you're basically telling the defender, this is like a summer ISO. You don't know where to protect. You don't know what to contain. You don't know which way to send them. It's just you on an island. And here it is right here. Screen comes. When you in drop,
you try to go over.
There's two things happening here. There's no way AD's talking on defense. It's absolutely no way he's talking on defense. One,
just looking.
So you got the guard. So who do we blame here? The guard?
Both of them. Both of them.
Okay.
Both of them.
Yeah.
No, you gotta blame it. No, because he rejected the screen and just cooked him the other way.
But you wanted him to do exactly what he did. Go over the screen. You asked him to go over that. That's the liabilities of going over.
That was not going over the screen. What are you talking about? He let him go. He let him reject the screen.
Tyson, there is a liability when you go under a screen, and there's a liability when you go over the screen. Look what he tries to do.
What he does. Let me see what
he tries to go over.
Yeah.
He tries to go over, and he tries to get there before, and the guy, I'm just gonna cross you over because I got skills. I'm just gonna cross you over.
But that's getting cooked though. You can't let that happen.
No, hold on. No. What happened was, Max Christie said, I'm not about to get screened. I'm about to fight over. As soon as he looked like he was about to go over, he snatched back, came back middle. And then also when you look at the Dallas Maverick defensive philosophy, look at the difference of what Miami Heat did when somebody went middle versus what Dallas did when somebody went middle. Because I would get on Kyrie too. Because when he
hugging him.
Did Kyrie dig to stop the middle drive?
No.
Because AD is already playing bad D. But then when somebody attacks your middle, see, right now I always tell my players, don't be hugged up on a man without the ball. That man without the ball scores 0 points. Man, get your ass on that elbow. Play that elbow right there so you can help your teammates out.
Unless that's a shooter, but I don't think that's a shooter. That's Jalen Green.
It don't matter. To me, it don't matter.
No,
but
who's
at
that?
the end of the day, Kyrie hugged up on his man, creates a humongous gap. AD and drop, humongous gap. And this dude's just flying right down the middle lane. And it's not necessarily blaming AD. It's that when you run drop coverage, you're playing 4-on-5. It's just hard to defend.
We didn't even see the screen. We don't know what the hell he was about to play.
Well, you definitely make it easy when you're in drop.
Look, and not protecting passing lanes. Easy. I'm saying it happens all the time with this man.
Hey, and Coach James Kingdom, what did I tell you? I said when these guys, I said when these guys get to the middle of the floor going downhill, it's generally always too late. So even on this play right here, when you allow guys to attack the middle, they have too many options, right? They got too many options to play, make, or score. And on this play right here,
this is Segun too.
That's a weak screen. He rejected it. So right here, he just rejects. So 2 plays where they reject the screen. AD didn't even get over either. But when you let this guy get middle, right? PJ Washington did do nothing. People were pretending.
Yeah, he ball watching. That's PJ. That's not AD.
That is AD.
Oh wow!
It starts with AD on that one.
All right.
They don't want to play AD for nothing.
That boy was locked. You don't help on that. He was locked.
No, he was not.
He was not about to score that basketball.
Like if you're gonna attack a team with Anthony Davis on it in the ISO, you'll probably lose.
He said Segun was not gonna score. That's Segun.
No, he was locking them. You didn't watch the game, bro. He was locking Sengun up. You didn't watch it.
I did watch the game, sir. We watched it.
You
Right
saw
James.
you saw Sengun dribbling to the middle and posting and turning his back and kicking the ball out because AD was locking his ass up.
Okay.
So look, AD's not on the floor right now.
Sengun's an all-star. He's definitely good score on AD.
Good block.
Yeah, that's good defense.
Yeah, Dallas came out with some energy, bro. They was on fire.
Spencer Dinwiddie hitting shots he wouldn't hit with the Lakers. Look, drop coverage, get cooked.
That was a good pass.
Yeah, Kyrie can make that pass. We go again. They go to drop and in your mouth. Boom.
Cash money.
See what I mean? Drop coverage. You can't do nothing else with AD.
What's the score?
52.
What that mean?
No, I was just asking.
Look, same thing. Hold on. So you got Spencer Dinwiddie who got screen. You can't ask Spencer Dinwiddie to do nothing more than other try to recover. But if the guards in today's league are too good, if you give them, if you allow them, if you play them in drop, this is pickup summer basketball. They work on this all summer. What he sees right now, this is barbecue chicken.
If he step up, it's a blow by. If he drop, I'm pulling.
That's why I say drop coverage.
Man down.
You know what I'm saying? It's one of the two. That's what he sees when he come off that screen, Lamont. If he step up, it's a blow by.
Look, the difference here, in which what Sengun just went in the drop coverage here. The only reason why I say it's a little bit smarter is because AD shooting 29%.
Yeah, facts.
You play the numbers. So you play the numbers game. I think he gets burned on this one though.
Yeah, he knocked it down.
He was on a cooker. He was
cooking. So Houston played drop too, then, right?
Let me see.
Number 3 defense, 4 defense in the league?
Drop coverage again. It's how you run it. Do they stay in drop? I don't know. I haven't watched Houston enough. I would have to watch their film. I haven't even paid attention to their highlights.
You said there wasn't no good teams that play consistent drop. Houston might be one of them.
I don't think Houston's not a consistent drop team. I think they played scheme because Jokić he's a defensive guy. He's not an idiot. There's no way they're not a drop team. I'm almost positive.
I said I'm gonna have to fact check you on that one.
And they have a lot of versatile defenders as well.
Well, that's what we were saying. If you got versatile defenders, it might be more successful. That was our point.
With more versatile defenders, you can run more versatile schemes. That's the difference.
What? That's what we were saying.
No, but you can't do that with Anthony Davis.
Never mind, bro.
Okay.
You didn't get what I was saying, apparently.
Okay, hold on.
The Lakers got versatile defenders. You still couldn't run
you had
with
two
Anthony
back-to-back
Davis.
plays there. Did we see them? Where because of drop coverage, there was 2 lobs back-to-back.
Let me see it.
So hold on, let me see. So you have this one. Well, I think this is.
There's another play.
Yep, this is the first one. Because of drop coverage, you let them get ahead of steam to the middle, and then the second one. It's too easy to pick you apart.
Guys waving their hands, looking like the Lakers. They're just in Dallas Mavericks uniform now. Looking like the Lakers.
Yeah, they almost walked him down when AD went out.
Really, Kyrie?
You can't blame Kyrie on that. I can tell you why.
I didn't see that one.
So he wasn't supposed to close out?
So here's the problem. Look where the ball is right now. Kyrie's in perfect position right now.
Yeah, right there, yeah.
Right?
Facts.
So Kyrie's job, so the first help guy, so if you look at AD right here, your only job is to play with active hands and to kill that passing lane. They can do whatever they want going back the other way. So I wonder why we should watch what happens. So right here, hold on. Right here, AD's one already opened up to the middle. He's allowing the guy to go middle. Kyrie is still in perfect defensive help right here. If Kyrie leaves, he's out of position. Kyrie needs to stay right there on that block. He's in help. AD's only job right now is to play with active hands. AD's job right now is to defend the ball. You need to stop that A to B pass to the corner, right? You got to start killing options. This is why you never let people get to the middle of the floor, because when they driving anywhere else, you're killing their options. Well, without active hands in that passing lane, you cannot tell Kyrie to be in help and to contest this three. Now you're asking Kyrie to do too much. When the man on ball, if you get into a no middle stance and you send the ball where it's supposed to go, you don't get in trouble.
No, that's Kyrie. Come on, that's Kyrie, bro.
That's not Kyrie.
Yeah, it is. I disagree.
If I'm watching film, the first thing I'm talking about on AD, because y'all just talked about point of attack defense off that pick and roll. You got to be pushing guys out the middle. You cannot let, especially a guy like that, who's not even a good offensive player, you cannot let him get to the middle of the floor on you, because anybody in this league is going to cook you with the bucket or the pass. And you cannot tell Kyrie to be in help and cover that three-point line. You got to put up some type of resistance to keep him out the middle.
Yeah, but AD is recovered though, and he's just standing there.
No, he's not. Just because somebody is guarding a ball, don't mean they're doing a good job. Just because AD is there, don't mean he's doing the right thing. Look, AD is
Lamont,
he doesn't protect driving lanes and passing lanes, Lamont. He doesn't do it.
Look. AD is just because AD, like a lot of people look at this and say, "Oh, AD's there, good defense." That's not how basketball works. Basketball does not work like that. Your job.
He cut off the driving lane and everything.
No, he did not cut off no driving lane. No, he did not.
Watch him. Keep playing.
Walkthroughs, the assistant coach is doing exactly what Anthony Davis is doing.
Keep playing.
He did not cut nothing off.
The ball. Oh, okay.
When that pass
He's right in front of him, bro. I think you got a bad angle.
Tyson,
that man made Dylan Brooks look like John Stockton.
Y'all think that if you allow players today to get to the middle of the floor, you're giving them too many scoring and passing options. Your job, AD, especially a guy like Dylan Brooks, who's not very hard to defend, as long as you keep him out the middle, don't let him get middle. It's too much because you're.
No, I agree with that.
If you understand that you have Kyrie sitting in help, the only weakness that you have on the floor right now is that corner three. Push him out the middle. Kyrie cannot be in help and guard that corner three. He's not 17 feet tall.
Exactly. Get your ass out the paint.
Then he's not in help.
Yeah, but the ball. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you. You're going to say otherwise, but I think once that pass gets one pass away, you gotta get over there, bro.
That's what
I'm saying. You know the NBA game is happening like in light speed when you're on the court.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think a good defender in that situation knows that play is open right there, and he's starting to head towards that corner. Now, if AD gets beat and he gets a layup, that's one thing. But I'm not about to just stand in the paint and let this dude have a wide open three once that pass becomes one pass away.
What was AD supposed to do, Tyson? What was AD supposed to do?
Push him out the middle
as the good defender. Why didn't AD? Hold on, wait. The point is what Lamont is telling. What Lamont is telling.
I got what he's saying, bro. I said I agree with him.
No, listen. Well, Lamont, no, you don't, because you're saying that Kyrie Irving is wrong, and he's trying to tell you that Kyrie Irving isn't, because
I'm saying they're both wrong.
Anthony Davis should know that Kyrie's playing that help, so he also has to help Kyrie by not allowing that pass to the corner. So he has to play team defense. You're talking individual defense. Anthony Davis, even on individual level, didn't play good defense because he let the man get wherever he wants to. You can't let a dribble wherever they want to.
No.
You can't do that. That's all we're saying. So even against individual defense, he let Dylan Brooks dribble wherever he wanted to the point to where he could find an open man. That's bad defense by Anthony Davis.
All right, I'm not disagreeing with that, but one step, I agree that it was bad defense on Kyrie's part as well. But I agree with you. I didn't disagree with that.
So what do you tell Kyrie to do? Not be in help, or to stretch your defense out, spread yourself thin, stand on that 3-point line, because you know AD's just gonna let the guy get middle. You have to be in help. Like KD was in perfect position right there.
You cannot tell him to not be in help.
Hey, no wonder why Darvin Scam had his hands in his pockets on the sideline. He couldn't do nothing. Lamar don't nothing to do. There was nothing. I can't do nothing.
Hey,
I
man,
don't know what y'all. I don't know. Like
y'all can look at every player blame AD, but I'm not gonna do that, bro.
No, I'm not blaming AD.
Y'all told us to go look at all these
that's
plays.
What you said. You said AD.
These are the plays that y'all told us to go find, and we're finding treasure trove of Anthony Davis playing bad defense.
I'm showing
again, you're not seeing all the plays he played great defense in.
I'm showing you how it's almost impossible to play good defense when you're in drop coverage. That's all I'm showing you. It's the scheme,
Johnny, that last
not
play
AD.
was AD's fault?
It's the scheme. AD is not a bad defender, but drop coverage is making him a bad defender.
Again, my issue will always be this with Anthony Davis. He doesn't protect driving lanes and passing lanes. It's not hard to do that. You just need active hands, like Lamont's been saying.
Somebody's not always to blame when the offense executes, bro.
Well, I blame defensive anchors. That's what I blame, and that's what he is, a defensive anchor.
Good job, AD. Drop coverage. Good job, AD. And he's injured.
That's when he got hurt, bro. He was about to block that.
He was not.
He was about to send that to the moon, man.
Bro,
that's why. Like Lamont said.
He sprained his pelvic,
like Lamont said. Like Lamont said.
He
when
had an adductor strain on the turn.
Yes.
Tyson.
Yes. When he had to widen his when he had to widen his space and turn his hips, he blew out a muscle.
Yeah, man. He was about to go get that thing. Watch him.
Hold on. Spencer Dinwiddie's doing exactly what y'all said Schroeder should have did. Fight over, right?
Which is
I told you
basically giving up the lane.
I told you did a good job.
But what's the difference? What's the difference?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
There are significant penalties to fighting over, especially when you're fighting over for no reason, which is when your guy in drop ain't doing nothing. Like if I'm fighting over, if you better be doing something to help me out. Watch this.
Okay.
Hold on.
Keep cooking.
Okay, hold on. Your rim protector is in drop. He's already down.
Check out Max Christie. Look at Max Christie tag.
He dig in. Your rim protector.
He didn't dig good enough.
Hold on. Your rim protector. Where's your rim protector at?
The reason why you drop is to be a rim protector. And he's not even doing that.
Real quick. What's the point of a dig, Lamont?
Max Christie, the point of the dig, Max Christie did right because
what is the point of the dig?
No, hold on. The point of the dig is kill the middle.
Okay. He didn't do that. You're supposed to make that man pick up his dribble and pass the ball. That's the point of the dig.
No. What I told you was this. Because Max Christie, hold on. Max Christie did not dig. No, hold on. Max Christie did not dig. Max Christie did something called stunt and recover. Some teams dig. When you dig like the Miami Heat, that means you completely sell out to protect the middle. That's your scheme. Other teams do something called stunting and recovering. That means you stun at the ball handler, but because you don't want to give up that three, you want to bait them into making that pass. So
but you want that dribble picked up though, Lamar.
The only thing that dictates that, if you dig, that means your scheme is basically saying sell out to protect the middle. If you stunt and recover, that's not your scheme. So when I see what Max Christie did, he stunt and recovered. And he more so did that because he thought he had AD in rim protection because he like y'all I don't know how you this might be the best example, right? Hold on, that's the one where he got hurt. Here's the next one right here. Let me show you. Max Christie played it right. AD's the only one that played it right.
If I'm on dig, I want that guy to pick up the ball and pass it.
He didn't dig, he stunted and recovered.
Okay, even if I stunt, the whole point is to fake him so he passes the ball.
Yeah, but just because you stun and recover don't always mean they're gonna go.
No, it don't always work. I agree with you.
At the end of the
Digging
day,
don't always work because if you dig, you might give up the three. Nothing always works.
So focused on Max Christie that the guy that's supposed to be in rim protection mode because he's always
that's facts. That's facts.
Ain't in no rim protection mode at all to do anything.
That's facts.
And he didn't even make a play on the ball. Spencer Dinwiddie's the one that just got screened. He's the one fighting for his life right now, and he's the one that's going to be embarrassed at the end of this play because he had no rim protection.
Right.
Next play, same screen.
He stayed with his man more. He didn't provide the help he's supposed to. I agree.
Drop coverage, break down.
Lamont, that's nasty work by you. That was nasty work.
Well, you drop coverage. He's doing the right coverage. He's just not executing at that point.
No, drop coverage is the worst defense in the league. You just have to run it with AD.
Nah, if you run drop there, his job right there is to protect the rim, which is supposed to be what he's.
You know, I'm telling you. Let me tell you one more time.
And that's why pick and roll is so deadly, though.
No, it's not pick and roll. The reason why drop coverage is the worst defense is
it's not pick and roll.
Listen to what I'm saying.
But you don't say it wasn't pick and roll. That's exactly what it was.
It's the worst defense because you're giving the ball handler a head of steam with a million options.
Facts.
Why are you giving? I said this is a guard-driven league. And hey, Johnny, didn't I tell you this weeks ago? I said guards today are too good to repeatedly give them opportunities like this. Because as the game progressed, all we're seeing is dunks at the rim. And as we can see, even with AD, before AD got hurt, that lead, which was 20, has now started to dwindle now that they started eating Dallas alive out of the pick and roll, out of that drop coverage. So that big lead that they had. But what happens when AD goes out injured? Hey, Johnny, do you remember what happened in this game when AD left injured and they brought Gafford back in?
No, I wasn't really paying attention to what would happen.
They kept the lead about that. They kept the lead right there.
No, they didn't keep the lead right there. It was not a close game. They blew them out.
No, I don't think it was no blowout, bro. What was the final?
I think they blew him out.
It wasn't a close game. I'll tell you that much.
If you go to the first play of this highlight, it shows you what they do with Gafford. But you can continue to see what they do.
It was like 116, 105, something like that.
Now we can get back to really defending.
I think it was like 116 to 105.
When they go to Kyrie.
Yeah.
Good pass.
Drop coverage.
Drop coverage, baby.
Oop, right there, bang, easy plays. See, now they put Steven Adams out there. It's easier to play drop coverage against him
because he's slow-footed,
and he's not gonna shoot nothing from the outside, so you ain't got to worry.
I think Şengün got in foul trouble.
Most likely.
He did. I remember that. Gafford was balling.
Let me see if they show some defensive highlights.
Like block shots.
Right, here we go. Screen and roll. See how they defended with Gafford. Boom.
Bucket. Stupid.
Drop. Same thing.
Yeah, bad defense by Gafford.
Never lead to nothing good. Have y'all noticed that?
Drop right there. Same thing.
That's what he's showing.
Nothing good.
Yeah, but we seeing the scoring plays, bro. They running it consistently. That's drop again. He fights over, gets back. Still a bucket.
That's what he's trying to tell you, though. He's trying to tell you that.
No, but I'm saying this is
drop bucket. I almost promised.
That's good defense. Got to hit the glass.
Gafford ain't got that.
Yeah, that's good defense. Hit the glass.
Great block or great skill don't mean you play good defense.
All right.
It just means you athletic as hell.
Yeah,
man, getting a stop in this league.
Now I saw them play a different coverage in the first quarter, but
no, I saw him head
pick and roll in the first quarter.
Because right now it's the fourth quarter. In fourth quarter, a lot of teams go to isolation basketball.
Let me see what they do. They send a screen. Let's see what Gafford did.
Gafford going to drop. He didn't go. That wasn't a drop there, Lamont. He met him at the 3-point line. That was not a drop.
That wasn't a drop.
Yeah, he met him at the 3-point line. She's not going to do with Anthony Davis.
Was it a bucket?
No.
Yeah, they still scored. But he forced him.
He went right by him. You stepped up, you getting cooked too.
No, he didn't score. He missed the layup.
So he missed the layup. Okay.
I know he didn't score on that one, no.
That was drop.
I think Gafford got a fingertip on it too.
No, that was the same thing. He actually met him at the 3-point line.
No, but he went to the hoop though, didn't he?
I'm saying I think Gafford.
He had to dribble past him though. That's got to dribble past me now.
It's just pressure on those bigs, dude. It's tough, man. It's just a lot of pressure. If you want them to stay out there and stand up and guard, that's tough too. That's gonna get cooked a lot of times too.
Yeah,
To be
but
honest,
no, the problem is on defense is whoever's most consistent. And I think from the way y'all talking, you can't be scared on defense. You cannot be scared to get beat. If you scared to get beat, you ain't gonna be a good defender. You got to be willing to step up and you got to be willing to put your ankles on the line to get crossed up and mixed up if you want to be a good defender. You got to step up, defend, put
Hence
pressure
why
on
Rudy
the ball.
Gobert is
sound good, and also you protecting you.
That's
Gaffer's
what
gonna do that because
No
you know what
coach
I'm
is gonna
saying.
sit here. No coach gonna
When
sit
you
here
do
and say,
that,
"Oh,
when
we
you do
can't
that with
stop
one of
this."
your best offensive players, you on those drives, you subjecting them to foul trouble as well, trying to guard them guys on the perimeter. So it's really it's a give and take in my opinion. Lamont might say otherwise. You might say otherwise.
Don't nobody think like that.
No,
Huh?
as a coach,
Nobody don't think about foul trouble.
No, because
that's why.
for example, I tell my guys this. If you
Man,
get-
I ain't asking. I'm talking about.
No,
Okay,
I'm
go
telling
ahead.
you right here. This is a common defensive thing. For example, if you get switched, if you get a switch on the perimeter, if you step up, you hedge. One of my bigs get caught out there. What's the easiest way to get a foul? Most guys get fouls because when guys drive on them, the first thing they do is jump in the air to try to contest. I always tell my guys, as long as you pushing them no middle, the man on ball, you can never jump to contest. Allow the help to jump and contest, but you stay down. So if you stick to your principle, if you do what you're supposed to do, you don't get in foul trouble if you play good defense. But it's the other guys that jumping in the air, chasing blocks when you're not supposed to chase blocks. These be the idiots that be getting in foul trouble. Why do you think?
I agree with that, but these
don't
guys
foul
so
out?
good with the ball. They get you on the ground on defense. They getting body bumps. They getting all that. Where they blow the whistle these days, they getting body, but they're not even jumping, bro.
That's why.
Austin Reeves is the king of that.
That's
Austin
why
Reeves
I
is,
emphasize. That's why I always emphasize team defense.
No, that's facts.
Defense. So
Yeah, I agree with
even an elite defender will have trouble guarding anybody who's good and crafty with the basketball. So at the end of the day, you still have to play team defense, like Lamont said, funnel them to help play defense as a team, not as an individual. Because at the end of the day, that's the only way to be successful as far as playing defense.
agreed, but I'm saying whatever type of defense you play, you got to play team defense.
I would be curious just to see any of y'all get a team, and I want to see what this team look like on defense.
My team would be nice, bro.
No, yeah, I'm kind of questioning that one.
Nah, bro. You know my basketball acumen is up there, bro.
I'll see a lot of hands in the air, people looking at each
My
other.
basketball acumen up there with the
a lot of finger pointing, like what
goddamn
happened.
Phil Jackson's. You know what I'm saying?
Coach, right there. Y'all know what time it is today. I said that's the drop coverage coach. We be running our numbers up. We stat padding today.
Nah. You gotta look at your personnel out there, what you're working with. You gotta play to the strengths of your personnel.
You don't need personnel to have a good defense. You just need a good.
No,
scheme.
I said you gotta play to the strengths of your personnel.
You know what the funny thing, Lamont, out of everything that we've been talking
I
about,
didn't say they had to be good.
Lamont, we spent hours talking defense here on FYF, and I've never heard nobody sit here and talk about defense in the sense of stopping what the offense is trying to do. Right? Everybody's saying, "Oh, as long as I got good elite defenders, that's all I got to do. I ain't got to worry about." No, because there's offensive sets that are trying to run offenses on you. And like I said, you can't let guys dribble to certain areas. You can't let guys make certain passes. You can't certain guys see the floor. You can't allow certain. You know what I'm saying? So you can't allow that's the difference, because there's an offensive play being called. So how are you going to stop the offensive play? You can't say, "Well, I'm just going to stop this offensive set because I got Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Mutombo, Gary Payton, and Michael Jordan."
That helps. So that give you more options.
They got to be able to know what they're supposed to do on this.
That give you more switchability. That give you more all type of stuff. You can do different things when you got those type of players. Whereas I have Austin Reeves and D'Lo and so on, it's less options I have to do. I can't switch and put Anthony Davis out on Jamal Murray and leave D'Lo to guard Jokić. I can't not do that. Well, if I have Scottie Pippen guarding what's the name, then maybe I can do something like that, and then I can get help in other ways. But if I have D'Lo and Austin Reeves, I'm done.
No, you're not.
That's not true.
That's not true.
How do you think Luka and Kyrie got to the finals?
When he got the switch.
Okay, so let me ask you: how did Luka and Kyrie get to the finals? The worst defensive backcourt in the league.
because Gafford's Mutombo.
How did they get to the final?
No, with the worst defensive
PJ
backcourt
Washington.
in
PJ Washington, Scottie Pippen.
You telling me they got 3 Scottie Pippens and a Ben Wallace?
No,
or something?
PJ Washington was very good.
No, he wasn't.
Derrick Jones.
Yes, he was a good defender. Stop it.
No, he wasn't. No, Derrick Jones Jr. was their best defender.
And Derrick Jones, I was about to say him next.
PJ Washington was never looked at as a great defender.
He didn't play good defense for that team?
No, they just did their job. Did you notice how doing your job? Did you notice how doing your job makes you look like a good defender? You just do your job. Luka did his job so well that people said Luka's a much improved defender. No, Luka just was doing his job.
Yep.
Luka didn't do nothing special. They simplified it for him. They said, Luka, do X, Y, and Z. We got your back here. I even did a film breakdown on him. And
you talking about that finals defense, or are you talking about it leading up to the finals?
It was just leading up to the finals.
Oh, okay,
What changed? The only thing that changed versus the Celtics is the Celtics have a unique attack because the Celtics have this weird ISO attack where they are consistently attacking you the way you guys see the game in the ISO. So now your team defense, it means a lot less because now they're just spreading you out and they don't really care about running no structured offense.
Right.
They don't care about running no structured offense. They just want you and me as much as they can. This is why Derek White's taking the best matchup, he can go off. Drew Holiday take the best matchup, he can go off. Brown take the best matchup, he can go off. They ISO heavy, and it's kind of odd and weird to defend because there's no structure to it. And so that's what combats it a little bit.
But they're the most multiple team in the league besides OKC right now.
You said what?
Would you agree with that?
What?
You got guys that can do multiple things. Derek White can defend, he can shoot, he can get off the dribble sometimes. Tatum can do all those things. Jaylen Brown can do all those things besides playmate. Porzingis can stretch you out. He can take you down low, pause. You know what I'm saying? They're the most multiple team in the league, and I think that's why they've had so much success. When a lot of teams only got like Isaiah Joe coming off the bench, he only going stroke to 3. You know what I'm saying? Certain guys, a lot of teams have guys that are specialists. Celtics are a team that has the most multiple players and that can do it on both ends of the floors in multiple ways. But anyway, I'm done cooking, y'all, man. Y'all have a blessed evening. Go James. Always a pleasure. Lamont, thank you. Y'all have a good one. Other brother?
Olo, yeah, you good.
Yes, sir. Covered. All right, y'all.
Peace, brother.
When did AD, like I've never seen people come to AD. They like locker rooms talking about people talking bad about AD. I've never seen this many people talk good about AD all of a sudden.
Yeah, all that soft stuff. That's all I heard.
Laker fans been killing AD for all these years. Now all of a sudden when he get traded, y'all miss him now.
I don't know what to say about that. I mean, like I said, man, all this stuff is obvious. It's just obvious. You know, they went and got the 2023. That's what locker room said to go get. You went to go get that. We went to go look at the footage. It showed us all what we always said about Anthony Davis. Yeah, he's a great elite rim protector, great rebounder, but team defense is required in today's NBA, and he's really not that good at it. And I don't know what Tyson said he was cooking, but I guess I'll eat the ramen noodles he put on the table for us.
Man, people. I mean, I hear it all the time. Everybody gonna say they cooking up here. They're just to say it. I'm not tripping.
I know that. But I'm just saying, like, I just find it weird. Like, you break the film down, and we have to repeat the same things over and over again. They don't see what we're seeing. You know, just on that play when he hurt himself, he was saying, well, he was about to block it, but the play before that, it wasn't Anthony Davis's fault. It was Max Christie. Like, so where was Anthony Davis going to go block that shot? He didn't go block that one, right? So it's like, come on, man. It's like, we're not trying to say Anthony Davis is a bad defender. We're just saying that obviously with the way schemes are being played in today's NBA, it's hard for a coach to have a very intricate defensive scheme when Anthony Davis only wants to drop.
On the floor.
Yeah, yep. he only wants to drop.
Can't get creative.
Even when you ask him to do other things, he still can't do it because again, it's natural for him to block shots. That he doesn't have to think to do that. He can do that on instinct. So
and that's the thing. I don't understand how that's that hard to like conceptualize. I think it's very simple to like
Well, when you listen to PC every morning telling you bull crap about Amin Thompson and all these other players that they love, and they don't get a chance to break down the game for you, it's just a bunch of nonsense over there. But again, shout out to those boys too. We just had
PC.
Yeah, of course. This is just something that nobody wants to accept. So, again, Lamont said he's brought light to it. I've brought light to it. I made a video about it from the playoffs last year. I made a video about it this year. It was just clear as day. Anthony Davis is
but I didn't talk about it to the depth that you talked about it, because they attacked you so hard when you said it, you had to follow up and double down on it. I said it just thinking it was a normal thing that and I didn't even make I just said it. I'm like, I kind of feel because this is around the time when I said I think the Lakers need to trade AD if they want to get better. And I said that early in this year. I said I feel like if the Lakers want to get better, they parlay AD into multiple pieces. I didn't think they would parlay AD into Luka. God damn.
Me neither. I remember you saying that. Again, I said that the year after, like I said, after 2022 and all that was going on. I said, man, y'all need to just trade AD now. There's no point of holding on to him. Y'all blaming Westbrook. Westbrook is not the problem. It's really AD. Everybody told me I was crazy. I said, okay, that's fine. He went through that season, played well, played 50-something games. They made that run to the finals or whatever. I mean, the Western Conference Finals. I said, okay. I said, I'm going to leave it alone. Then he had the little 70-game season. Everybody was like, look, this is AD. But all the same flaws kept showing up. I was like, yo, he's not the dude. He's just not it. And I just kept making videos and nobody was listening, but it's fine. It's okay. But I guess they were listening. They just listening to argue, but they got exposed. So let me get up out of here, Lamont, man. So
all right, man.
Good stream, man. Good stream, man. So appreciate it, brother.
Hold on, I've been forgetting to drop the link and everything. Let me see if a few more people want to come up here. Olo, man, what's good, man?
What up, Lamont? Do you think that AD's defense is regressing or is just getting exposed now? Like his weaknesses are just getting more exposed?
There's no regression. He's the same defender as you've always been.
Okay, I was about to say.
Game is changing. And
yeah.
There's only in today's game. Well, it's not even that. It's just in today's game when these coaches it used to be back in the past, only one or two guys on the team had a green light. Now you're looking at teams where 4, 5 guys get greens. The 6-man coming off the bench, green. It's just now you're seeing more and more guys with the ability to go attack at a whim, and now they're doing it in a way where the drop coverage is if you're going to drop now, and you only expect to get cooked. You're going to have some good games like last year. We saw some really good games for the Lakers in the regular season. We also saw some really, really bad games. And it just so happened that most of those bad games, they got barbecued from the three-point line. This is no coincidence. Why are they getting cooked the same way every time they get cooked? When Denver beat them in those quarters, they couldn't contain the three-point line with Michael Porter Jr. They couldn't contain Murray, keeping him out the middle of the paint. I mean, at the end of the day, it really wasn't even Jokić killing them like that. Jokić was doing his thing.
Yeah.
It was the first time they played Denver. It was KCP and Bruce Brown, and they cannot contain them guys. Letting them get to the middle, letting them make threes. Michael Porter Jr. making threes. I just don't know how I can't blame D'Lo and Reeves for getting screened a million times.
But I think the main issue is when you have guys like D'Lo and Reeves getting screened and their lack of their ability of playing perimeter defense, you have to meet the guy that the MPJs, the KCPs, the Murrays. When they come off those screens, to come off those pin downs, you just have to meet them there. You can't play drop. And I feel like I agree with that part, what you said.
At worst, go blitz them.
That's what I'm saying. Meet them there.
I'm saying blitz, just all out double team. At the end of the day,
just straight ball pressure.
Yeah, if I'm gonna put 2 on the ball. At the end of the day, if I feel like I can't contain you, if you come inside, if I feel like you're gonna make the jumper, then I'm just gonna double team you with a blitz and just hope for the best. But you got to do something other than letting these guys turn the corner and walk into the middle of the lane and have their way.
Yeah.
That's just the oddest defense to me. I'd be so pissed when my team, just this last game we played, I mean, my team, this might have been the laziest we ever played. We won still, but it's just like we were letting this team get to the middle of the court so easy. And it's just like, I was going to give them the day off tomorrow. Now we got to practice. They was tripping so much.
Now,
what are we going to be working on tomorrow? No middle defense.
Can't let guys go middle.
Yo, Lamont.
No. What up, Frank?
So I just wanted to come up here just to get your thoughts on the Alex Len move. Do you think it's gonna work out? Like, do you think it's a better move to get Len, or would you prefer to get Mark Williams?
It's mid. I mean, you can't take Mark Williams because he hurt. So
yeah.
I mean, obviously, you take Mark Williams as you can get him. That deal is Knicks now. So I think the next best it was for them to bring in Lens, but I mean,
so
Len hasn't played significant minutes in years.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
Atlanta.
Like,
yeah.
And like they obviously got to get somebody for if they play against Denver, but like, is it really even gonna matter? Because I don't even think it's gonna matter.
It will. Len is good enough to where he can impact like one or two playoff games. Now, will he have an impact every single game? I can see him coming in and
he can be a dirty work guy. He can definitely be a dirty work guy.
Even over the last couple of years, when Sabonis is hurt or something like that, and he gets minutes, he'd be putting up doubles and stuff.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, bro. And on top of that, he's like 7'1" and can definitely
260. Yeah,
260. He's a big body, can definitely catch lobs too. Like, I think it's a
I wouldn't say all that. No, I wouldn't say he's a lob threat.
He's not the best lob threat, but he can be a lob threat with Luka though. I definitely see him being a lob with lob
he's
threat.
not gonna like catch a million lobs, obviously, but
he ain't Jackson Hayes or Derek Lyman.
Oh, of course not Jackson Hayes. He can't jump out of the gym like a Jackson Hayes can. But he's
gonna get a lot of open layups, open shots at the basket.
Exactly. Like I see him playing like 15 minutes a night, possibly 20 some nights. You know,
Luka and LeBron, right? Man, I look, I'm just gonna let it happen. But I'm telling you right now, do not be surprised if the Lakers are sitting in the NBA Finals. I don't want to hear people come and talk about LeBron had help. I don't want to hear people talking about LeBron was carried to the finals by Luka. If they sitting in the NBA Finals, I don't want to hear none of these Laker haters talking all these narratives and excuses, because I'm telling y'all right now, this is not a normal combination of players. This is only the stuff we see in all-star games.
Honestly, Lamont, this might be the best backcourt since the CP3 and Harden 2-year stint.
It's better, bro. It's better, bro. I mean, it's Luka, it's Bron. Like, this is LeBron's best teammate since Dwayne Wade, bro. This is a guy that can go out there and do everything. This is better.
No, I'm talking about like offensively, like floor general. You know, CP3 and Harden were both floor generals.
The number one thing is that they both can make any shot and they both can make any pass.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Like it's scary. We got sports talk. What's good, man?
What's up, man?
What you got?
I kind of alluding to the question, like, I think the Lakers can get to the finals. I think they can win a championship. But I think that Denver will probably be the biggest threat out west. So my question to you is, do you think they could beat Denver, and what will be the keys to beating Denver?
DFS and Vandy is the two keys. Because if DFS and Vandy are healthy, and those are going to be your and I would say a couple other guys coming off that bench.
Shake Milton, Gabe Vincent.
The crazy enough thing about it is, I think in that Denver series, they would even start to utilize Morris a little bit as an additional body. But it would be DFS and Vandy. If you can contain their pick and roll, let Jokić do Jokić. Jokić is only going to beat you if you let him get 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 assists, some crazy number.
Them perimeter guys.
Because Draymond Green did a statistic on his show. He was like, whenever Nikola Jokić has under 7 assists, they have like a 15% winning percentage. Like, it's something crazy.
That's what
like
Minnesota
it's low as hell.
too.
And so at the end of the day, let Jokić be Jokić.
But when he's moving that ball and he's setting these pin downs and you letting all these other guys get off, you are never going to beat this team. So I like DFS and Vandy blowing up screens, containing, making life hell for Porter Jr., who's really just a catch-and-shoot player.
Yes.
You probably Murray's going to have games where he gets off a little bit. He's a good guard. He's dynamic. But Porter Jr. is not as dynamic. He's really just catch and shoot. You can blow that up just like Minnesota did. Make Jokić work for every bucket. You got Alex Len. Hey, Alex Len, we'll pay the fine. It's time to go get a flagrant. Go get a flagrant.
That's it.
Well, hold on.
Yep.
I tell my guys,
guy.
sometimes it's not even that you got to stop. Sometimes, hey, Len, the team got your back. If you get a flagrant, cool. But
that's it.
It's time for us to get a hard foul going right now. Send a message. They still do that in this league. It's not often, but they still do it. And so at the end of the day, use physicality. Punish them with physicality. Punish them on the pick and roll. You're going to get what you want on offense because they a drop coverage team too. Y'all saw last year, they got whatever they want on offense. So I'm not worried about Denver. Denver's the least of my worries. I wouldn't worry about them this year.
I'm worried about OKC.
Really?
So I see them as the biggest threat out west. So if you ain't worried about Denver,
exactly,
are you pretty much saying they going to the finals?
That's my point.
No, I don't think they're the biggest threat in the West, though. I think there's other
OKC.
teams.
What about
Who do you think?
Well, right now, the scary part about OKC is that they be getting geeked up about playing defense. I ain't never seen a team that young get super hype about defending. Like, they don't care about scoring. They don't care who scored. But these fools be running around getting hyped about defense. That's scary when you got a young team that be thirsty to defend.
It's so young, though. Like,
because they already got endless energy. So they ain't getting tired. You know, that's the most annoying thing to have on the court. Guys that defend don't get tired, and they happy to play defense, and they talking crazy, and they celebrating.
They don't take no plays off, Lamont. They're not a team that take no plays off.
I tell y'all, we've seen young teams before who were good on the offensive side, even Memphis a few years ago. But nah, these dudes is different. They too geeked up about defending. So,
but they're just so young though. So like that.
But they have all the pieces. They got all the tools.
They definitely have all the.
I keep saying young. Gilbert Alexander been in the league for a minute now. That shit ain't he ain't young no more.
This is like year 8 for Shea, year 7 or something like that.
They young because they got that youthful mentality. Like, you think they young, they celebrate.
They are young though, because their second best player is J-Dub or Chet, and J-Dub is like 23, 24. Chet's like 22.
But they're coming into the league earlier though. J-Dub been in the league what, 3-4 years now?
Yeah, true. I think
go ahead.
are Denver and OKC, and I think us. So I think for the Lakers, like that's really it. It's gonna come down to Denver and OKC, and if they get back,
bro, the Lakers, Luka and LeBron, Luka already single-handedly has screwed over entire organizations. You giving him LeBron James now. You don't think the Phoenix Suns ain't been the same since they ran into Luka. The Clippers ain't been the same since they ran into Luka. Luka done really dismantled 2 whole franchises by himself. What you think he gonna do now with LeBron? And we're talking about a LeBron who is now happy to be the number 2.
Yeah.
This is I'm a
LeBron fan. I believe that they're gonna make it to the finals. That's my pick. But I'm saying that if any team out west has a chance of knocking them off, it's gonna be OKC Denver. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, because all that defense at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Defense wins championships, but superstars beat great defense.
That's.
And you got 2 of them.
Two of them.
You got literally.
Oh my God, it's amazing. 2
of the greatest offensive players that we've seen in the last 20 years. The last time we seen 2 of the greatest offensive players of the last 20 years on the same team.
Shaq
healthy. No. Steph and KD. And when we saw them together, we said it was unfair.
True.
I don't know why people are not saying this is unfair. I don't know why people think they're gonna be getting wins now versus the Lakers. It's not.
It's gonna be
They can
tough, bro. It's gonna be tough, dude. Like,
Bro, they not only are defending, they can have a bad defensive night and they can still outscore you.
Yep.
They had 100 points by the middle of the third quarter the other day.
We
Austin
had like
Reeves,
almost 75 at the half.
somebody turned all Austin Reeves sliders up. I don't know who turned his sliders up. He
Yo,
man,
balling.
bro.
so good, bro.
I thought he was gonna
Gabe
go for
Vincent,
50.
somebody turned his Gabe Vincent. This is the fastest I've seen somebody go from being a bum to a hooper.
He's back to Miami, Gabe Vincent.
Yeah, hey, he's catching that ball, swoosh, catch, swoosh. I mean,
Rui, I don't know what Rui got into Rui. This fool
seems amazing.
But you know what's helping Rui out? I'm gonna tell you. He don't have nobody clogging the paint.
Anthony Davis.
He can now go. The backdoor cuts is open. The corner three, the pass is coming now. And he ain't standing there getting iced out or froze out. And they're starting to play like they don't care who score.
It
don't matter who scores
right there, bro.
Bron still get a little selfish. Like I saw a little bit of selfishness in Bron yesterday in transition. But outside of that, man.
They all eating. Bron's eating. Doncic is eating. Reeves, really. It's just great basketball. It's just fantastic basketball to watch. It's amazing.
Hey, did you see Jordan Goodman with that 17 and 8?
Bro, he looked way nicer than I thought. He looked confident too.
He just needed a chance. That's all he needed.
Where did they find his ass? Where the hell did he come from? The G League somewhere?
He played with Phoenix before, Memphis before, and Washington.
Memphis.
Bro, he can play. I ain't gonna lie, he can play.
So he played for like 4 different teams before he got to the Lakers. And then we put him in
got somebody, you know, he hungry for a contract. He know if he play his cards right, he a Laker for the next 4-5 years.
Yeah.
Bro, it's gonna be a Lakers and Celtics finals. I mean, there's just no way not, right?
You think the Celtics going this year?
Oh yeah.
I don't think the Celtics make it.
You got Cavs on lot? Cavs?
Cleveland, this is for you.
I just think Celtics because of the experience thing again, but the Cavaliers, they're deep, man. They're deep. They just got Hunter at the small forward. That was a big move that's not being talked about enough. That was a big move. That guy can guard a lot of positions. He can guard 2 through 4, or actually like 5, really, because he's big. Can knock down the 3 ball. The one person I'm a little bit nervous about now, though, is Max Strus, because I feel like Max Strus is a player that's got to be starting to get in rhythm. So if he now moves to the bench,
Max Strus from Cleveland?
Yeah, that's the point. I feel like he should still be starting, though, because if you make him a bench man, he might not be as valuable. That's all.
He has to miss a few shots before he can get to his.
No, it don't matter, though. Because when you got Jared Allen and Mobley on the court, you better have as much shooting as you can out there. I promise you that much. So you cannot sit Max Strus. Because you sit Max Strus, you thought the court going to shrink on you. The court really going to shrink on you.
Well, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So then if they were to bench a player, then would they then they got to bench Hunter then? Right? Hunter gets benched then?
Yeah, probably.
I'm not even going to pretend. I haven't even really watched the Cavs like that. I just know they got a hellified defense. They really kind of boring to watch, man. I ain't gonna lie. They boring as hell.
That pick and roll they boring with DG and Allen?
Bro, they boring as hell.
Shit.
Orlando boring. Pistons are boring.
I mean, yeah, the most exciting team is obviously Lakers, and that's my team. I can watch that team all.
Hey, my Blazers been hooping lately, though.
The Hawks ain't boring. The Hawks ain't boring.
I like Trae Young. Trae Young put on a show. He do put on shows.
His playmaking.
The Knicks are fun to watch. Pacers are fun to watch. Spurs are definitely fun to watch. You never know what Wemby gonna do.
I love watching Spurs. I love watching the Spurs. Yo, Wemby and Castle. I love Castle, man.
But the Spurs, I'm gonna tell you what though. The Spurs,
you talk about a young team, they be doing some dumb stuff sometimes, bro. Spurs be just goofing around sometimes. They go in stretches where they just look like they ain't got a brain cell.
I'm trying to think of more fun teams to watch. I kind of like watching Toronto too. They obviously suck. They're a badass team, but like they just got a couple guys I like to watch there.
I ain't gonna lie. When Fox was on the Kings, they was fun to watch.
I did too. And they would run that Princeton offense. Yeah, they was fun. Hey, but y'all, I got to shut this one down. I've been live a little too long anyways.
5 hours and a half.
Salute, Lamont.
So I'm going to be going live from my other channel, FYF Sports Clips. I'm going to be going live from there more. Try to build that channel up. I just turned the monetization on over there, so I'm going to see what I can do with that channel as far as building it up. Probably going to keep this one going too.
I've been posting little notifications on my IG story to let people know when we live and stuff.
Wow, appreciate that, man. Definitely need it. So I'm gonna just try to go live more. I'm gonna be back live Thursday. Be back live Thursday. We'll be catching y'all. But salute to Sports Talk. I'm gonna drop you. Salute to Olo. Appreciate you pulling up. The FYF Sports, man. It's a good one today. It's a good one today, y'all. Yes, sir. Rap Guy Reload. He said Raptors getting healthy. Yeah, the Raptors going to be back at it. Raptors, Brandon Ingram, they just signed a new contract over there. See what they can do with him. Did you see Drake bouncing back? Yeah, Drake going to be fine, y'all. All right. Bro, Kendrick Lamar, the Super Bowl, the Super Bowl going so bad is what's going to be his downfall. The Super Bowl not working out for Kendrick is going to be, and it's not necessarily going to be his downfall, but it's going to be what prevents him from getting past just being a West Coast rapper. He could have elevated and got into that Drake echelon as being a global rapper, but he blew it. He blew it. He made his whole Super Bowl show about Drake. People was up here pretending it wasn't about Drake. But his whole Super Bowl show was about Drake. That's how relevant Drake is. Thank you, Rap Guy Reloaded. They got to start crossing over. They got to start crossing over, man. Tapping into other fan bases. I mean, it's the same on YouTube. People join other people's panels. They try to cross fan bases a little bit, maybe get a few people who watch over there to come to your show. We got Michael Jordan fans are the best. He says, LeBron is an all-time great. Salute to LeBron, man. Salute to LeBron. I would hope so. I would hope he's an all-time great. But we'll see, man. Hey, man, Michael Jordan fans, you got to get NNB Sports over here, man. I seen him do a old video reacting to some dude named Universe Galaxy. Bro. I don't know. I don't think NNB knows how to debate. I think he likes to. It sounded like with Universe Galaxy, he was just trying to muck up the conversation a little bit and just annoy him. It wasn't about explaining his case on Jordan. It don't matter. Thursday, hopefully. Thursday, Sunday, Saturday. I don't care. It could be any day. I don't know if he'll pull up. I can't get nobody to pull up no more. Unless I set it up or something. It was 90s hip. No, 90s hip hop was solid. 90s, 2000s. For me, it was 2000s hip hop. That was what I was more into. 2000s hip hop was the move. 90s R&B is 90s R&B is what's goated. Oh, okay. It was more. Yeah, I could tell because they really wasn't
debating. It was kind of weird. I didn't even know Universe Galaxy was a big thing. Somebody said he has another channel called Michael Jordan Fans Are the Worst. Is that where you got your channel name from? So I don't know, man. It don't matter. It could be anything. I think his logic. I think him. Who's the other guy? The black dude. The black dude the one dude you have on your panel who defends Akeem Olajuwon all the time. Hoop God. I just think they have like flawed logic. They use analytics that I think with NMB uses analytics that I don't think he understands, and he mixes analytics too much. He'll use an analytic from 1999 for a player in 2015. I think people just abuse and don't know what, like Jordan's PER and his career versus LeBron's PER. Not even comparable. It means absolutely nothing. One player's box plus minus in the 80s versus another player. Like, these analytics were not meant to be compared through eras or even through any season. And it doesn't mean you're better. Because I'm almost positive if they track analytics for the 60s, all the players in the 60s will have the best analytics. But the pace was ridiculous. The numbers were up across the board. So it's just like, I don't know. I don't get it. Doing a history stream? Probably so. Nah, but salute y'all. Make sure y'all check out Michael Jordan Fans Are the Best, man. They try to cook over there, I guess. He's not as bad as Man Down Sports. Man Down Sports just, I mean, at least Dart and them try to talk basketball. Man Down Sports, they just, he's just looking for people to co-sign him believing Jordan is the GOAT. They don't have an organic thought in their brain over there. Salute to Bezo the Prophet, man. Appreciate for Bezo the Prophet, one of the OGs, man. We about to get up out of here, y'all, man. I appreciate y'all pulling up. A little longer than normal stream, man. People came through, supported. Salute to everybody watching from Newsbreak. I appreciate you guys, man. Y'all really helping our numbers here on YouTube. When y'all watch our embedded videos, and I see all the comments and I see all the thanks that y'all be sending on Newsbreak. Pooty says, Man Down Sports speak facts. He doesn't speak facts. He doesn't have any opinions to speak facts, Pooty. Man Down Sports doesn't speak facts. What Man Down Sports does is he will pull up a video and say, Isaiah Thomas said Jordan is the GOAT, or this player finally says Jordan is the GOAT. It's always about what somebody else says. I don't care what other people have to say. What's your thought? Why do you feel this person is the GOAT? I mean, I think the only player he has an organic thought on is Bronny James. He'll say Bronny James is a bad basketball player. Bronny James is not ready for the NBA. Oh, wow. What a crazy revelation to tell us that Bronny James is not ready for the NBA. A second-round pick, 55th overall. What a revelation to tell us that Bronny James is going to struggle early on. Wow, we did not know that. I missed, he fell out the lottery to the bottom of the second round, y'all. He was just a steal of the draft. Salute to Players Only. Make sure y'all check out Players Only TV. Bro, I don't know how your channel ain't went crazy yet. Yeah, every time I tune in your channel, y'all got something going on. Y'all was going at it with somebody one time. Y'all music soundboard. I like your studio though. The studio that got nicer and nicer. I don't know if you sell beats, make music. I don't know something, but studio looking nice. What do I dislike about Uncommon Sense? Who's Uncommon Sense? I don't know who that is. I feel like I've heard of it, but I don't know who that is. I know Uncut Hoops, or I think is his name. I don't have any issue with anybody. I just think some people, they have like an agenda at the end of the day that say Jordan is the GOAT, and that's their agenda. I don't care who's the GOAT. I don't care who your GOAT is. I understand people of different eras and the way they see the game is going to influence who you have as the GOAT. I don't expect anything other than people from the 90s to say Jordan is the GOAT. I know the logic won't make sense, but I get it. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, I don't mind people that say Jordan is the GOAT. I think a lot of people say Jordan is the GOAT, but they use criteria that they're not willing to apply across the board. I mean, I think Walt Frazier said it best. Like, Jordan isn't the greatest scorer of all time. You got to give that to either Wilt or you got to give it to LeBron. He's not the greatest defender of all time. He's not the greatest passer or facilitator of all time. He's not the greatest rebounder of all time. I mean, there's not one thing where you can say he's the greatest of. He's not the greatest winner of all time. That's Bill Russell and a plethora of other players who won more. He's not the most clutch player of all the time. So far more players with better clutch stats. He's literally he was labeled the GOAT far too early. He was labeled the GOAT after his third championship because of the mythicism that they put around Jordan. Jordan's a hell of a player. He's not the defender that people say he is. Right? All the defense that they say about Jordan, most of it's all fake. If you look at Jordan's defense, he gambled far too much to be a great defender. There's a reason why their defense didn't start looking elite until Pippen got there. Their defense only looked elite before because they had some hellified defensive players like Charles Oakley and those guys holding the fort down. And because the talent at his position was just at an all-time low. You said he has the most compounded resume of all time across stats. And so let me tell you this, Michael Jordan fans. Let me put it in business sense. Right? If I run a business and my business over the course of 20 years, my business makes $40 million and we still thriving. But over the course of 10 years, your business makes $20 million and then you go out of business. And you shut it down. Who had a better business? Who has the greater business? Now, let's even say during your 10-year span before you went out of business, you even made more money per year. It's only with the Jordan GOAT debate where longevity is no longer greatness. It's only with the Jordan GOAT debate where compacting greatness over a portionate amount of time makes you greater. Anything else that we look at in history, the greater you are for the longer duration is always looked at as greater. It's very new. It's this very new method of thinking where longevity is no longer greatness. And Jordan doesn't have the longevity. Jordan year 14 and 15 was not very significant. Jordan has a 13-year career with a gap, with definitely a gap of rest. But he does not have longevity. He doesn't have longevity over Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He doesn't have longevity over LeBron James. So even if you go down the longevity route, it's Kareem. He doesn't have the most MVPs. That's Kareem. He doesn't have the most championships. That's Bill Russell. Right? He only has the most finals MVPs because the finals MVP didn't exist for players like Bill Russell. Because we all know if the Finals MVP award existed, Bill Russell would have the most Finals MVPs. You said 13 years? Yeah, but Jordan didn't play 13 years. Jordan played 15 years. And when you give me a 15-year career and I stack that next to a 20-year career, now you're looking at sustained greatness. Jordan has essentially a 13 relevant years in the NBA. And let you guys tell it, 95 don't count because he was rusty. So if we take out 95 when he choked versus the Orlando Magic, he essentially only has 12 years of greatness in the NBA. He says, man, if you're a person born after 1990, there should be absolutely no reason why you would say Jordan is the GOAT over LeBron. Just like these Jordan fans go off hype and shoes. That's a fact. They only go off hype and shoes. I don't have any reason. When I first started this channel a long time ago, back in 2020, there was some GOAT debates, but it wasn't like what it is now. And when I did my video on Michael Jordan's defense, I had no motivation to say anything bad about Jordan. It was just that when I started looking at the film, this is well before Rasheed Wallace has said Jordan's defense was overrated. I looked at the film and I said, I don't know if Jordan defense is all great as what people making it out. And then y'all got mad at me. Hey, players only, check this out.
Yes, sir.
They got mad at me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I went through 1988, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I pulled every game. I pulled Jordan's assignment, who he defended every single game of the 88 season.
Every single game. How many games he played that year? 82?
I think he played 81 games. It's something up there.
Probably. Go ahead.
I can tell you the numbers, though.
Yeah, okay. Uh-huh.
Let me tell you the numbers here, bro.
Let's go.
Look, man. Look.
You know I came up because you talk about Jordan. You know
Check this out. Check this out.
Let's go.
This is his DPOY year.
Let's go.
In 1988 and 1987, 88 season, based on compiled data for 82 games, here are the average stats for players Jordan defended. 35 minutes per game, 21 points per game, 4 rebounds, 4 assists on 50% shooting from the field. Now, I even broke it down a little bit further, right? Non-all-star caliber players. So y'all can't just say it was just the all-stars. Non-all-star caliber players like the David Wingates and players like that. Average 19.1 points per game versus Jordan, his DPOY season. The all-star players averaged 25 points per game versus Jordan in his DPOY season, right? I pulled the best performers versus Jordan. So the top performers that year versus Jordan, when Jordan was the primary defender, were Dominique, Ricky Pierce, Clyde Drexler, Adrian Dantley, Mark Aguirre, Doc Rivers, Larry Bird, Bernard King, Magic Johnson, and Dale Ellis. So those were the players that performed the best
against Jordan.
Against Jordan that year. And then I even did playoffs and other things like that. But Jordan's DPOY year, I don't see a lot of defense. I see a lot of people. Doc Rivers gave him a 30-point triple-double. Magic Johnson gave him a 28-point triple-double. Larry Bird. It wasn't until the end of the year. So what happened at the end of that year, they finally put Scottie Pippen into the starting lineup. So a lot of those same matchups, like against the Hawks, they put Pippen on Dominique later in that year. But even when you switch the matchups up, like when they played the Cavs, because it was Gerald Wilkins who was cooking Jordan. But later in the year, they put Jordan on Mark Price because he couldn't guard Gerald Wilkins. Mark Price ended up giving them a 20-something double-double. It's just like no matter who you put on Jordan, they was having a crazy night. So
Mark Price, shout out to Mark Price, Georgia Tech boy, right?
I think so.
Yeah. And shout out to Mark Price. I would love to see what in the reverse what Jared Wilkins man was doing. You know what Dale Ellis's man was doing, dropping 40s on him. I would love to see what those people's numbers were as well. Never in the history of basketball have they ever called on the scoring threat to be the defensive threat. Normally, when you were able to come out and put up 45 on any given night, they needed you to do that. They didn't need you to be locking down Penny Harder with young Penny. They didn't need you out there running around trying to guard a young Kobe, trying to guard all these younger dudes that got a different assignment. They got a different team. They got a different strategy. They're going to come up with different results. We need you to drop 55 on New York every Christmas. God damn it, that's my team too. We need we need you to murder New York. You know, pardon me, excuse me, unalive New York. Yeah, but that's so when he creeped up into the defensive thing. Okay, we know Scottie was the man. Okay, on defense, we know Scottie came and
he didn't creep though. He didn't creep though.
Well, he developed Scottie. Scottie came in the motherfucker like a reindeer with brand new legs. Scottie was soft as a motherfucker when he first came in. That's what I thought. Maybe or from a visual, they was punking him, man. They was punking Scottie like a motherfucker when he first came, and then Jordan got him up in that weight room. That's what I think. Well, I was watching. Maybe you might not have been watching as much. When he first came, he was walking on baby reindeer legs. It was shaky as the motherfucker. And then they thought the New York and Detroit started manhandling him, throwing him on the floor. And then he started going to the weight room. Actually, they both did, but Jordan was already on that page anyway. And then Jordan took Scottie as any person would, any dominant alpha male scoring champ would. It's not that many alpha male scoring champs like that. See what I'm saying? LeBron, you was talking about Jordan's not the best at this. That was the same shit we used to say about LeBron. LeBron's not the best assist. Never been the best scorer, never been the best rebounder, never been the best winner. Actually, he got more silver jewelry than he got gold jewelry.
But you can't say that now.
I'm not talking about runner-up. No, runner-up jewelry. He still got more runner, but I'm giving him 6 silvers for the losses. See, he's the
winning.
best.
I don't put winning in the equation. Winning and losing is not as much as in the player's control as people make it out to be. Because I put it to you like this: because you saw that. Did you see? You saw 80s basketball like towards the late 80s, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this question, because I'm gonna give you an example. 2 great players. But I'm gonna show you how championships changed what we thought. So, for example, the Lakers had the opportunity, right? They could have either drafted James Worthy or Dominique Wilkins. James Worthy goes to the Lakers, gets the championships. Dominique goes to the Hawks, gets the numbers, but he don't have the championships. When the first top 50 team came out, they left Dominique Wilkins off, but they put James Worthy on, because James Worthy had the championships, but he didn't have the game or the stats that Dominique had. The only thing he had over Dominique was the championship.
That was obvious. That's obvious right there.
And so that's why I say Dominique. You can't tell me that Dominique wasn't trying to win a championship.
Shout out to
he ain't have a team. He ain't had Magic. He ain't had Kareem. He ain't had Michael Cooper.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. The Worthy and Magic came into a very nice hand. Very nice hand. A very easy to develop hand, depending on who you are. He didn't have to be big game James every night because he had other people to go to. But he had some big games. And shout out to Worthy back in North Carolina, because he was killing shit back in North Carolina. First step too, killing 6'9". You know, was doing his thing.
He'd be nice today. He'd be nice today, man.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You could have swapped people around, and Dominique could have won. But let me ask you a question. If Jordan would have moved a couple of people around, like LeBron, if Jordan would have, if Jordan would have moved some people around to get people where he wanted them to be at, how much winning more do you think Jordan would have done? Say, for example, hold on. No, let me land. No, we're not going to pick people going to fuck him over. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're going to pick people going to help his game out. So who could have helped that he could have went and got? You don't think, you don't think that Ewing and Jordan would have killed things? You don't think he? Wow.
Let me tell you why.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why. So before Phil Jackson and Scottie got to the Bulls, Jordan had a number of teammates, top 5 lottery picks. I'm talking about guys that could go. The problem is, for example, I'll give you one. The easiest one to say is when he had George Gervin. George Gervin was 32 years old. He had just came off an all-star year, averaging over 20 points per game before he went to the Bulls. You talking about a vet that's ready to go that can help you win right now. But when George Gervin went to play with Chicago and Jordan, not only was he not an all-star, his numbers plummeted. He was averaging only 16 points per game. He did not have the same effectiveness. And when you look at all the other young stars, Quentin Daly and a couple of the other young guys that were lottery picks that played with Jordan, right? Jordan said in his book, he said, the reason why I struggle with those guys, he says, because what they did best was stealing my thunder. He says, I was a scorer. He says, but the problem was they were also scorers too. And he says, by them stealing his thunder, he couldn't operate with another great scorer. So if you're sitting here telling me that Jordan and Patrick Ewing would work with it, one thing we know with Patrick Ewing, and I know you know this in New York,
what?
That man was a ball hog. His teammates hated the fact he wouldn't pass that ball.
Patrick,
so if you tell him that you're going to have a humongous epic class if you put guys like Jordan and Ewing together, because it ain't enough basketball to go around for no Jordan, no Ewing.
They wasn't putting that in the tablet. They weren't putting that in the paper. They wasn't. I never read an article like Ewing was a ball hog. Never heard. Never read.
You want me to tell you who told me?
Okay,
I was in Chicago.
Personally,
no, personally, because I'm gonna tell you how it happened. Right, this when I lived in Chicago. Right, I don't know none of the barbershops. I don't know nowhere to go. So I end up finding a barbershop. I go in. It's 2 old dudes sitting there. There's actually 3 dudes. It was my barber and 2 other dudes sitting there talking. And as I'm sitting there getting my hair cut, I'm looking at this dude and I'm like, he looked familiar, man. It was Anthony Mason. They sitting there talking about Jordan. So I end up sitting there chopping it up with Anthony Mason about the Knicks. He's the one that was telling me that they was the ones still doing cocaine. He told me that they all didn't like Ewing. He said that he told me a story about how Derek Harper and John Starks jumped Ewing. Ewing jumped on Starks. Derek Harper ran over, jump on Ewing. Now Starks and Harper is all pummeling on Ewing. He told me he said Ewing was not liked as a teammate. He says, and even Oakley alluded to this. Oakley said that's one of the reasons why he feels like they didn't win a championship, because Ewing was too selfish. He didn't want to pass the ball. So it's been a couple people that spoke about it publicly, but I heard it directly from Anthony Mason in his barbershop in Chicago before he passed. Right. And so at the end of the day, when you look at Jordan's history of playing with other scorers, the only player it could have ever worked with was Scottie Pippen, because he didn't care about scoring. And Jordan didn't start winning until his sidekick was a guy that did not care about scoring. So Jordan could get all the scoring. And then you have a coach that could trick Jordan into running the offense, thinking that he's actually running offense, but you're just letting him get all the shots still.
Who was the best spot-up three-point shooter back then? That's one person who could hit. No, yeah. I'm just saying. That's probably one person who could have. And I know that Hodges and them shot a great percentage when they got the ball, but they didn't have the volume of whoever else was in the league. So y'all, when I say you have to hand pick people, LeBron had so many different players to choose from. So many different players. Look, Scottie didn't even get you a 50-point game in his career. Scottie, what best season was what, 22? Well, I mean, what was his best season with Jordan? He really averaged under 20 points for his whole fucking career.
But my problem is this. Scottie didn't give you the same scoring, but the scoring didn't matter as much because you're talking about an era where the pace was low and teams are only averaging 98, 99 points per game. So you don't need two guys scoring 30. You don't need two guys scoring 25. You just need the little 18 to 17 from Pippen. And because of the slower pace, you really needed his defense. But this is also why Pippen was top 10 in MVP voting multiple times. So even in these same years where Jordan was winning MVPs, top of the league in scoring, Pippen was right there, top 10 in MVP voting multiple times. Like the league still looked at his value and said
they was winning because they were winning. It had to do with they winning.
No, but it didn't have nothing to do with it being the best defensive player in the league.
And winning both. Yeah. He would look. You watched him get cooked. You watched him get. Look. There's a few people. You don't remember when Kenny cooked him? I mean, Penny Hardaway cooked him for 42. And he guarded him it looked like the whole game. I'm like, why don't they take Scottie off him? Why are you going to let Penny Hardaway do Scottie like that? Yeah, he couldn't do nothing with Grant Hill. Nothing. No, nobody could.
Jordan couldn't either.
I say nobody. That's why I say nobody.
When the young boys came in, when the new age came in and they attacking downhill, Jordan, they didn't know what to do.
Look, you know who said it best? The boy Gilbert Arenas. He said Jordan was the first one with the Bugatti engine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that, and I was like, okay, that's a good way to put it right. And I can agree with that. He had the Bugatti engine first. And that, now people is, in high school taking off from the free throw line, with the left hand is, so it's different now. The athleticism is out the gym. But listen, let me ask you one more question. You don't think that Jordan could have got some production out of the center position throughout his career? He didn't get nothing. He got nothing from the center position. Scott Purdue, Bill Winnington, Bill Carr. I mean, he got nothing from there, bro. Nothing out the center. But now everything is he don't need to. Come on, man. He can't.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Everything can't. Something has to work out. I understand what you're saying. All the scenarios you're gonna pick are gonna be like, well, he didn't need this or he didn't need that. They didn't need to score. But listen, bro, it could have went another way and they still could have won. It's not just one way to win. Okay.
No, I'm gonna tell you why they couldn't. Because without Pippen and without Phil, he had a losing record in the NBA. So, hold on, something's going on with your mic, Michael Jordan fans, man. Your mic is like fuzzed up. We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Let me.
You're good now. You're good now. Whatever you did, you fix it. Whatever you did, fix it.
Yeah, I wasn't saying anything, but yeah. Okay.
I was saying all I'm saying is Jordan showed us before he got Pippen and Phil Jackson is that without structure from a coach and without a number two option that was going to primarily focus on defense and scoring second, he was not going to win in this league. He was losing so much so that guys like Isaiah Thomas, even Magic came out and publicly said he ain't going to win a championship playing that way.
Okay.
So it wasn't until the others, because remember, if Jordan had it his way, he would have kept Charles Oakley. He wouldn't have traded him for Bill Cartwright. See, Phil had a vision. He had a vision of certain players that we need. Jordan had a vision of players that he wanted to keep, right? Because if you think about it, Scott Williams came on my show and said, I was only on the team because Jordan told the team to get me. He wanted to do the North Carolina favor. Like, if you think about all the players that Jordan had, outside of Dennis Rodman, which really wasn't even Jordan's move, Jordan really wasn't a good GM, a selector of talent, putting a team together. He just knew, Phil just understood what he needed to put around Jordan so he could still be the elite scorer, but like you said, don't have to be the elite defender.
Can't be both, bro. You just know you can. That obviously, when they want to slow down the offensive player, is give your man who you guarding the green light. We got to make him play defense, so we're gonna have to go with him no matter who is he guarding. You got the green light to take job. I'm quite sure they had to come with that philosophy plenty of nights. You know what I'm saying? Bernard King, do your thing. Dominique, do your thing. Everybody who he got, go at him, because if you don't slow down, the 50 that's about to come is coming. Unless it's just an off night. But like I say, I still think that LeBron had a better obviously the longer career is obviously better career. Just like life, the person lives to 90. I obviously lived a better life than the motherfucker lived to 50. You know what I'm saying? Unless you were struggling, for 90 years. But if everybody's above water, then I beat you. I lived to 90. You only lived to 50. So I get that. But for 13 years, who got a better resume? For 13, not the 15. For 13, who got a better resume? That's what I want to know. With the rings to go with it, and the points, and the accolades. And so we can throw Bill. We know how many points Bill Russell was scoring back when there was only 8 teams in the NBA, right? So we're not gonna bring up his stats.
Yeah, but he was the greatest rebounder of all time, so he still got stats. And he's arguably the greatest defensive player of all time.
It was 8 people. It was 8 teams. Who was he going up against? You talking about stats? I would love to see some of the people he went up against.
No, but I can't punish him because he was born in an era where they only had 8 teams. I can only grade him based on, did you dominate them little dudes or not? And he dominated them. You got to think, it was something going on where Boston wasn't winning no championships until he got there. They didn't win nothing until he got there. And then when he left, it took him like another 5-6 years before they won anything else. So at the end of the day, the winning started with Bill and it ended with Bill. So they was begging, and when they asking you to be the player coach and all this stuff, that's how you know. And then even the Lakers coach, John Kundala, came out and said, man, we don't fear the Celtics when Bill hurt, because Bill got hurt a few times and they got beat. So the only time they lost is when Bill got hurt. Whenever Bill was healthy, ain't no beating Bill Russell. So he had to be doing something.
Well, they got spanked by Wilton 67, but outside of that, yeah, with the Pettit year, yeah, in the finals he got hurt.
He averaged 15 points. He averaged more rebounds than points. You know what I mean? But listen here too. One more thing before we get too far away from that. You was talking about Ewing being the ball, demanding the ball. Isn't that Shaq? Isn't that Shaq right there? Shaquille O'Neal? Give me the ball. Yeah, I'm saying, if he's saying that Ewing was demanding the ball and the ball hog, well, Shaq got it from him then. Because Shaq damn sure told motherfuckers, everybody he played with, throw me the ball until he got to Miami.
And you're right. But remember, there's only one person in NBA history that can make it work. It was Phil Jackson. Shaq and Kobe, they had a coach before Phil. Didn't work. Kobe had a coach after Phil left. Didn't work. Like when you have the egos of some of these guys, Phil was only coach that can make it work with them egos. Jordan was never going to win without Phil.
Lamont, I got a question for you, because I know you started off saying, I don't know how people could have Michael Jordan as the GOAT. Don't you have Michael Jordan as the GOAT?
That's not what I said. I got Jordan as the GOAT.
I thought you said that you don't understand how people have him as the GOAT.
No. I said, I don't care who you have as the GOAT. I only care about your criteria. I said, what a lot of people do is they'll say they have Jordan as the GOAT, and they'll give me criteria. Like the other day, we had a guy on here, right? And he said he ran off some criteria as to why he had Bron at like number 9 or something like that. And then when he ran off his criteria, and I said, well, what's your top 5? He had Kobe at 2. And I'm like, hold on. You got all this criteria. I said, Kareem got more this than Kobe. Kareem got more chips, more MVPs. I said, based on your criteria, how you got Kobe at 2? That don't make no sense. So what ends up happening, it feels like to me, is that people create special criteria just to bump LeBron down and special criteria to find a way to just say Jordan's at the top over LeBron. They don't formulate a criteria that's true in its essence that just naturally puts Jordan at 1 and then progressively the guys fall in line. I think a lot of guys, they just don't like the fact that when you use some type of criteria, it almost always puts Bron 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Okay. And if you don't follow some form of criteria, you can kind of wiggle and put LeBron wherever you want. But it's hard to use any type of level of organization and keep LeBron out the top 5.
Let me ask you. Let me say something. What about that delusional period, right? That all LeBron fans, everybody went somewhere at the same time. When did LeBron actually pass by Kobe? That period. Because he had 3 rings, and they were saying he was past Kobe, and Kobe had 5. So there was a period, and it went straight to Jordan. It's like that he never passed Kobe. He went from himself to Jordan.
Because you can pass somebody, you can pass people up without matching them in rings. Just like Jordan was labeled the GOAT with 3 championships, he passed Kareem up with only 3 championships. But we never had this significant pushback saying, well, how did you pass Kareem? Like, people just accepted it for what it is because of how great Jordan was as a player. So based on when and how people, based on how people put Jordan as the GOAT when he had 3 chips. So we know it's not about the chips, it's about your play.
Yes, because they saw the Bugatti engine, and also they decredit people that 7'9" that sit underneath the rim. They figure you should be able to score. You know what I'm saying? If you 7'4", 2, 3, 5, whatever you want to call it, they were assuming Kareem, you should have been dropping 50. You were the tallest thing in the league. So a 6'6" dude coming in frail out of North Carolina into a football league is what he came into. He came into a rugby league when Jordan came in. Hey, come on, man. Bro. How long would they be getting suspended right now if they would foul somebody the way he was fouling back then?
They weren't fouling like that.
When Jordan came in?
No.
Bad Boys in Boston?
The majority of the time, with the Bad Boy Pistons just defended Jordan with good defensive principles. There was a handful of times where he got hard fouled, but it wasn't any more than anybody else.
Okay, well, let me see. That's probably because she wasn't there. Look, they was
and Jordan was an ultimate flopper. Jordan would get contact. Jordan would get contact and fall to the ground and seem like he got shot with a 12 gauge.
I know he did.
You remember when Jordan laid on the ground, passed out, act like he was knocked out, just laid down?
You're going to tell me that the 80s, you're going to tell me that the late, and you're going to tell me that the Bill Lambiers and the Rick Mahorns and the Parishes and the motherfuckers wasn't putting elbows and everything. When you go up, they was coming down like this fouling you. They wasn't fouling you with one hand.
Not true. Not true.
Wow.
Because I'm gonna tell you, I watched it. I saw a clip, right?
No, you seen a clip. See, I'm just different between seeing a clip.
No, listen. The reason why I like this clip is because I love listening to what people say in the moment. So I was listening to this clip. It was an announcer talking. He was watching the Bulls play another team. And he got mad. He said, I'm tired of seeing all these teams in the league just let Michael Jordan walk to the rim and get all these layups. He said, man, there's only one team in the league right now that really stops Jordan from getting the paint. He said, outside of the Pistons, all these teams just letting Jordan get to the rim, and he just getting all these free layups. Now I want to ask you, if all these teams was knocking Jordan out the air and it was all physical, why would that announcer in the middle of the season during a live televised game tell the world that the only team in the league that actually tried to defend Michael Jordan without being scared was the Detroit Pistons in the NBA?
Everything is going to get said, at some point. A clock is right. A broken clock is right twice a day. I'm just...
I'm gonna find the clip. I'm about to play it for you.
Yeah, but I mean, you didn't see. That's the difference between watching, going back and seeing clips. Clips don't cover it. You actually got to sit down. And you actually probably need to Google hard fouls on Jordan. Let's see see what comes up.
But you do the same thing. When I pull up hard fouls on LeBron be getting the punishment. And he's so strong, they just ain't even calling it flagrant. They did 2 hands, 3 hands, two people, clothesline. They do the same
He
thing.
didn't got bust upside the mouth a couple of times. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, I done seen him. Shout out to Draymond. You know. No, I'm just yeah. I mean, he's 6'9", 260. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he gets some fouls called wrong. But not how his game is. He avoids. He pushes you away so he can get a shot off. So you don't really get a chance to slap his hands and stuff. When he goes up, he gonna get it because he gonna put his body in between you and the ball. You know what I'm saying? By the time he gets ready to put it up to the rim. But if you look, I'm trying to pull it up right now. Hard fouls on Jordan, man. They used to, it's like saying AI didn't hit the ground 4 times a game. That's like saying AI whole body. If they show the chart of him of where he was injured at, and they show AI,
but AI weighed $150. It don't take much to send $150 little 6'1" guard to the ground. A little bump here, he gone. Have you ever hooped against a guy that weighed 160? They feel like feathers, man. Especially when you're in the air, you going to the ground.
I'm just saying. You're right. He was the smallest thing on the court.
And Jordan, early in his career, was frail too. He was pretty light in the ass too.
Exactly.
He was flying around, flopping.
No, and they were now the AI. You was good. You was good with AI, right? Like flopping with Jordan. That wasn't the case. What Jordan did, and he mastered punking the referees. Nobody punked the referees like Jordan. You know what I'm saying? Jordan run over, call it right all in your face. They wouldn't call no flagrant or nothing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he did that, and he mastered also that. And then Kobe followed him. You know what I'm saying? Yelling every time. He get hit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
So he was flopping.
Nah, he was telling it because when you shoot in volume like him, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, you're gonna miss more calls based on.
So he's selling the call to the ref. He's selling.
You're supposed to. This is entertainment.
I get you. I'm not knocking that. This game is
it's entertainment. Yeah, you here to win. I'm not here to lose. So why if I can get to the line, I'm getting to the line. It's easy to hit it from the line. That's guaranteed money supposed to be. You know what I'm saying?
This is a question for you. This is a question for you and Dart. Why does LeBron get penalized for winning with different teams?
Because of Jordan.
Because I think it's harder to win with multiple teams because the one thing in basketball that pushes you over the edge is cohesion and chemistry. Hitting the reset button on your team, I don't care how good your talent is, and we've seen it in NBA history. We've seen more great teams lose. We've seen more big threes and big two combinations of players lose because of chemistry than win. So it's just not a good combination of players don't guarantee you nothing if you ain't got no chemistry. And we've seen plenty of teams falter.
That's facts.
Right?
Can't just put together anybody. You know what I'm saying?
And really, if you look at the percentages, good big threes and big twos lose more than actually win by the numbers. I mean, far more. It's not even close.
You know who would have?
I think why LeBron gets the hate for it, and this is what turned me off from LeBron because I was a big fan of him. It was the whole decision thing and leaving Cleveland, how he did it. I think if he didn't have the big parade surrounding leaving I know it's not his actual hometown, but close enough to his hometown of Cleveland, I think that's what turned a lot of people off, and people leaned on him changing the teams because over time there have been other people that haven't gotten as much criticism, like Kareem. He was traded amongst other guys, but a guy that consistently kept going to finals. You could talk about Dennis Johnson or Dennis Rodman or whoever. There's quite a few people that have left one team and won on other teams at least one more time. I think,
but not as the number one option. Not as the number one.
Well, Kareem did,
That's the difference.
but yeah, Kareem did, but yeah, I think that. But the thing is, I think people penalize him Not necessarily that he did it, but how he did it is what the decision.
No, okay, and I get you don't like how he did it. Just like there are certain things that Hakeem Olajuwon did in his career that I don't like how he did it. I don't like Hakeem Olajuwon faking injuries. But at the end of the day, I can't penalize Hakeem Olajuwon for the things that he did off the court and say, oh, Hakeem, you faked injuries and you demanded trade, so I'm going to rank you lower. I still got to judge Hakeem based on his production and productivity on the court and how effective were you on the court. Because I feel like if you start really judging these players for off the court stuff or narrative driven stuff, then what are the limits to where you rank? That means that could justify somebody ranking Kobe outside of the top 50 because they don't like the Colorado stuff. But we know that makes no sense. Right?
Yeah,
even if you don't like the Colorado stuff, right?
Yeah,
because it just opens the door for too much nonsense.
Yeah, you asked why people penalize them, not if it's fair or not. But they penalize them because of the decision. And to your point, does it affect how that he won as the first option generally accepted for all the teams that he was on? Some people will debate the Lakers, at least within the final series, or maybe up front with the Miami Heat team. But to the point of it is that he still won on 3 different teams, which is exceptional in its own right as a all NBA player. Nobody's done that to what I understand ever before.
Yeah.
So
like he said back with Dominique, stats, a lot of stats, a lot of empty calories. Like I said, he got stats, but you went to the big dance and lost. You know what I'm saying? Bill, what was the Buffalo quarterback? Jim Kelly, 4 times straight. Who did that? Lost all of them. Right? You gotta credit the lose. First of all, if I'm gonna go where I want to go, control the narrative, bring on this person, you want to say Jordan wouldn't have won if he'd have changed teams. I can tell you 2 teams Jordan would have mocked niggas with if he'd have went there. With the same shit. If he would have went to the teams that he beat, Gary Payton. If he'd have went to motherfucking Golden State, would have played in the backcourt with Gary Payton, and Gary Payton was playing defense, and they would have had Sean Campbell. Come on, man. You could even say that with John Stockton, in Utah, and Karl Malone, the mailman, delivering guaranteed. Karl Malone didn't matter. Gave Karl Malone the ball, he gonna score, and he in traffic on the wing.
What did Jordan do without Phil Jackson?
Yeah, well,
that showed you he could win without Phil Jackson and Pippen.
He went to Washington.
They lost.
But he went to Washington. Nobody even took. Come on, man. That was the most tragic thing of my upbringing.
What about his first couple years in the league with Doug Collins?
Look, you saw what he said just now in the chat. You highlighted. He said when he came in, Scottie Pippen averaged 7 points coming off the bench, and they went 50 and 32. So they was good without Scottie.
No, but they were one of the best defensive teams in the league. I think they were like a top 3 defense.
I'm just saying they were decent without Scottie. And I promise you, if you look at that Scottie first 3 years, Scottie was skinny as a motherfucker. His first 3 years. It wasn't until the bad boys in New York and motherfuckers started beating up on Scottie. For I felt without knowing that Jordan took Scottie in the weight room and said, "Listen, bro, if we don't put on some strength, and we just try to stay like Kevin Durant and don't try to be like Giannis, because Giannis came in real thin too. He just decided to lift some weights. He's still real thin in the legs."
My only question to that, if Jordan did build up Scottie, how come Jordan didn't try to build up any other lottery picks? The Quentin Dailies and all those guys. He had about 6, 7 of them, top 10 picks, like the Brad Sellers, a lottery pick. Didn't try to build him up. He had a ton of guys that had a humongous potential. You played with George Gervin in his prime, right after All-Star year. How come That's why I believe that Jordan had nothing to do with Pippen's development, because out of all the lottery picks that Jordan played with, the only one that blossomed into a top 50 player was Pippen. He didn't build any of the other guys up that were lottery picks. There were guys that Jordan played with that had more expected potential than a Scottie Pippen, and he still didn't build those guys up. Why is it only Pippen the one that blossomed?
Because first of all, normally people don't. If they take somebody under the wing, they normally take one person. That's just normally how it works. This veteran takes this person. He don't take 2-3 people. You can't develop 2-3 people. Number one, Mike was turning into Jordan. So that was the first mission. That was a huge mission. Huge. The transition from Mike into Jordan. He wasn't getting paid. You asked him to do a lot. They was robbing him when he first came in the league. Robbing him. Ski mask type shit. And he was still busting the whole league ass. Thank God he was selling sneakers, because the league was robbing him. That's why when he finally got an opportunity, he stuck it to their motherfucking ass. And they're like, no, you're not finna keep doing this every year. Yeah, you're not finna be getting $35 million every year. Fuck that. No, you fucking the league up. You ain't finna get these other niggas to ask for this money either. So they will. So there was a lot of little politics involved. Whenever have they broke up a dynasty like that? Whenever. They wouldn't re-sign Bill Parcells, Mr. Kraft, after a Super Bowl? Unheard of. They not going to sign Scottie Pippen? Unheard of. After a victory, after victories, after 6 rings. That was bullshit, bro. That was bullshit. He got 6 and he broke his shit up. What if they didn't break his shit up and he was able to bring somebody on? Like they said the next year, real quick, I'm going to pass it. They said the next year that was going to get them anyway. Houston was like, fuck that. We was going to get him. They was coming down. All right. They didn't have to keep Ron Harper. They didn't have to keep him. They could have changed and got upgraded on that. I like Ron's defense. But obviously, Ron was on one leg to a degree compared to how he came in. He was coast to coast when he came to the league, high flyer, leaping from wherever. That wasn't the version that they had in Chicago. They had, you can use.
Oh, that's not true. The year before he came to the Bulls, he was putting up numbers.
I know he got injured.
He had to turn into a defensive player to play with Jordan.
And he got injured. He wasn't rocking it like he was back in Cleveland.
But he was a couple years removed from his knee injury. And the year before he came to the Bulls, he was putting up solid numbers as a scorer.
But he didn't have. He'll get you at the score, but he wouldn't have. He came in here as a high flyer. Ron Harper had hops when he came in, man. Yeah, that was part of his. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, real fast. I'm about to get going, but Lamont, what did you want to debate NNB on?
I didn't
was unclear what you were saying.
I just like talking to them guys because they have weird ways of thinking on things. Like he puts together very weird arguments with very weird analytics that aren't supposed to be mixed and meshed together. And I guess to like the unknowing mind, you would think hearing all of these analytical numbers that sound spiced up are great, but the only thing I'm thinking is, when you're talking about certain numbers, for example, like defensive box plus minus or even PER and all these numbers, these are all analytics that are bound by at least 5 to 10 year gaps. If you're using them outside of a 5 to 10 year window, they are completely pointless. The game changes too much, and analytics every so many years start to become null and void or irrelevant, and they're not really comparable to each other. So I just think that there's a lot of confusion on what to use and how to use. I think that some of the players they argue for, you don't really like. I don't think you need analytics to show people how great Jordan was. Like I think Jordan's game, and you know what I mean. Like, and I just think that it's just a lot of extra unnecessary seasoning and spice. Is you're putting that too much seasoning salt on the thing, man. You don't need seasoning salt and table salt. You be putting, do you do that to your food, man? Players choice, players only. Put the seasoning salt, the garlic pepper salt
The seasoning salt goes on the food that gets cooked. Okay, then once it comes out of the pan, there's no seasoning salt; it's regular salt. You know what I mean? So I don't know who.
Yeah, but imagine putting the table salt, the garlic salt, the pepper, put the black pepper salt. You just putting all the extra salt on there. We don't need all that.
Jordan had bad shooting nights. That I give you. He went 9 for 28 plenty of times.
Let me players only. Let me finish up real fast. I'm about to get out of here.
Go ahead.
But yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Lamont. I think that I don't even think you can judge anything outside of a year. I think you can only judge of what happens in a year, because even outside of the style of play and the rules changes that potentially happen or what have you, you can only be compared against the guys that you're playing right then and right now. So that's why for me, I think the things that transcend time are the awards that compare you against your peers, the team titles, and the statistical titles. I just wanted to say that. But and two more things. Yeah, if you want me to reach out to him, I'll let him know that you want to talk to him. But if not, I don't know how serious you are, but if you're just
no, I'd love to have him come on. I know Hoop Guy's been wanting to do it, but he wanted to talk. I guess he was in disbelief to find out that Hakeem Olajuwon was worse than some of these players today with the faking the injuries and getting suspended and beating up his teammates. So I look, man, it happens. It happens. He just had he was a bad character. He was a bad character. That's all it was.
Yeah, they were bullying. They were getting away with bullying back then. You could fight. You know what I'm saying? So they,
All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna get out of here, but I'll let him know you were talking about him, Lamont. If you want, I can try to set it up if you're interested. So
no, you can pull up. I want to set the debate up with him versus Universe Galaxy or Galaxy NBA or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, a rematch? No, okay. So a little backstory to that. So the Universe Galaxy. It's that guy is ridiculous, man. I haven't gone to his lives in a while. And you asked if he was the inspiration to my channel name. That channel was the inspiration to my channel name, because every time he would just constantly say that, and my retort is that Michael Jordan fans are the best. So that's really what started it all. But yeah, he used to do live streams all the time, and he's weird, man. He would dox people. He'd give out people's personal information, and it was like on YouTube, he would go and just lay out their information. And anyway, and he was just a compulsive liar too, because he'd go and lie. Like there'd be, on the StreamYard, it'll say, 5 or however many people, hundreds of people, thousands of people. It would say 5 or 6, and he would say that number in the corner, you can't trust it. There's really 500 people watching it, right? Like he's just weird, man. But
man,
no,
we'll get somebody, man. We'll get somebody, man.
Yeah, he won't debate anyway. Like he only likes to debate on his terms. And with that debate, he had asked me to go take it off of my platform after he had done it. And because I used to have it on my platform. But then essentially he threatened that he was going to report my page because they were saying weird stuff. Yeah, so I was like, so I stopped messing around with him, but he won't debate anybody. But on that subject, I know you brought up debating me on something and I haven't really thought of any idea. But if you're still interested and it makes sense, I'm still down to do it. I just don't know what we could debate on except for an arbitrary thing.
Yeah, I don't really disagree. Like, I don't really disagree with too many people. Like unless it's like hardcore basketball facts, it's kind of hard to disagree. And I haven't heard you make too many wild takes. I don't know. We might, I don't know. I don't think we can debate on anything that hasn't been already debated 10 times over.
Yeah, this is a debating show.
Yeah, I'm about to get our debate started back up, but I don't know. I'm trying to find to do it in a way to where we can keep it going for the long term and it's not just short term thing.
Right now, right now, for 13 years, I asked you that before. The best product for 13 years. LeBron, excuse me, Jordan. The best product.
No, he's not been the best product.
For 13 years. With all the accolades, scoring champs, 10 straight.
Who's the best product for 20 years?
And here you go. Now, so we got at 20. Who played 20? Dirk, Kobe, LeBron, Kareem.
Okay, and so all I'm saying is you said it before.
Now listen, if we have this, is what we're gonna do.
It's better.
Listen, see what you're gonna do is the same thing that we did as Jordan fans. You're looking at the product on the floor, right? Even though Kareem 6 titles, I don't know how many scoring titles, I don't know how many defensive players, I don't know how many finals MVPs and all that stuff there, right? But for 20 years, he got some numbers up there. He got some accolades to put on the wall. Dirk got what? Kobe got what? 5, right? In 20 years. He got 5.
You know what I do though? But you know what I do? The way I rank guys, I simplify it. Because I know when you start playing with the MVPs and championships, it can get to a little funny business because we can argue all day on the value of championships because not all teams are made equal. We can even argue on the MVPs because not all the MVPs were voted on the same. So what I'd simplify it down to is who dominated their era the most. So the reason why I have Jordan as the GOAT is because Jordan played in an era that was called the big man era. And as a 6'6" shooting guard, he dominated statistically, he dominated accolade-wise, and he dominated winning-wise. He was dominated on all 3 fronts, and he had the biggest individual impact on the game of basketball in his era. He changed the way the game was marketed. He changed the way people played the game. He changed people's whole perception on winning championships through a guard because they really didn't think that could be something you could do consistently as a smaller guard. So he dominated on all the fronts, and I don't have to compare stats. I don't have to compare numbers. He dominated the game on almost, like, for example, with Kobe. Kobe didn't dominate all those 4 fronts when he played, right? He wasn't as marketable as Jordan, right? And it wasn't really towards the back end of his career where he really became a little bit more marketable, all right? When you go to accolades, he didn't really get all the accolades. He didn't get the MVPs. It's unfortunate because he probably should have more than one. He didn't get all the MVPs.
He got two finals MVPs.
And he got the 2 finals MVPs. So that's scary as well because you got 5 championships, but you only got 2 finals MVPs. So for example, I'm not punishing him.
He got 5 rings compared to 4.
Yeah, he do. But so he does check the box in a few categories, but in all them elements of dominance, stats, he checks the box in stats. He does not check the box in accolades or impact on the game. As Jordan.
He also doesn't check the box as far as LeBron on getting there and not winning like LeBron does.
Well, that's winning to me. So what I did was I had a category just winning. And my winning was more than just championships. It was playoff runs, regular season wins, all that.
That helps LeBron. That helps LeBron out if you're going to include all of that. That's like
it's all the game, though.
You do all,
but it's all the game.
Okay, okay.
It's regular season. Playoffs, like people try to devalue LeBron's playoff runs. What I'm doing is I'm saying, look, the playoff run is a hellified run. You got to win 4 grueling series. You got to stay healthy, and you got to do it even if your guys go down with injury. And we've seen some of LeBron's guys go down with injury. We've seen Kyrie and Kevin Love go down. We watched D-Wade back start to fall apart right in front of our eyes. And you can't make no excuses to have that many runs. You just got to go pick up the pieces and get there. Right. And what I was hoping is that people will look at it and be like, look, you got their hellified run. You ran into a force. You ran into the KD Warriors. Like, there ain't too many teams in NBA history that we say that we gonna say that can beat the KD Warriors, and the fact that you got there, I give you credit. Yeah, there were some teams you lost to. You probably should have beat the Mavericks.
So you mean to tell me right now that if KD went back to Golden State right now. You don't think Luka and LeBron gonna get him a run?
Well, right now,
if KD went back, you don't think Luka and LeBron gonna get him problems?
Because that Warrior team was a complete team. That Warrior team had the most lethal bench in the NBA. Remember, they called it. I forgot what they called it. Because they had the lineup of death. They had the bench come in that was kicking people ass, and they starting five would kick people ass. So the problem with that Warrior team was they was a complete team. If you tell me KD right now goes to the Warriors instead of Jimmy Butler, they don't have no bench. That's not a complete team. They don't have Klay Thompson. Looney is a shell of himself. They don't have the depth. So at the end of the day, yeah, they're going to be better, but do they put the fear of God in people? I don't know if they put the fear of God in people like they did with Klay Thompson, and everybody was in their prime.
Well, they never really got nothing out the center position too, though. Just for the record, you know, Golden State. They didn't get nothing out the center position for all that run. You know what I'm saying? So
they
that
had some talent, bro. They had hella fire. I mean, they had some talent like a mug.
Yeah, Sean Livingston. I mean, 6'7", he could get his mid range off, but he dropped a couple of, he didn't play the same way. The boy that came from Philly,
Andre, but Iguodala. But
yeah,
but you're looking at two guys with that, because the experience in those two guys was Livingston was an all-star caliber player in his prime before the injury. And Iguodala was an all-star in his prime in Denver and in Philly. So you bringing that level of experience. So now you bringing the experience, the veteran leadership. Remember, they had guys like Barbosa on that team. Like, I mean, they
could it have been also that the Curry and Klay Thompson, they got a more workable personality, so that everything went together. Maybe the prima donna LeBron, everybody, I don't know. Maybe it's had something a little bit to do with the LeBron. Everybody didn't like Kobe. You know what I'm saying? Prima donna. LeBron too, prima donna.
It's hard. I can't say that LeBron's a prima donna because he won on 3 teams. Like, it's hard for me to say he has extreme ego when one of the biggest criticisms on him has been the fact that he's always willing to make the right play. He ain't going to be selfish. He's going to trust in that guy to make the shot. If you're getting paid to make threes, he's going to trust that you're going to make the three at the end of the game. And he's going to swing you the ball too. Kobe didn't have that trust.
They won in the bubble, right? Isn't that the one they won with AD?
Yeah.
Other than that, nothing. AD was what, top 5 back then? Top 5, the healthy? Is AD top 10? Yes. You can look at AD stats versus LeBron stats since they've been on the Lakers. That's what you need to compare. You need to compare. I just want to tell you. Put AD
I don't think
stats,
that matters.
Yeah, AD stats are better than LeBron's.
No, and look, that tells you right there. All that tells you right there is that LeBron's going to let you do you. Because well, everybody has help. There's nobody there's only 2 players in NBA history that won without significant help. It's rare. Hakeem and Dirk. It don't happen that often. So if you're telling me you're mad at LeBron because he didn't win like Hakeem or Dirk, well, nobody's won like Hakeem and Dirk except Hakeem and Dirk. Everybody's had significant help. Everybody. A lot of help.
Hello.
Yeah, what up, Milky? We hear you, man. What's good, man?
I'm a Bulls fan, by the way, so we're talking about Lakers. That kind of pains me a little bit, but okay, talk about the Lakers all you want. But I am a Bulls fan. Man? Well, we had a terrible season. Playing Zach LaVine was kind of hard, but I know why we did it for. We needed a better player.
That's what's up, right? Hey, hold on. Andrew in the chat. Man, tell Locker Room to send my $100 cash app, man, and stop playing with my money. He mad over there crying. He lost a bet. He made a dumb bet. He bet against his own team like a fool. I told him the Lakers would be over 500. He said his team, he thought the Lakers were so bad that they would be below 500 by now. He ain't even a real Laker fan, man. Stop it. Tell him just to send my cash out, man. He doing all that talking and crying. I don't even know what he's talking about. But nah, it's cool.
Lamont.
But yo,
Lamont, I gotta get some money, Playboy.
yes, sir, man.
I'm
I'm about to shut it down too.
Okay, I'm gonna start pulling back up though. You know.
Yeah, you got to start pulling up. See, I like the way you talk basketball too. It's not too many people that can come up here with their talking points, man. Everybody just going crazy.
I be saying, you know, I messed up last time I came up in the word. I said LeBron plays better against guards than he does against. I mean, I said fours. I said, you know, the fours were guarding better, and he was cooking the fours and fives because you said if they go to small ball, especially now that they got Luka, that's not even fair to a degree for him to get Luka on top of all of everything. Come on, for real, for real. You going AD go and you replace AD with Luka? You didn't play with Shaq. You didn't play with Dwight
Can't
Howard.
blame this on Luka though.
You didn't play with Wade. You didn't play with Bosh. You didn't play with Kevin Love. You didn't play with Mo Williams when he was a fucking all-star. I think he made all-star that year. You didn't play with Gary Payton. You didn't play with just. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Bro, Gary Payton was at the end of he was on his last leg.
I know I started not to bring him up. I started.
Zach was on his last leg. Nah, we gotta get you cooking though, man. Hey, I appreciate you pulling up though, man.
All right, play. Salute to the platform, people.
All right, man.
Anyway, I got a question.
Man. What's good, man? What you got?
Do you think that James Harden and Paul George will get back to their prime if it ain't too late?
You said who again?
Do you think James Harden or Paul George gets back in their prime?
I thought James Harden was in his prime. James Harden's an all-star this year. James Harden been hoping this year. I don't know about Paul George. I don't think Paul George is gonna get back. I think that Paul George just don't like the game of basketball like that. I think he fell out. I think once he broke his leg, I don't think he's been the same mentally. I think he's kind of been checked out mentally since he broke his leg. Because before he broke his leg, Paul George was a killer. So
oh yeah, I know.
The problem is, and it's hard to stay motivated and play hard in the NBA when you got $200 million sitting in the bank and your leg hurt every day and you sore every day, right? And you got to travel every day. And so some people just fall out of love with the game, and that's okay. The game will burn you out. And it ain't, everybody can't last 20 years. So I get it, man.
Yeah, definitely. So anyway, the team that really surprised me the most was definitely. Oh, what was that team? What was that team called? I can't think of it. So tell me the one that surprised you the most. Maybe I can think of it.
This year?
Yeah.
It got to be the Pacers so far. The Pacers and the Knicks. And even the Denver Nuggets. Denver Nuggets probably got to be the biggest surprise. They lost a lot. They got in Russell Westbrook. Everybody doubted Russell Westbrook, and they still top seed in the West. And then when you look at the Knicks, people were questioning if Karl Anthony Towns would work. Karl Anthony Towns gets there, man. He shows out, does his thing in the MVP conversation. So I would say the Knicks and the Nuggets.
Oh, yeah. The Rockets and Spurs. The Spurs did so bad, and the Rockets have just pulled up good.
Mm-hmm. Hey, but Milky, I got to shut this live down, man. We've been live for almost 7 hours, so I got to shut this one down, man. We were supposed to shut it down a while ago, but we had some people come up here, and it extended our time up here. But I'm going to be back live Thursday night around the same time. So, hey, man, I definitely want you to pull back up. We're going to be cooking on some new topics, man. Make sure you subscribe up. I haven't seen you up here, but, I mean, I appreciate you pulling up. I love all the new faces here, man.
All right, so what time will it be? 10 o'clock?
It's going to be Thursday. I'm going to be live it's going to be 3 p.m. my time, but I'm on the West Coast. So I don't know what time it is. It's going to be it's going to be like Thursday evening. So as long as you subscribe, turn on. Okay, so you're looking at, I think it's going to be around 4 or 5 o'clock your time.
Okay.
So, yeah, just sub up and hit the notification, man. So when I go live, you'll automatically know when we live, man.
Okay. Bye.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
All right, y'all. FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, man. Appreciate you guys. Gave you guys a little extended segment, but it's cool. But we're going to be back, man. Salute to everybody that pulled up. Salute to Michael Jordan fans are the best. Salute to Players Only TV. Both elite content creators, man, always doing their thing. But yeah, we're going to be back. Make sure y'all tune in. We got Friday. We got Goat James Kingdom. I'm going to be back live Thursday and Saturday. Goat James Kingdom on Sunday. We're looking to add more content creators. So make sure y'all stay tuned, man. We need some people to fill that Monday, Wednesday block, man. We need elite level content creators that can be consistent, man. High quality production, entertainment, right? No filters, man. Just really talking that talk, man. Y'all can lock in, man, and go crazy. That's what we need. Look, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports, and we out.